All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Good evening, everybody. We are going to be doing a bunch of stuff. I see a bunch of chats already. The performance, I see the callouts on the performance. I am not aware of a bug in relation to Uncanny that lets you one-shot crushers. As far as I'm aware, Uncanny is working as expected. It's just crazy powerful. Antonio, you're very welcome from me and hopefully Mr. E soon. Into the Maelstrom as a C-tier patch. Maelstrom missions, account-wide resource selecting rather than re-rolling perks and selectional regions. Dude, that was a great patch. I don't know why he would say that. Hello, Reeves. Pistol shield arbiter get too long to reload. Need to be faster. No, it doesn't. It's perfectly fine. Every weapon should not be super snappy, super fast, and easy. Holy, this is going to be a legendary debate. It could very well be, Combine. We shall see. I'm just about to bring our boy on. Everybody let me know if there's any audio problems. It says it's working, so let's just see. Is my audio working, chat? Let's find out. This is going to be quite tedious if I ever have to tab back and forth. Can I put this doc in OBS? All good. Fantastic. All right, let me get the man, the myth, legend himself, Mr. E, in here for this to begin. Mr. E, we are ready for you. You ready? Hop in. Apps. Yeah, all good. All right, I'll take that as a yes. All right, cool. I'm gonna call our boy here. Just FYI, I've got two compressors set up, so the music should get tuned down when he's talking and when I'm talking. If that isn't happening, you can't hear anybody, let me know, okay? A Relic Blade and Bolt Gun on H40 is awesome on FOTF Zealot, but you have to be good. If you're not good, you're gonna die. So I don't know what to say. Like, that's how I play the game most of the time, is FOTF Zealot with Martyrdom. So. All right, I'm calling our man. Mr. E, hello.
Hello, indeed.
What's up? Fantastic to have you on. I'm really excited about this. It's, you know, the two of us have been having sort of what is it, an asynchronous discussion about balance in the game. Yeah. And so I was like, I think the two of us represent the two larger audiences for individual creators. I know there's Chocobi who's bigger than both of us, but
he's not.
He's Japanese.
He's discussing balance.
And he's not discussing that balance. He's just making amazing skill-based videos. So
he's definitely a good player. I can't say that I'm anywhere as good a player as other people are this game, but I do think about it a lot, which I think counts for something.
I think so. I think it counts for plenty. And I also think
I'll represent the I'll be the lawyer for the casuals in the audience here. Everybody, you know, the 95 percentile and below. I'll litigate for them.
I think that's great, and I think that you're going to have a team effort on your hands with that one, because I also consider the fun of other people quite often. But I do have some questions. I do have some questions about certain things I wanted to talk about. Oh, I should make a note of it real quick. Chorus. I'm just going to put this on the list right now. I just wanted to talk to you about Chorus, because I know you're a big Chorus player, and I want your opinions. So, I mean, I think that's reasonable. Somebody in chat said, why am I going to personally nerf Arbites into the ground? And can you confirm to your audience that I hate fun?
Oh, are you streaming? Can I stream? I want to stream.
You could stream. That's totally fine. But if you get a bunch of questions, that's not going to work. I'm sorry. Did I not tell you we were going to stream? I thought I said I was going to stream.
I didn't know. I was going to ask you when I got here whether, you know, you wanted to like do this and then edit it up or whatever after, but I was telling my stream last night I was doing it. So hold on, I'm going to title this "Deciding the Very Future of Darktide."
I did say live stream in our message, so I didn't flag on that one. I just didn't get the time zones clearly. So
with at
hey Zoran, how you doing? I think FOTF Martyrdom Zealot with Thammer should be a balancing goal for a class. I fairly much agree with that, actually. I think it's a great class and a great position for the class to be in. So, but yeah, feel free to stream. If you get any really like exciting suggestions or something, that's awesome. Let me know. I will try to have enough windows open to see your chat and my chat, but no promises.
I'll pull this up. I don't want to give any opinions without running it by all of my prying eyes first. That's how I get my opinions. I just look for other people to voice theirs, and I say, you know what?
That guy's right.
To me.
Yeah, I like it. I like it.
That guy's right. You just know when it hits. The one that vibes.
Did Ogryn 4-stack beat Horus? Dude, Horus wouldn't even get to play the game. You just hit him with rumblers. He'd explode all over the place.
Dude. Yeah, Ogryn 4-stacks are brutal.
They are insane, especially if you're running Ogrynheimer stuff. It's nuts, dude.
It's like, yeah, like that was because I just made a video yesterday on just like what I think would be it's a really solid comp that I have a lot of success with. Anytime I get it for a Havoc stack, I'm like, okay, one person Shout Vet, one person Chorus, one person Ogrynheimer, one person just melee Arbites with Dog, and it's like, you know, just face rolls every engagement, but also just 4 Ogryns is also equally valid.
I mean, yeah, that's literally it, right? And it's like, yeah. I saw that video. I didn't have time to watch it, but I skimmed it. Nice. And I was like, yep, that'd do it. That's what I was going to do if I was going to try and cheese the game as hard as possible.
Yeah, it's like you can have all these fancy synergies, but at a certain level of player skill, the sheer power of Ogryn, of Arbites, just does, like, overwhelm everything. So you don't really even need those fancy schmancy synergies.
Yeah, that's true. Well, that's very true. So
let me make certain I'm going. I don't know if I tagged you the right way. I think is the original SC-SC9TK would be how
it is. Yeah, I'll tag you as well. That way we can have it. We haven't had it all paired up here with Mr. E. Time. Nice. All right, that should do it. Hopefully that'll work. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, you've been growing really well. So everybody, congratulations again. I think you hit 20 recently. So good job.
Hey man, yeah, thank you. It's I've been I really just like decided to lean into it once I saw that you know, Arbites was coming out, and also, you know, I know that it wasn't like the most exclusive thing in the world, but it felt like the world to me when Fatshark was like, hey, yeah, it's a creator program. I was like, I'm gonna make the most out of this.
It's so great. I'm so happy that you and a lot of other people got a chance to take advantage of that. It's really great.
Yeah, it was definitely very cool. And I reached out to Catfish and let her know. It's like, yo, like, I have to thank you. Like, you know, having early access to it was massive for the channel, but also just like, I like being part of that sort of thing.
It's really fun. It is really fun, like, for sure. I know I've enjoyed being a part of it as well, and it's not even always been just like a thing that I'm like trying to do. It was just, I like the video game and I enjoy playing it. So.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see. I got my stream up and running, so now I can start to give opinions. So, what was your question? Just about Chorus, like generally how I feel about it?
We'll get there. So, I thought what we would try to do is establish. Sure. So, I've got an agenda in a little list here. So, I'm thinking.
He's got an agenda, guys. You heard it.
I do have an agenda. So, I'm gonna kind of just FYI chat. The way this is going to work is I'm going to kind of try to lead the show here, and Mr. E is going to be my opinion expert for the other side of the conversation, so there's somebody to talk to instead of just me shouting into the abyss. And I have set up an agenda here so that we can kind of all be on the same page. It's right on screen right now. If you're watching my screen, it's 4 items. We're going to establish a balance anchor, and what that means, you know, it's kind of come up in both our videos. Is like, where should we try to balance stuff around? Like, what is the power level that is good for the game? And then the next question will be, and once we kind of at least reach something resembling an agreement on that point, which was probably going to be the most contentious part of the conversation, we will talk about some of the class outliers that exist, and then we will go into enemies and weapons. So that's my concept there.
All right, sounds good to me. I'll keep it a surprise. I won't look at your document. Yeah. Maybe you can blindside me with it, and I'll have to think on the fly. That's when I do my best thinking, by the seat of my pants.
Perfect. Well, I mean, it's not filled out by design. It's gonna be notes. So number one, let's just talk about where we think the balance should shake out. So I watched your video, of course, and you said quite specifically that you think veteran with plasma gun is about where you would place the balance.
So I want to walk that back. I want veteran post nerf plasma gun. If we are assuming that the leaked, I don't know if you saw that quote unquote leaked document that proposed that the primary fire for the plasma gun is getting nerfed significantly in terms of its damage and penetration and stuff, and they're pushing the power towards the range fire. But I do think that every weapon, you know, my vast majority of my complaints with the balance in the game, especially from the weapon front, is that there are so many weapons that are just not meeting that bare minimum for like viability against metal or against like a variety of threats, and they're just not ammo efficient. And so, you know, clearly the direction that they are trying to push players is Havoc. They're incentivizing players. They've reduced the main mission board to just one mission board now. There's no longer this whole big stepping stone where players have to go to Auric. So it seems like to me there's going to be more and more emphasis put on Havoc being the ultimate goal for players who actually stick with the game. And so I think it makes sense in my approximation that more weapons should have more ways of being viable into that, whether it's through the weapons specifically or through stuff within the talent trees. So yeah, I skew high on that power level because I do think that there's a lot of room where this game can be more difficult, but not in the avenues they've explored so far. More enemies, like multiplying numbers of enemies and multiplying their health, is not going to solve the difficulty problem. It's going to have to be other stuff, which we'll talk about later. But yeah.
So I think that's an interesting point. So we're gonna take veteran with the updated plasma gun as our baseline. I'm gonna say that for me, the anchor point for balance should stay on specifically Auric Maelstroms and not Havocs. And I think that because the majority of the player base is down there and Havoc is a niche difficulty. And so, and here's the other advantage to that. So if you, and I realize this is, we're comparing apples and oranges right now. I'll wrap back to it. But what I'm thinking is if you balance around Auric Maelstrom for the most part, right, and you keep that in mind as your balance point, Havoc will always stay hard because Havoc will always be a difficulty layer that is above what anybody's expected to be able to achieve, right? Like Auric should be, I'm a really good gamer. I've beaten Auric. I can beat Auric and eventually I can beat Auric in duos or whatever. It's like really good difficulty, right? And that's how it used to be for like 2 years, right? And now there's this whole Havoc thing and it's really hard and it's really fun. And there's strategies you can use to make it a lot easier if you cheese it or whatever. But if you're playing it the way you play in Auric right now, which is, I think, in a much healthier state than Havoc in terms of weapon balance.
That's true. Yeah.
Then the game will always stay hard. And like, if the niche gamers have to sacrifice a little bit of what's viable in Havoc so that the game can be good overall, like I think that's acceptable.
That's fair. Yeah, I could settle for lower. Since we're negotiating apparently, but I could settle for lower than. I think there's a lot of weapons that I really, really enjoy, and I do enjoy the Auric Maelstrom. If Auric Maelstrom was more standardized, as someone pointed out in my chat, Auric Maelstrom is all over the fucking place, right? You have free vegs, and you also have the ones that are like extra dogs and 20% cooldown reduction. It's like it can be super easy and it can be super hard, but I do appreciate that overall it doesn't like swarm you with 1 quadrillion crushers and things like that. Those are the times where Havoc just kind of invalidates the lower performing or like the non-fit weapons. And if there was some standardization to Havoc seeds where you wouldn't get as much of that specifically, we could see other stuff emerge. But like the prevalence of like, okay, yeah, I'm playing, some games you'll play and like, wow, using the auto gun was pretty good here. Like I played a game with I don't know if you played with Riken. He's a very skilled veteran. He's got 4,000 levels, right? He was playing with like a braced auto gun and like an attack axe or something. He was doing just fine. But like, if you come up against a map seed where it's just all crushers all the time, all crushers, all maulers, you're fucked. And it's like, if they tune that stuff down, I think we'd see a lot less of the problems too. But I'm not certain how much of that is like intentional or what, but so yeah, I do think it makes sense to balance around like a where crushers and maulers and like super armored high threat enemies like that are a more rarity. And we also definitely should not optimize for like the crazy horde size that Havoc can pull out, right? Weapons shouldn't be, and that's a stance I think we're both going to agree on. Weapons should not be cleaving umpteen million percentage of everything. That's a big problem for balance of the game.
Yeah,
I don't know if I rambled there, but yeah.
No, you're fine. I agree with you. I think that's kind of the crux of the issue is like, if there are weapons like, I don't know, just like take the auto pistol. Like the auto pistol is arguably the worst weapon in the game right now. And I actually don't even think it's that bad. If you take it into an Auric, you can do a lot with it. But as soon as you run into a wall of crushers and maulers, or even scab ragers, which like I just was playing a Havoc the other day, and like I literally like 30 ragers walked out, and I was just like, oh my god. Now there were dregs, and actually the auto pistol's crazy into dreg ragers, by the way. But if they were scabs instead, or like a bulwark wall
You're
or something
done.
like that. To
You're done.
Nico Kuhn's point, is like you would just have like the worst time. You would have to pull out your melee weapon. You'd have to have the right melee weapon to handle that problem, right? Which most of the melee weapons are a little bit better into armor than.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
I was gonna say like melee weapons on the whole are doing better balance wise. Like obviously there's still outliers within them, but I don't have anywhere near the problem with melee weapons that I do with ranged weapons in the game, because there are no melee weapons that just, you know, invalidate 100 enemies at one time. There is no flame staff equivalent of the melee weapon, nor could there ever be, because you simply cannot hit them enemies, and you have to put yourself in a threat to do it, right?
You do. You do.
So yeah, like melee will always inherently be more balanced, but I am fully, and I don't think that I have that many people against me at this point, but I am fully on board the nerfing dueling sword argument at this point. I love the proposed changes they had on there. We're making it more of a defensive, reflexive based weapon, because the biggest issue with it is that it is no counterplay allowed. You just go up, stab a crusher in the head, special attack him to the head, and then stab him again before he does anything, and it's like gameplay over. Like there's no interactivity, and that's the part that like so many range weapons are missing. It's like there's no, I don't know what the term is. There's no complexity to using them. When it's just like, okay, just shoot them in the general direction of the enemies, and everything blows up and everything dies. So yeah, if we could,
or
like,
it doesn't,
balance,
or it just doesn't do anything,
or right, or it doesn't do anything at all. But like, yeah, it's, if we could just balance around a standard where like there is some modicum of skill and aiming required for every weapon, and there's no weapon that's just like clearly better than everything else, I would be perfectly fine. Yeah, balancing them for like, I think like low havocs would probably be appropriate.
I think that's fine. Right? I mean, that's what basically
Heresy. Weapons need to be good at killing bosses too, as well, because like bosses, that's another thing. Is like there's certain weapons that just like don't do anything against bosses, and if you're gonna dump like 50 million bosses on people in Havoc, then you know you're gonna need to have these on your team. I don't know. That might be a different conversation.
Yeah. So I think we, interestingly enough, I think we agree. We don't maybe have the exact same language for it, but for the most part, you know, there's some agreement. I think I'm actually more comfortable with a wider range of power than you might be. Like, I think it's okay that the auto pistol kind of blows. I think it'd be probably better if it was a little better than it is, but I'm fairly comfortable that it has like obvious downsides, and it does have some upsides. And like, if you're just using it for the use case explicitly of just, for example, pulling it out and killing a trapper, it actually works for that just fine. And like, if you're playing Zealot and you want a tool that does that, and you just feel like the way that works is cool and fun, then like that's great. And I think that it's okay to have weapons like that in the game. I think the problem starts to be is like, I don't know. It's like, and I also want to say this. Maybe this is sort of a tangent, but the one thing I don't want to have happen is I don't think ranged weapons on the whole should be able to easily deal with crushers and maulers, and I think those types of
definitely not.
Should basically like there should be a couple like plasma. Okay, fine, plasma bolter, fine. There should be costs associated. Like plasma should have to right click them instead, and there's a risk of blowing yourself up, and it takes time and all that. And bolter should have horrible ammo economy, and like that makes sense, and that's kind of how it is. So we're close, right?
Yeah.
But but I think it's okay if the braced autogun can't kill crushers. Like that's fine.
Yeah, I think weapons like the braced autogun are like almost there. I mean, when I did my range balance tier list, it was like needs a little something was my category. Like I think those weapons are so close to being in a position where I would consider them like good enough for like 99% of gameplay. Like they are usable. It's just that like, man, it's just like they just aren't. Like you feel like you're wasting ammo on some of these guns, to be honest, or like they just don't have enough ammo. Like the Shredder auto pistol is just like a big waste of ammo. It's like one of the biggest problems with it. It's like it only carries as much ammo, or sorry, it carries less ammo than the Vrax Mark V infantry autogun, which is just a better gun hands down in every respect. So why, like why exist when you have an evil twin that's like 10 times better than you? So yeah, I could totally like get behind some smallish tweaks like that move those guys up just a little bit. And I generally don't have, as you said, I don't have a big problem with weapon power disparity. I think that can have a bigger range because it comes down to the users of the weapons. The classes have to be way tighter than they currently are because it's not even fucking close to fair right now. Like it's whacked out.
Yeah, and I think so. I'm just going to put this on the table as well. I think that it's nice that there's an advantage that's not spoken about having weapons that are a little bit wider on the spectrum of what's good and bad, which is that if someone wants to self-nerf for the sake of flavor, right, they can do that, right? Like if you go take,
right.
you can beat a Havoc with the las gun, and it's actually not even that bad. Actually, you could beat, I have a friend who just like top scored against like 3 Arbites with a Lucius Lasgun. Like he was just destroying the world. And so, and these were not bad players. I mean, obviously cracked. Everybody was cracked, but like it was crazy. And I'm just like looking at this like, what the hell is happening? And I don't think it's that bad of a gun, but it does have a very specific feel and it requires a certain build to do. And that's okay. But the thing I do agree with is like, we're not really like the width is too wide and some of the outliers are forcing there to be way too much spam, which doesn't feel good.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a point, and that was a point that you made in your video because you specifically tackled the Rumbler and the Flame Staff as like outliers in that sense. And like, yeah, like that is the problem. I kind of wanted to do like a Photoshop like Pirate Software mimic for that when I was talking about it in my video, because like it's like a exponential curve. It's like a curve, right? And our weapons have to stay above that curve, or at least close to that curve. And the Rumbler and stuff are such high performers because they scale with the curve. If the curve goes up, they go up by necessity because they're AoE weapons and they have massive impact.
Exactly.
And so the curve, like if you raise the curve in order to exceed the threat that those weapons are posing, they will be very, very hard to put underneath the curve, and everything else is going to get gapped. So the harder they make Havoc, the better those weapons are going to excel. So there needs to be some way to bring them down. And it's the same way that I feel about like certain outlier abilities as well. It's like they are so far above their competitors that buffing other stuff to be competitive would be just a fool's errand.
And I mean, like the auto guns, you said they need a little something. I agree with that. They're close enough. And if we pull a few things down and maybe we shift some of the balance away from just like 100 crushers every time you walk into a new room, then I think they'll actually have a niche because they're not that bad. And they just, I don't know, a little extra cleave, maybe a little more ammo efficiency into some targets, and like we're good, like done. But when we are talking, so on the flip side of that, current plasma, not necessarily reworked plasma, which we don't know what that actually looks like or feels like to play, but like, you know, we get the concept.
I like the ideas posing the thing. I mean,
I do too. I like the ideas too.
Yeah.
But let's just say current plasma. The problem is, I don't know if you've ever seen it. If you take current plasma and you shoot into like the horde density that you can get into like a Havoc, it scales because it has 100 cleave.
Yes.
You know,
it has 100 cleave.
It has 100
and
cleave.
That's exactly why they hit the cleave. They hit it from like 100 to like 6 or something in the proposed thing. Assuming that's even real. But like, yeah, like it's those crazy cleave weapons, which they've cut down on in large respect for like melee weapons. But there are those ranged outliers. So yeah, those high points, they have to go. And I don't know, I keep trying to like express that to my community, and of course there's people never nerf anything, but if you don't nerf those outliers, people will find them and they will gravitate towards them, and then you have to balance the game around that, right? The first time you use Shout Veteran, it changes your life. You suddenly realize how much better Shout Veteran is for your winning and for, you know, just general outcomes than Infiltrate or Executioner's stance, and then you never go back. And for 99% of players, that's what they're interested in, is winning the games, accomplishing the games. And so you'll gravitate towards these obviously more powerful options. So, you know, and this is a thing I've said umpteen times, so like, I don't think like lower investment players that only have less than 100 hours in the game can recognize when things are 10, 15% out of whack, but they can definitely recognize when they're 25, 30% out of whack, and then they'll pick those things, and it's not even a choice. Yep. The first time they get shown by one of their experienced friends, oh, this is crazy, they're done, and then there's no more thinking required. I like a game where there's like, you know, hey, this thing is 10% worse, but if you get like really good with it, it's pretty close. Like, that's a cool game for me.
That's a cool game for me too. I like to play the weapons that are like 10% worse, but if you get really good with it, you can try it. I mean, I'm the chain axe guy. That was my thing. But I'm cool with like the relic blades are a perfect example of where I think kind of the zealots peak should be, because they're really good. But
agreed. I love that weapon.
It's amazing, but it does have some downsides. It's kind of slow, and it's got hefty swings.
It's slow.
It does take more than one hit to kill a Crusher. You know, it's okay. Like unless you do like the fancy stab tech, or FOTF it, right? And it's like, okay, cool. We've got a weapon here that's like on the top end, and then you could take like a weapon that's a little bit lower down on like the lower end. Like my chain axe is on the lower side, but I'm really good with it, so I can play the game and get a pretty big score. A Mark 4 chain axe is very good still, but Mark 12 is horrible. But we'll get to that later. Do chat, let me know if Mr. E's turned down too much. He looks like he's in a good spot on my stream, but in terms of my audio, but just
they just told me you were too quiet, so I bumped you up.
Thanks,
you should be good now.
Okay, so we're kind of in the same anchor point. Like, I think that Plasma Vet should probably be about where everybody else gets benchmarked against, up or down, right? Like, I'm not saying everybody should be as strong as that, or everything should be as strong as that, but I think that that's a good sort of like peak, or like Relic Blade Zealot should be like a good peak of power. What do you think of that statement?
Yeah. I think Relic Blade is, and I've said this before, I think Relic Blade would be an amazing baseline for the class, and I would love if the class was more thematically based around like Relic Blade style stuff, because it's just such a good feeling weapon. It really fits with the class fantasy. I admired what they were going for in making the Relic Blade in making Zealot like also a speedy assassin, also that stuff. But at some point, the having like every weapon available to you on every class is a problem for the classes. And I'm glad that RBD says a smaller selection is tighter in that sense. But yeah, I definitely think it's that's a great baseline for weapons. Strong, but definitely has like significant designed in downsides.
So I think, and let's just be clear, I'm talking that would be kind of the peak. That doesn't mean necessarily like literally the strongest possible thing, right? But it could be like we're anchoring there, and then there can be plenty of stuff that's below that point. There are a few things that are above that point, but if it gets too far away from that, that's bad. That would be kind of my theory.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so we're gonna say Vet with reworked Plasma, Zealot with Relic Blade. These are our anchor concepts. So if anybody in chat wants to argue with me, that's totally fine. But I think that, well, Ultra Gravy, to your point, that it's a little too easy. I think it's okay. It's a power sword. And it's also, I think it's worth mentioning that it's like, we're talking about this being as like the peak of the power curve. Like there has to be, I'm just going to say this right now as a theory statement for everybody listening. This is a 40K game. I put this in my thing. Like, you have to have flavor in your game. You can't make everything gray. It can't just be like, this is 10% stronger than this, and this is 10% weaker than that. There has to, there can be some peaks and valleys here. We just don't want to get so far away that there's like one thing you take that's dominant, and everything else is basically throwing. Like, I want to avoid that.
I think that's one of the cardinal sins also the Dueling Sword commits, is that it's just one of the most uninteresting weapons you could possibly imagine outside of its movement set that like you could possibly envision. So you get no flavor, and it's like stupid powerful. There's like almost no counter argument to picking anything else. So yeah, I think that if we could get weapons, I mean, it would be a long shot, but if we could get a host of weapons that all have as much like interplay and mechanical skill peak as the Relic Blade, I mean, I would be living in Darktide heaven.
Yep. Okay. I feel like we're really actually on the same page a lot here, which is like,
so far
it's nice when the weapons
until
are complex.
You tell me we need to nerf the chorus.
I've been very careful with my opinions on Chorus, and that's because I understand there's a body of people who really like it, and I think that's fine. And it's not my fantasy for the game, but I think you can enjoy it.
No, I think it's kind of boring personally, but it's very effective what it does, and I will play to effective stuff. I am like, as I've said, like I'm a results oriented. Oftentimes, you know, I want to win at the end of the day. Like I like to have fun. I'll play with fun stuff, but it better still be good enough to like win games. And I'm not mechanically like all that skilled of a player, so I do need my crutches from time to time. That's what I'll say. So Chorus is a nice way for me to chill out, talk to the chat. I get 7 seconds to look at the chat every 20 seconds. It's pretty great.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so then let's let's continue here. And the next thing is I want to talk, speaking of classes, I want to talk about class outliers. So I kind of have our notes here. I'm just going to bold this so we can see, so that everybody understands what's going on screen. And we'll pull this in. Okay, so next up on my list is, oh, this was the first part. I guess I will just do this so that I can put the notes in the section that I made for this. Look at me being prepared and then not remembering that I prepared. So cool. This is our balance anchor. So classes. I feel like we can all agree that the Arbites and the Ogryn trees, while overpowered, seems to be the general consensus in the community, are really fun to use because they offer a lot of variety. Like you can run a good build on like any tree, and you can pick all the cool nodes without getting taxed to death, and it's good. It feels nice.
Yeah, they're definitely I would so much rather, after seeing the difference between these trees and the previously existing trees, the still existing trees for those poor saps, I would so much rather live in a world where the game difficulty has to get buffed in some way in order to compensate for it than lose the power and flavor of the classes. Or they could just like take some small like tweaks to like percentage stuff, but generally like the skills, like the abilities and how powerful they are and stuff like that, I wouldn't want to see that stuff changed. It feels good, and also understand that like there's a ton of players out there who, they're mechanically not that gifted, and it really does help them to perform and get to higher, more interesting level content. And I don't think it hurts even high-end players that much to have classes in that power range, as long as there are sufficient challenges, pushed against them.
I think that's really true. Actually, I was thinking about the day. So today I was watching, before this, I was watching somebody's footage, because I'd asked for footage from people. I was watching somebody's footage of their Heresy game. And they were playing RPKs. And they were in Heresy, and they were using an auto gun. And I just... I don't know how to say this in a way that, like, I'm not trying to be mean to this person in the slightest. It's just they were doing things that I would never do and make mistakes that I would never make. Right?
Less than optimal.
And, like, of course they are, because they're playing in Heresy and they feel like they can't climb above Heresy, right? And so, obviously, that has to do with the skill thing, a skill component. Like, they're walking around, I'll hear, like, 3 whooshes from behind them, and they'll just eat every single one of those hits. You know what I mean? And it's like, okay, well, this person just doesn't know. And it's like, okay, I mean, fair enough. The game doesn't teach you that well, and... all right, it's good to see this gameplay for me, but there you go, right?
This is something that, I put out a video, a long time ago now, after somewhere between the Ogryn and the Arbites thing, and it was about like, hey, is Ogryn kind of overtuned? Like, is it kind of stealing like the essence of what it means to like get some skills at this game? Is it preparing newer players for just not at all knowing how anything else plays? Because like on the Ogryn, you can't get stuck in the horde because you can always dodge out of it. He has immense stagger, so he doesn't have to like counterplay. He has stupid damage resistance, including to his health, so like chip damage is pretty much a non-existent threat. And I just like did the whole thing live, commentated over, just walking through. At the time there was Auric Heresy, so I just like walked through an Auric Heresy and killed everything by myself. And then I was like, look at what I can do. And players were like, dude, I would never ever in 1 million years be able to do that. Like, I don't know what you're smoking. So it does, like, there is a lot of like in-bake skill that we as 2,000 hour players, I don't know how many you have, probably 3,000 or more at this point,
500, I think,
we just assume are there. So listen, I'll give people their crutches. I think it's perfectly fine, because I can always take them off, right? I can always push the difficulty. And clearly, if you watched my stream from 2 nights ago, I don't have any problem losing 18 games in a row playing as Arbites and Ogryn and Zealot. Like, clearly it's not powerful enough to carry my shitty ass. And I'm in, like, the top couple % So we can go more powerful. I don't think it's really threatening, especially like the lower classes. Bringing a veteran and psyker up is not going to make the game like world easier or anything.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's kind of there's a domain where we can have our cake and eat it too here, which is it's been kind of occurring to me, because like, okay, you typically are using and running like a chorus build, and everybody agrees that like if you're gonna run like a Havoc, like having a chorus or a couple of choruses just makes the game easier. Like, it just does. It turns off the enemy for a while. It it gives you that over toughness, whatever, right? If you keep those mechanics around for players to play with, you can have some things in a talent tree, especially abilities and keystones, that just win, right? The trick then is to give things that exist a skill, like get skill curve based abilities, their place. And actually, I'm going to go back to Chorus for a second. Chorus and FOTF are like the perfect example of what you can do. So Chorus can get you through a game better if, as long as you have people on your team who are, playing and whatever. Right. FOTF doubles its damage, typically. Like, if you play a Havoc game with me and you're playing a Chorus Zealot and I'm playing an FOTF Zealot, I will double or triple your damage.
Oh, yeah.
And FOTF, that's actually, but FOTF is much harder to do. Like, you risk dying a lot more unless you know really what you're doing and are really, really good.
You have to perform on your own. It's like playing Lone Wolf versus playing, with the dog, right? The dog can provide you safety and insulate you against fuck-ups. It can also insulate your team against fuck-ups. So Lone Wolf means you got it all on your own shoulders. So, like, FOTF is just like, okay, you need to be performing at X level, and if you do, you're going to have really, really good results as a reward for being such a absolute DPS pumper. But if you want to just kind of like make certain you have this baseline of contribution, Chorus.
And so I think there's a place in every tree for something that is strong but easy, and I think there's also room in every tree for something that is strong and hard. And I think that's kind of like
low skill floor, or like I don't know, skill floor is another thing, but like you need to, the more skill you input, the more reward you get out of it. But if you have low skill, it's going to be worse than the default standard strong thing. Yeah.
And I think it's just down to like, okay, you've got capacity for that because we've got 3 trees, more or less, right? But it is important also that things not be so widely broken that there's just these enormous sort of like brain off crutch type balance situations. And the reason that's important, even though I know they're important I know it can make it easier for players to play at some difficulties and so forth, is because there are skills you should be required to gain in order to get to a higher difficulty. Otherwise, the game can't be balanced, right? Because like the difference between being able to hold W with Rumbler and like use a maul and with confidence, right? And just you don't even have to aim. You just shoot the floor and hold the W key, and like the game dies. That's not healthy for anybody, and people will optimize the fun of the game out of their own game, and then they will go somewhere else and play that, right?
Yeah. And I'm definitely worse at the game for having played Ogryn and having played Arbites. Like, once I made strong builds in the Ogryn and played him for a good amount, now I go to like Psyker and I'm like, I can't do this anymore, guys. I'm too washed. I can't.
It's hard. It's hard to go back to being squishy.
It's actually fucking hard.
It is. It is actually hard. I mean, I went back to my Zealot and I was like taking way too much damage, and I was like, oh, right, I can't stand there on this class. You know what I mean? And and I think we can. So, all right, we know we can narrow that down. So here's what I wanted to do. I wanted to say the next thing is let's do some reworks. Let's talk reworks. I don't think we need to buff the classes very much, actually. I think that Zealot with the build, the FOTF build, or the Chorus build that is available, and there's Zealot's in an actually okay place because 2 of his 3 of his abilities are actually decent.
Yeah, he's pretty close. Yeah.
And his power level's pretty high. He's never been bad. He's always been good. But he does take some skill to play. That's fine. Unless if you run Chorus, it gets easier. That's fine too. We just discussed that that's fine. My thought was, if they're going to do a rework on Zealot, let's try to like leave him alone for the most part. Like not the shape of his tree, but I just mean like let's not add another 40% damage to his talent.
Oh
pool.
Yeah, no, the guy doesn't need any more damage. He needs more ways you can play him. Yes. Yeah, because he's got all of the weapons in the fucking game available to him, which I don't love. But they all of his builds play pretty much identical, right? It's your choice of ultimates, and you barely have a choice outside of that.
That's exactly
There's like a very clear optimal path, and this is again that thing I was pointing to earlier, where like the second and newer players, they're all over the fucking place. You ever just use like inspect from social and like look at some random 16 levels Zealot in the Morningstar. They're all over the goddamn place.
I have no idea what's going on.
As soon as they lock into knowing that top right path is where you go, and then getting until death, it has such better results that they'll never look back. And that's what I want to avoid.
I haven't played anything else other than top right in so long. I will say that this whole conversation came up and I was like, I have an idea. What if I go actually like take the top right and the top left of the tree? Because like that's what Arbites does, is it takes all the toughness nodes up top. So does Ogryn, right? Like you just can get all of them if you want. So I did that on Zealot, and I lost a few of my damage nodes. That's fine. That's actually what's on screen, by the way, as I'm running that. And my toughness bar felt more stable, but it's definitely not Arbites, because Arbites is not required to get kills to get toughness, right, which is a big thing for him.
Enemies at all?
Yeah, he just has he can just actually just shove the air. It's hilarious. Awesome. But fine. I'm not necessarily trying to take away that flavor. I just mean like, hey, if we can improve the shape of the tree, the layout of the tree, the class will get buffed by doing that alone, right? Yes. Imagine you run my extra toughness nodes build, but you don't lose out on any talents because you don't get taxed all the way down. Perfect. Great.
So many taxes. Yeah.
There's so many taxes. And like if you get rid of that, it's buffed.
I think a big thing with the Zealot is just going to be he has a ton of nodes that are just terrible by design. Like he probably is the most guilty of having like the steepest contrast between S and D tier nodes. Like the guy has probably at least like 3 or 4 nodes off the top of my head that I could be like obviously D tier, and they're all kind of clustered together too, unfortunately, in large portions of the tree. So you just avoid them. You just don't go there, and then all the S tier ones are all on a nice big line. You know, I think even though it makes the class way stupid powerful, like Arbites, he's got S tier nodes and A tier nodes all over the fucking place. Like there's nowhere you can go that's wrong, and so that does mean that you can build a build that's interesting and plays into almost every difficulty just fine, and you get to like experience that rather than just having one cookie cutter that like performs and everything else sucks.
Yeah, no, so, I think that's exactly right. Like I think we could do to see some of the bad nodes improved and make it easy to path around to get the stuff you want. And that would be a buff, and it wouldn't, and it might be, you know, hopefully not a crazy one, because he doesn't need crazy buffs. He just needs like variety, and he needs a little bit here and there. Somebody asked what I think of the blitzes, and that's the other thing is the thing I hope more than anything else comes to Zealot, and that comes to like the two things I want more than anything else on Zealot and a Vet and Psyker is easy access to all the blitz.
Choice of blitz. Yeah. They're obviously going to do that, though, based on, I mean, just look at the Arbites, look at the Ogryn. They just made it the free choice, and it's the sensible thing to do, right? It allows more interplay between your choice of blitz and between your choice of build, and so then you can build around it. Like you can play a Arbites who's lone wolf with 2 different, like an aggressive grenade or a defensive grenade. That makes sense. You can play a dog focus build and choose to go for the shock mines because you want extra control instead of having the dog be the control. Like it just makes sense from a diversification standpoint, and it doesn't like threaten the balance of the game or anything. You know, blitzes are you know, limited, so I think it makes total sense. But that does mean that they need to make all the blitzes like have some level of parity, because I think that like Zealot struggles from having like, I don't know. Again, that's hard to judge. I think a lot of Zealot's blitzes are probably close to being well enough balanced. It's just that the positioning is so terrible that it's not even. That's not even close.
Stun grenades are amazing. They've always been good.
Stun grenades are really good. Yeah,
and they are so strong. But you can, and yes, you have to pick them up. But there's enough pickups in even a Havoc game to be able to use them from time to time. The problem is you can't take them. Good luck. Good luck pathing there and getting them. And the same thing is 5
nodes to get nothing.
Yeah, exactly. And the same thing is going on with you know, the same thing is going on with his Inferno grenades. They're good. Like I've taken them on builds and they're useful, but you can't take them. So you take knives because you always can use, because you can path through knives, and that's their only reason. I love knives. True. They're amazing. They're really strong, and like it's great to be able to
I do get tired of playing with knives.
Me too. I want to do something else sometimes. So these are all things to say, which is okay. We basically agree. Everybody agrees. Like, hey, it's cool. We can. There'll be a little bit of buffing if we change the trees to allow to be the sort of shape that Arbites and Ogryn is in. But we're going to. It's worth it because the creativity there is going to be there, and it probably won't be that bad. And ideally, I want to. No. I think it's cool if Zealot. We already talked about our anchor point. If Zealot stays mostly the same, but we have better shaped trees, that's cool. A little bit of buffing, no big deal. Yeah. Huge buffs would be concerning.
Well, Zealot can't get huge buffs because his damage, well, I mean, he could, but like he shouldn't because his damage is already pretty close to where it needs to be, and his survivability is definitely where it needs to be in terms of being relevant in the game. Like he's still definitely relevant. I'm mostly concerned about the other two members of the cast and their overall like what do they actually contribute outside of having the flame staff for one of them and having shout for the other one and the ammo. That's where we're really coming up against some tough dilemmas. And the overarching thing to remember, because when players will like say, "Oh, it's power creep," like, "Oh yeah, okay." Power creep is defined by the upper thing going up. So as long as Arbites doesn't move it up or Ogryn doesn't move up, we're good. Like we can bring these other things up because if you wanted to like play the most powerful group right now, you just bring those characters. It's not gonna like make the game that broken that like the characters that are already being played are like 25% better when there's like already these stupid powerful characters on the team comparatively. Like it might increase your win rates a little bit, but it's only going to help players who are playing the worst characters already. It's not going to make the good stuff any more good than it is.
Yeah, I think that is in a bad spot for certain weird reasons. Like he only has one ability, right? So he's got no creativity in his builds. Like, let's be real. He's got one ability. He's got 1.5 keystones because you can run focus target, but like you don't need, like you usually don't, because the number one thing he's bad at is melee, and that makes you better at melee. So it's like, okay, I'm gonna run that instead of focus target. And marksman's, let's be honest,
marksman doesn't have a place in this game and in the current meta of the game. It's like not even useful for the one thing it's supposed to be useful for, which is hilarious.
But the thing is, Vet is damage wise, he's fine. His issues that he's easy to beat down. He only has shout, which is incredibly strong. And honestly, like one of the problems that I want to talk about someday, we don't have to talk about this now. We've talked about it a million other times. Is I just think CDR makes it really hard to balance things to be powerful and also not overpowered. His grenades, yes. So googly eyes, his grenades are good. Like Vet has good grenades. Smoke grenades are really good. People are still sleeping on smoke grenades to this day, though they are irritating to play with if you don't like if you don't know how to stand in them to not be blinded. But I think the problem with all the classes, okay, we've got a cooldown reduction problem. But look, let's not talk about that in this video because okay, it's important. I'm not saying it's not. But the basic gist of the reworks is the trees do need to be reworked, and that will boost the power of everyone a little bit. And as long as it doesn't go up a ton, then that's a safe position for everyone to land in. Like if the trees get reworked and like a few of the really shitty nodes get buffed a little, like that'll be fine. The biggest task for Fatshark is to not accidentally like make the class as strong as Arbites, right?
Yeah, I don't know how you'd accidentally do that. It seems very intentional.
Yeah, maybe don't shove a bunch of 15% damage nodes at the bottom somewhere.
Maybe 15% damage nodes.
Yeah, maybe don't do that. Like that'd probably be good. So, and like it's fine to me that Vet is a little bad in melee as long as there's like he's supposed to be the shooting class. I did make a video some time ago. Speaking of,
he needs some identity.
He needs a little bit more shooting identity. Like he's not that great at shooting, and that's partially like just normal guns. So he should probably get something there, but I don't know what that is, and I don't want him to turn out broken. But I'm just saying, like he needs a little love. I don't think he's that weak. And I think that the Psyker being a glass cannon is fine. I think the big problem with him is that I kind of feel like he isn't that interesting because staff gameplay is just hold right click, then hold left click.
It's just dominant. Completely dominant.
It's completely dominant. And so I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's the thing I really want to say about balancing the classes is the thing I think is most important, which you already touched on, is we have to make there be interconnectivity between all the tree so that there are more options available, and we have to get rid of D tier, just completely dead. Like, I call them Darktide 1.0 nodes, like in the era of the game where like they were like, oh geez, remember when blessings like first like the first edition of blessings, when like the top tier blessings were like 6% crit like total, and then they came by with the balance patch and they're like, okay, well this actually stacks 4 times now, 24% crit, and that's where we stayed. It's like there's some nodes in the tree that are literally giving benefits like that, like on the Zealot, that are like, oh wow, you get 10% impact and like 30% suppression on a node. It's like that doesn't exist in modern day Darktide.
Right. Yeah.
And if you take all those nodes out and you replace them with like A tier nodes, it doesn't make the class any stronger on the whole. It just gives you more options to be strong because the class is already strong using stuff that isn't that. You only have 30 nodes to pick. You can't pick the new one and the old ones. So like anything they put on the Zealot, because the Zealot already has a really, really strong meta setup, anything they put on him is just going to be another option to be strong.
And I think that's kind of the ideal is like you would create a bunch, you would create like you wouldn't overtop, you would want the build to exist, but then you would create new parallel builds. And then maybe people would find something like super broken. We have to quash that, but like I don't think that's like super likely.
No, I don't think that's likely, especially like if they're keeping an eye on the weapons and the weapons interplay with these classes.
Yeah, as long as we can ever nerf anything, it'd probably be fine.
Right, yeah, as long as that's on the table. I think for a long time it just hasn't fundamentally been on the table.
It just hasn't been on the table, and it's been really, we've just only seen the ratchet spin one way, and that just has made it impossible for us to have balance.
And it's trained a community of people who can't tolerate the idea of their favorite thing getting a little bit worse. It's like, guys, come on. Like, it can't all be W's all day long, or else the game fundamentally has no meaning. Like we could just keep buffing things forever. And like as you said, Warframe, and someone was in the comments being like, I don't understand like what his point is about Warframe. Like Warframe doesn't have power creep. I was like, what the fuck? When's the last time you played Warframe, my man?
I had somebody say, so I hadn't played Warframe in a couple of years.
Not playing,
and I played a lot of Limbo before and after the rework for Limbo, right? And just to the point of like, what am I talking about with Warframe? Someone sent me a video, and it's literally looks like my graphics card is melting.
It's indistinguishable, yeah. You can't tell what you're looking at anymore.
I know, it's just like there's the vague humanoid shape in the middle and nothing but particle packs on screen, and I just see what looks to be a kill feed just filling with deaths.
The like weapon power creep too, where when I left, I forget like it was like geez, the first time I left, I was like, oh shit, like my Vacor hack and shit like that was peak. And then I came back one time and I upgraded all my shit, and I was like, okay, like I've got the like the Tenet weapons, like the sisters and stuff. And then I came back and I was like, oh, all this is fucking garbage. The Incarnon weapons are now like, if you're not running an Incarnon weapon, it's like 1,000,000% better than everything else. It just absolutely clowns on everything else in the game. Like that's the sort of power creep that like we're talking about, and that's kind of the way I feel playing Arbites with a good build into playing Veteran with a good build. It's like not only is this class way more fun, it's better. It's just like 1-to-1 better. Like it's eating the fuck out of Veteran's lunch.
I mean, it's safer to play, and it does a ton of. If you have the right weapons and the right talents, it does as much melee range damage and as much melee damage as a Martyrdom Zealot right now.
He's not any better at range attacks than anybody else. Like that's the saddest thing. He's not. Well,
special. He is better than Zealot at least. So
that's true. That's true. Yeah. Except for the bolter.
I mean, no, he's even better at the bolter and the flamer. Like he genuinely like you can go. If you go take a bolter to the range and blast as many crushers in the face as you can with as little ammo as possible, like that wins, but it's not that big a deal. Like that's the funny thing about it.
What about if you triggered Duelist and then do it?
Even still, no, because I've done it with Duelist on testing it. But yeah, I mean, it does make a difference. But Vet does have a lot of advantages for the guns. It's just you have to take there's like one build you take for Vet, and it's not that fun. And like if you take Xyz too, you can go crazy with Xyz, but Xyz can't take because you die. You know?
Yeah, that is the downside of that. I mean like, which sucks because I love that ability.
Me too. And I mean, I don't mean like it can't be done. Obviously, I've watched players play Xyz, but I've played Xyz in Havoc 40 and cleared it. But like, it's way harder. And the reality is, if it's way harder for me, then it's going to be really hard for someone else.
It's going to be impossible. I mean, I see like when I was playing, I was just doing it for fun when we were in a content drought. I got a new Darktide account and I was just like leveling and like seeing what it was like to like have the new player experience with like no resources, like what the balancing is, how fast you get your weapons and stuff. And I would run into veterans who didn't have their abilities yet or just hadn't swapped off of X stance, and they were just like hopeless. These guys needed the shout. Like, and the second they discovered shout, whenever they did, they're staying there.
Shout. So obviously they did. Yeah, everybody runs shout. Okay, so I think we can agree more or less that, hey, look, the classes need some reworks. We should just do that. I don't know what that's going to shake up to, so let's not try to talk balance about those. Other than the fact that we kind of agreed that like that with reworked plasma is fine. Zealot with Relic Blade is, fine. And then it just needs to be a little it's okay if they get a little stronger, but they shouldn't get a lot stronger. It seems to be the agreed position. Sound right? Yeah. All right.
Sounds cool. Seems fine to me.
Let's talk Ogryn. I want to talk about his talent pool, and I want to just try to pick 5 things. I want to try to pick like a few things that need nerfs, like whatever jumps out to you as an outlier. I've already kind of had my piece on that point, and then if there's anything that you think just sucks that needs to be improved, I would take that as well. So
I got some. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So we're going to start with nerfs. So for me, the biggest things about Ogryn that are just oppressive. First of all, the Mark III Bully Club is a huge overperformer on the class. It does everything. Like it doesn't exist in parity with the other stuff in its weapon family. Even like it's like twice as fast, has twice the impact as the other marks, and it's just become my one stop. Like just use this weapon every single time, because also Skull Crusher is so fucking crazy. So you can't have a class that's like that strong at stagger and like leans into stagger that much. So that's one thing, but that's not really class. I guess it is class specific in some way, but
yeah, we're gonna get to weapons, so we'll cover that bad boy. But let's talk about talent points specifically.
Specifically, I think just some of the damage reduction talents are probably a little bit on the excessive side, especially considering his health pool. It does make it not for me, right? Because again, like playing in Havoc, you effectively, it doesn't matter what health you have because the game nerfs your health anyway, and everything does a million billion damage. But for anybody who's playing in anything up to Havoc, he's basically at infinite health because he's got like 15% damage resistance in like 3 different nodes. He's got the bleed damage resistance thing. I like batter, so I don't really want that to be nerfed or anything. I like that he can apply bleeds like that, but it is very strong. I think mostly it's just like that damage resistance for me. That's the problematic thing, because it just allows you to just kind of ignore how to play the game in essence. The only other thing that really screams out to me is like circumventing the fundamental way the game is played is just being able to dodge through all enemies. But like, I mean, that's his identity, man. I love that for him.
Yeah, it's super strong. It is kind of his identity, though. It's not quite what I expected. Yeah. What I wanted and what I was hoping for when I made the video about buffs was like, hey, can we get... And listen, this was not my idea. I didn't like whisper in Fatshark's ear. Everybody thinks I have way more influence than I do. But, I made a video and I was like, I want this thing. And then Fatshark made it. And so it looked like I asked them for it. And it was not... I was not the only person who would ever come up with this concept, right? The thing is... what I was hoping for was just dodge through. So there's a mechanic like that, I think on Ironbreaker, Barden, or something. I don't know. I haven't played enough Vermintide to know all of that. I have like 300 hours. I never got out of Legendary. And I was never even good at Tide games until Darktide. So I found that there was an ability. The audio is what? Is my audio cooked? What's going on?
Am I cooked?
Is this live? Yes, the audio is. Okay, yeah, the audio is. The audio is live. Yeah, we're talking. But I can't respond to everybody. Good. Chat. I'm kind of reading my chat, just so you know, chat. But I'm not able to. I'm Chief Balance Officer, Patrick. It's not me. I am not in charge of the video game. I am some guy who's very passionate, and
this is pre-recorded. I just tried to guess what Reginald was going to say, and I just pre-recorded some answers. So
that's pretty high IQ, actually. I'm impressed. Handmaiden has dodge through enemies. Slayers has stagger enemies on dodge. Yeah, so I mean, there's parity in Vermintide. I think that I would have gone with dodge through enemies to avoid the whole knocking everything over, but it's
it just kind of like bowls everything over.
He's so strong, and okay, fine, but there does have to be something, and he does have some consequences for being so huge because he can't easily dodge trappers and dogs and stuff like that. Right. So fine, all right, fine.
But at lower levels, remember, those aren't threats because those things don't really show up in great numbers until like orcs, right?
So, but like, also people, I mean, I've seen the way some of these people play. They can't dodge even one. So fair enough.
Fair enough. Yeah, one. If you get hit by one, you're dead. So
yeah, and it is really brutal to get hit by one. They are the most dangerous enemy in the game, even in Malice. You know, if somebody can't get you in time,
no, I disagree. Barrels.
Okay, fine. The barrels and your teammates shooting them is the most dangerous enemy in the game. Yeah, all right.
Teammates, in fact, can only hurt you when barrels are concerned. Nerf barrels. Put that on the list.
But yeah, so I think it's good that it's there because you can move now on Ogryn to second system's point. Like you can move now if there's somebody on the floor and it's okay.
Yeah.
So, okay, maybe DR needs to come down. I don't know exactly where we would tackle that, but we can say DR needs to come down. Personally, I think that Batter needs to have 1 stack of bleed instead of 2. That's my take. What do you think of that?
Oh, it's 2-4, right?
It's 2-4 right now.
Okay, well, would you do 1-4 or 1-2?
1-4.
I think that's good. Honestly, I would do that. I think it stacks up really, really fast. I mean, people don't understand, or it should have a cap on how many bleed stacks can be applied with it. Like as does the fire stack, fire
from the fire shotgun.
Yeah, the fire explosion thing. No, I mean the fire explosion on the
has
a cap of 8 stacks. Oh, the same thing with Recon Lasgun has a cap of 12 stacks on burn. People underestimate how strong 16 stacks of any dot effect in this game is.
It's
16
crazy.
stacks is doing hundreds of DPS per second, unaugmented with Skull Crusher, etc., etc. And yeah, and base damage scalings. So yeah, like that not stacking instantly. I think removing his like light attack spam playstyle would probably be my most desired change. I'd like to get back to more like heavy attack stuff because some of his heavy attack weapons are really cool.
Yeah, I think it's funny because it looks to me like they tried to include light attacks in his talents so people would use them and stop doing nothing but heavy spam, and now he just does light spam
and it's
instead.
Just only light spam.
Yeah, it's just like we went from one spam to the other, and it just seems really stupid. So I agree. It would be ideal if you could get him to more of a mixed play style. So having some buffs on lights is fine, but you know, you want to encourage him to use those heavies where it's applicable. And I think that's maybe the hard thing. I will say that not everybody even knows to use combos, but like we do. Like we should be rewarded appropriately for that.
Yeah, I think
put the cap on lights. Okay, maybe just lights.
I think like lights and like maybe there could be talents that have specific effects for just light attacks, or like maybe one that has like a effect like light attacks do this and heavy attacks do this. Like heavy attacks will have the rending, light attacks will have something else and make it like a kind of a low to medium value, so that it's not like, you know, if you're using just one part of it, it's honestly not that big a buff. But if you use both, you get a nice boost out of it if you're cross playing.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea. Maybe
like my stream knows it's dog time. So
could we do combos, combo based buffs? That'd be cool. That'd be a good idea. All right, so that's on the table. I think the other thing that needs to get pulled down by 1 is explosion outer radius fire stacks by 1. It's currently 2, max stacks 8. I think if you pulled that down to 1, and then you just let there be an inner radius that does 2, which
that
would be
that talent's really
oh wait,
good.
I'm sorry. Explosion stack. I think get rid of the 1 stacks because it's 1 and 2 in close range. Just get rid of the outer radius. Yes, it would nerf some builds. That's probably fine because it would be safe to do that. But I don't know. Your take?
Yeah, I think that like that explosion thing. I don't know how much like that talent itself is problematic because it really only has the effect on the Rumbler, right? The Rumbler is like the operative thing there that's making that one a problem.
Yeah, that's true.
And the thing that really makes it a problem, which we'll talk more about the Rumbler, I'm sure, but the thing that really makes it a problem is the brittleness on the Rumbler, that just makes those burn stacks do so much damage into mixed hordes. Well, the Rumbler wouldn't honestly be half as much problem if you couldn't embrittle enemies and apply burn stacks, and then that's what really like crazy ups that damage. But I wouldn't be opposed to nerfing that a little bit. It is like a solid like 15 to 20% damage. It's kind of nuts, that fire stack. All right, can we take a 2-minute pause? I gotta let my dog out. Yeah,
we'll catch up with chat. I'm gonna catch up with you.
Mute my mic too.
think there's an echo for Reginald in this stream, Soggy Sandwich says. I'm actually in multiple chats now because I'm also in Mr. E's chat. You guys are doomed. I can see everybody. I got windows, man. You mained Rumbler Ogryn before the buff? So, Plab, I mained Rumbler Ogryn before the buff. I love Rumbler. I think it's my favorite Ogryn weapon, but it's also, you know, a problem. Love you too, Bless. Catch me, Reggie. You got Advanos. Sorry, I'm terrible with that name. There's a 0 in it, and it's Advan. So there you go. Now any chump can use it. True. And man, Rumbler was great. I loved it. Yeah, I agree, Antonio. You can't take all recoil off the las guns. And we're going to definitely talk about the las guns. You also made Plasma Gun before its 2 initial buffs, and it had Toughness Charge and Shield Pierce. Yeah. Plasma isn't in the worst possible state, but it's definitely not okay where it is right now. I mean, if I were to go to the range and show you how quickly you can blow up a horde, I have the stats. It's insane. Ogryn is too strong. Sometimes I kill a Crusher with 1 hit. It depends on what you're using, Kevin, on whether or not that's too strong. If you're using a pickaxe and you queue up a big overhead and you've got a shitload of buffs up, I don't really care, because you are an Ogryn and you are killing an Ogryn with an enormous slow pickaxe. What I have a problem with is when you kill an Ogryn every time you swing with no delay, no cost, nothing. It's just like super easy. That seems a problem. Crushers should be a little tougher than they are in the game currently, but we'll get there. How would I buff stun storm grenades? I don't think they need it. I think they don't need it. Maybe you could give them an extra charge, make it 4. But I think you have to understand how powerful it is to turn off the enemy in a local radius. Maybe make it more consistent. It seems a little inconsistent these days, and that could probably be fixed. It's kind of a problem. But yeah, they're great. The main issue with them is just that I can't path to them, so I never take them. I would take them more. I'd take them fairly often. They're quite good. Like, have you ever been in a situation where you needed to clutch and you were surrounded by enemies? You know what can do that? Stun grenades. You throw 1 stun grenade on the floor, maybe 2, and you just pick 3 people up. No problem. Let's see. How would I add Sister of Battle as a class, Jefficus? Jefficus, good to see you. I would add her first as a Bolter Bitch base class. So she would be Bolter oriented. She probably should only be able to take Bolter or Bolt Pistol and like a Chain Sword, Power Sword kind of situation, and she would be basically that. And that would also, that tree would be Bolter or Celestine kind of, or, no, not Celestian. Crap, what is that class? So there's like the sort of upgraded sister that's like a vet, and I think they're called Celestians, not Seraphim. And then I would not add Seraphim because that would probably break the game in unique and interesting, unpleasant ways. I would probably do something with the new like shield and polearm class that they've got going on for Sisters of Battle, and I would do something for, I don't know, like Dominions. They'll get a flamer. Don't worry. The sisters need flamers. Yeah, for sure. What's up, Mr. E?
Back? What you think is a next class?
Somebody asked me how I would implement Sisters of Battle. We don't need Repentias. Like, don't get me wrong, Repentias are great Gooner bait, but I don't think we need Repentias. We already have Zealot with Eviscerator. It's the same thing. It could not be made in a way that would be any way interesting compared to what we already have on FOTF Zealot. Okay, so
I think Hannah gets, yeah. There you go. Yeah, what's up?
Let's we've hit a couple of nodes. Do you want to do some buffs on the Ogryn?
Yeah,
I mean, we don't have to hit everything in the world. We can obviously like do this more carefully.
Here, I'm actually on the Ogryn right now. Let me just peep at this talent tree here.
Of course. Chat, if you have something specific you want nerfed, go ahead and shout it out now, because we can always make it into a topic of discussion. If there's like some outlier I'm not thinking of, just let me know, please.
Yeah, I think really the outliers are Adder being stupid strong, like Delight and Destruction, plus just the generic. There's so many just like flat damage resistance in here. Probably, like, honestly, I don't know if impactful. I always take that whenever I'm going a heavy hitter node, the one that offers up to 80% impact. That just staggers the fuck out of everything.
Maybe it's too much, huh? Impactful could be pulled down.
It's a lot, and it kind of like makes the great cleaver that you can get up to 120% cleave with it, but like,
yeah,
you know, 80% impact is insane with some of the already existing impacts on the class, and then it just puts them into heavy stagger, and they can't get up. I mean, you're staggering crushers on 2 light attacks, like big staggers. So that might be something that's like a little overtuned, especially considering how many other buffs you get on heavy hitter. But as far as like nerfing anything here, honestly, you take too much from him and he's going to be obviously behind the Arbites. So we'd have to like lop the Arbites off at the knees and then lop the Ogryn off. And so I don't know if I'm like 100% interested in doing that. I would rather err on the side of like just start with a round of buffs or like, you know, reworking every other character, and then we'll revisit Arbites and Ogryn and see if they're still feel too strong by comparison to the rest of the cast. Because right now they definitely do, but we don't know what they have in store for the other characters.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think minor things that are obvious outliers is all I'm trying to target in this conversation.
Yeah.
So it doesn't have to be a lot.
He doesn't have as many outliers as I think Arbites does.
I agree. I think there's he's got a few things that are just way too good, and part of that is his weaponry, right?
Yeah, it's tied to like a couple of weapons specifically that are just overtuned for the game.
Taunt repeating with toughness is insane. Okay, so
taunt is really good, but
is the toughness gen on Loyal Protector too much? Is that the problem?
So how it works is like it stacks up so if you have 6 enemies around you, the first 3 seconds you get 6 enemies worth of regen, which is, let me mouse over it.
It's 10% toughness and an additional 0.5% per each enemy second.
You would get 3%, so you get 10% in that first, like instantly, and then you get 3% per second for the first 3 seconds, and then it would count those 6 enemies again, so you get 6%, and then you get 9% because it count them again for a total of 18. So it does add up a lot like that, which is really, really nice. I mean, this is definitely his strongest ability, but I don't think it's like game breaking strong. It's definitely really strong though. It's definitely up there, and it does kind of like, it definitely makes playing other stuff feel a little bit bad by comparison, because how safe it is, and it staggers too. If they took the staggering away from it, honestly, that might balance it.
The game for everyone else,
or like
game. Yeah, I mean,
or maybe because the problem with the stagger is with the go again modifier, with the staggering the enemy cooldown thing, you can be fully staggering every enemy around you like every 12 or 15 seconds, including bosses, and that just kind of like completely pauses the game for a second, which plays to the Ogryn's favor. So maybe if like that one made it so the taunt didn't stagger, and the other one that has the full cooldown where you're waiting 45 seconds. But then he's still again, like to your point earlier, he still has a ton of fucking ways of regenerating his cooldown. And so cooldown becomes an issue again.
Yeah. So there's a couple of ways we could deal with this. But I do agree that it's too much. It's like you have taunt, you get stagger, you get toughness regen, you just and all the enemies attack you instead of anybody else. So all three.
Yeah,
so like,
you're
it's basically like smite mines.
Uniquely able to not get hit too, because nothing can surround you unless it's like elites from the back too, and you can stagger everything that tries to attack you. So it like one person, and this is why when I was like rating the power of the classes, I talked about like the carry potential, and this was the character I was thinking of, and I was thinking about the carry potential, because one Ogryn can taunt the whole level and walk through the level and then just club it all to death, and no one else has to lift a single finger, because the enemies won't attack anybody else and he's untouchable. And that applies all the way through like Auric, Auric difficulties are like a joke with with Ogryn. It's only when you get to Havoc that he can't do that anymore, because there's just too much beef out there. But even then, he can rumbler it.
Yeah, you can just rumbler it. Right. Okay, so we need to do something about taunt. We need to there's got to be a way to nerf taunt somehow. I'll write nerf taunt somehow. We don't have to have every solution here. Somehow
just point them at that. Just get that thing.
Our job here today is to get opinions on how to fix, like, what's the biggest problems, not necessarily to diagnose every single thing that needs to be fixed. It's like the taunt is a problem, too much DR is a problem, batter, it's nice that we got specific. We could maybe do combo based buffs. Outer radius burn could be eliminated because it's huge on the Rumbler, and it's also pretty good on, if you have ever tried it, it's also decent on the Gauntlet. And then we could pull down Impactful. So those are some nice nerfs that are like, hey, those are outliers. We could probably work on fixing that somehow, right? So, by the way, I'm going to take this and, like, I don't know, like, tweet it at Fatshark or something when we're done. So that's kind of my goal. I got this idea from Claysthetics. I don't know if you know him. He used to stream Darktide. Now he streams only Helldivers.
Game.
Yeah, he does. He did. And he did this for Helldivers. He would just get everybody together and he would be like, all right, this is the community's, like, opinions about the balance. Like, let's... And then he would tweet Arrowhead. And I'm thinking I'll just do the same thing. I don't really have much of a Twitter, but I will make one for this or whatever. I don't know. So that'd be a good place to get started and just say, these are the big problems. So if anybody disagrees with the nerfs list, now's the time to yell in a chat, I guess.
Yeah, or else we're doing all nerfs.
Yeah, it's
if I don't
nerfs.
get $20 in donations in the next 5 minutes,
just nothing but nerfs. Makes sense.
I'll nerf your favorite thing. Whatever you envision your favorite thing is, get nerfed.
It's getting nerfed. Yeah, there you go. So the next thing I wanted to talk about is there anything on this tree that specifically jumps out at you as just needing buffs?
Yes, of course. It's Point Blank Barrage. That is a dead ability. They completely gutted the... I mean, obviously, like, we know that the ability was designed around the Twin Link Stubber. And so the Twin Link Stubber went from being one of the, like, iconic weapons for the class that had a very specific use case with Lucky Bullet and Point Blank Barrage, like a kind of probably like an overpowered synergy where you could just burn a boss down with like 32 fire stacks. And then it went to like being the worst class or the worst weapon on the class because that node doesn't offer anything anymore. Like its buffs, I've done an analysis video on specifically it. Its buffs don't, there's so many buffs on it, but only like 2 out of the 6 buffs apply to any given weapon that you would have on the Ogryn. So they're like, they don't add up. Like in cumulative, they don't really add up to being anything impactful for the weapon at all. It's just better to take taunt. Like every single time, it's better just to take taunt and make yourself safe. And it doesn't make you safe to use it. It doesn't increase your damage like hugely to use it. And pretty much all of the extra damage you need for like Rumbler or something like that, you just get a Lucky Bullet. You just use Lucky Bullet and then you're good. You can skip that node entirely. So I would love to see that node like reworked and made into something. I don't know what it would be, but it definitely is like completely irrelevant on the class as it currently stands, and it kind of sucks.
Okay, so
I haven't seen anyone play that
rework, Dodge Linger. The only thing I'll say about Dodge Linger, Agatha, is if we fix Dodge Linger on Ogryn, now he has amazing dodges and can stagger everything in the entire planet by dodging. Whereas, so like I feel like we'd have to nerf his stagger on dodge if we gave him Dodge Linger. Like otherwise, like there's just nothing. He's just God.
What is that, like the dodge window?
Yeah, so there's a window during which you can dodge, and so after you finish a dodge, enemies will not, like, it's not iframes, it's not the same, but it's sort of a window where they won't target you or hit you with a swing that's active, and so...
I felt that.
Yeah. PvE feels good as a reload ability for Gauntlet. So yeah, I mean, if we're going to do that, I'm just going to make a note here. Would have to nerf dodge stagger effect, because that would have to be a thing. Ordos, hopefully you caught me explaining it just now. It's a mechanic within dodge, and different classes have different linger times. For example, Zealot has a really long one, and I think Vet has a really bad one, and so it makes it. And I think Psyker actually has the worst dodge linger of them all, and so it makes your class feel different to enemies quite noticeably.
After 3 seconds, it doesn't stagger again. Sorry, I'm probably over talking you because I'm trying to explain something to my chat. They were saying we need to nerf the stagger on the taunt. It only staggers on the first initial thing. I just don't think it just needs a stagger on the first initial thing at all because the regen effect is so strong. And the taunt effect is so strong.
Yeah, that would be one way to nerf it, is just get rid of the stagger. Or you could keep the stagger and get rid of some other like power of some kind. Just watch myself almost die to a burster. DR nerfs and dodge buffs will make bad players worse and good players better. That's an interesting take. That's an interesting take. But that also, you know, it will make bad players worse and good players better, but it will also give the class a skill curve. And there does need to be a skill curve in this game if you want the game to have retention. There needs to be things for bad players to learn. Otherwise, why are they here? Like if you can just W key through the game without just taking hits on the chin, like I know that there's like a desire to feel that that's a play style, but what you're actually doing is just saying don't learn anything and just play. And then you go to another class and you're like, how did anybody play this? And it's not going to be fun, and people might get a really sour taste and just leave. Right? You can't make the gap too big between the classes, or people will not understand that there's like multiple play styles. Right?
Yeah, and Ogryn's a fundamental risk of that because being just so different. Right?
Yeah.
The second you swap to any other class and you're like, whoa, this sucks comparatively in this way and this way and this way, you're not going to want to swap back. And we don't need to make any more abhumans in this world. There's enough Ogryn players. Uh-oh. What's happening? Yeah. Are you still here? Okay. I heard a noise.
Stagger and make it pass through instead. Yeah, I think that's what I wanted to do, Jum. That's what I've always felt would be better. Just like, okay, let's do that. Or
yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, just because the Ogryn can be, he already staggers enough. He doesn't need to also like actually stagger enemies.
Yeah, I've written that down as a possible.
Doesn't really make a whole lot of sense lore-wise, but whatever.
Yeah, it's fine. Just let him go through. Like, I feel like you could sacrifice some things on the altar of game balance,
or just reduce the radius of the shove or something. So it
is
like
really big.
Like
it is
10.
really big. Maybe it needs to be smaller.
Because it does make sense that it shoves like the immediate enemy that you dodge into, but it doesn't necessarily make sense that every enemy that is around you goes sprawling to the fucking ground. Or just like lower the it could be a combination of that and lowering the the stage of the stagger.
Yeah, that's an interesting notion as
well.
Like
it shouldn't be like, maybe it shouldn't put like all like small gunners and stuff to the ground fully. Like it just gives them that like half stagger animation. I don't know.
Yep. Okay. Let's see if something else you want to note down. I think that's probably a good place on the talents.
No, that's sort of my opinion on Ogryn. It's like he's kind of one notish because he's just so face roll. And I think a lot of that would be fixed if we fixed the overwhelming like stagger and just sustain that he has. And then point blank barrage is pretty useless. So I'd love to see it go up.
Yeah, okay, cool. We're on the same page. Let's talk about Arbites. I know he's a new class. It'll probably take them 52,000 years to nerf this guy. But I honestly, like, I have a couple of things I want to address, and I'm just going to see if you agree with me or not, because I know exactly what I would want to do. I think Force of Will should be taken down to 5% from toughness, from 10. Force of Will for chat, if you're not looking at a thing right now, is 10% toughness on staggering melee attack. And so what this does compared to other classes is you don't have to kill anything. You just have to bump it. Think about a push.
Overpowerful that the Ogryn, people thought the Ogryn's generation is how he can get 5% every time he light attacks an enemy with his ability. Now imagine double that.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? Crazy. Like, I think that, I'm not saying we have to turn him into the weakest enemy in the game, but like, or weakest hero in the game or anything, but like Force of Will should just be at 5% instead, and it would still be
directly next to stay close too. It's directly next to like 3 other crazy toughness regen nodes. Like this guy's got toughness regen out the fucking ass.
He does.
He can take a tiny hit. Like he can burst if you swing your weapon one time and you cleave like say 3 poxwalkers or something like that, you can regenerate 40% of your toughness. That's too much.
Yeah, it's just it's too much. It's crazy. It's beyond reason. So okay, we take 5% off of Force of Will, and I'll clean these notes up before I send them to the Fatshark. But Force of Will. Anybody arguing with me that that's a bad idea in chat? Make your peace. Like this is when you should be yelling. I can only we're a little behind on everything, but I'm here. I'm looking. The other one I want to take off is Walk It Off. I think we are okay. Walk It Off is partially bugged right now. So first of all, that's got to get fixed, obviously. But I'm not addressing bugs. Like the fact that you can swap weapons and immediately get 50% nerf is crazy.
Wait, what does it do currently?
Yeah, sorry. So Walk It Off, spending 1 stamina replenishes 15% toughness over 3 seconds.
Yeah, no, but I mean, what is the bug?
Yeah. So if you swap weapons, it activates.
Because it changes your toughness value or your stamina value.
Yeah, exactly. So you could literally just swap.
Yeah, that needs to be fixed. Yeah, swap to your weapon as long as they have a 1 stamina difference, which I think like pretty much every melee range do. That's funny.
Weapon swap trigger for Walk It Off.
I mean, but think about this, David. You say 50% nerf is crazy, but like, okay, that's not even like a quarter of his toughness regeneration. Because if you kill an enemy with that attack, you get 5%. Then you get another 5% from stay close, which is right next to the talent we were talking about with the stagger talent. So you're getting 10% there, which is where other classes only get 5. And you can trigger stay close with, like, stay close is honestly a really, really like crazy toughness regenerating talent too. And you get the 5% after the patch or after the nerf for staggering. So you're getting 15%. Other classes would get only 5 for melee killing that character. And then you can sustain against bosses, which only Ogryn can do. Like, you can hit the boss in the head repeatedly and get 5% every single time. And remember, you have way faster attack speed than many other classes because the RBD Shock Maul is so freaking strong. So yeah, you're going crazy. So yeah, I don't think that would hurt at all. Like, I don't know if many players would even notice the difference. Like the speed that you regenerate toughness at. From like, I think so many different sources too. All of his abilities do it as well.
Yeah, I think nobody would even know, and it would still feel insane. So your thoughts on changing Psyker, if any? I think so. Doc, we're going to talk about his weapons today, but mostly the suggestion is, hey, let's just get him a tree rework to make him as interesting and flexible as other classes.
Tree rework generically.
Yeah, and I know it'd be nice to go into detail on him, but we don't have time to do everything because we also have to talk through a lot of other stuff. So I that's the big thing. Give it a cooldown a couple seconds. That's an interesting idea, Merlin. Many cases of push numbers. Yeah, I think Arbites has way too many push numbers. I agree. I think his numbers are just huge. So Khan said suppression protocols gives you 20% DR on just hitting 3 or more enemies, and that does seem like a pretty big number. I don't know if it's a problem or not, but we could maybe look at, how about, let's just do a look at suppression protocols and TDR value. And we'll just call that one out.
So in terms of like Ken responding to Canlan here, you're saying that like, okay, zealots can get 15% per dodge, 5% per second for not getting attacked or hit by a melee attack in the last 5 seconds or 8 seconds or whatever it is for vet. Psychers by building and losing peril, and more importantly for metal, 5% per crit. There's lots of ways of them regenerating, but remember, those classes, that's pretty much like the way that they have outside of maybe using their ultimate ability. This class has 5% from being near the dog per second, 5% for using a stamina per second for 3 seconds, 5% every time you get a melee kill, additional 5% every time you get a close range kill, which includes melee kills, and 10% for every time that you do an attack that staggers an enemy, so which is every attack. And then you've got the nodes. You've got every single ultimate ability that regenerates toughness. Hazard stance replenishes full toughness. The charge can replenish full toughness if you hit the like even 2 enemies. Your your keystones also replenish toughness and make you stupid like tanky. Like he's just got too much regen and toughness going on. Smooth regen effects like Walk It Off. And I'll say this a million times, but smooth regen effects like Walk It Off that are consistent like that are crazy powerful in this game because they react before you can. When you lose toughness, you have a gap where you can get hit a second time, and that's where you lose health when your toughness is low. And those make up for it. So the fact that he has 3 5% regen nodes in the tree, not that people are really choosing the one that's in the bottom right keystone, but like you can choose the dog and Walk It Off, and you're like invincible.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy.
And it's actually crazy to me that, so one of the things you can notice really quickly is like if you get shot while you're doing it and you break toughness, it's enough and fast enough that usually the next shot doesn't do any damage to your health often. Yeah, you can even in shit.
That's why I take gunner damage resist on I take gunner damage resist on him because gunners like will be like hitting you, and then you're regenerating like fast enough that gunners like can't get through you unless you stand there for like 20 seconds plus.
Yeah,
it's pretty crazy.
So it's too much. It's just too much.
Like he shouldn't be as tanky as Ogryn. I already said like Ogryn feels a little bit overtuned in terms of tankiness, and Arbites is pushing that level in terms of just being able to like face tank crazy amounts of damage. He should have to evade damage in the same way that Zealot does.
He needs to be like, it's okay if he's a little tankier than Zealot, but he needs to not be. Okay. He needs to not be able to walk it down like this because he's just got every TDR node that doesn't even need to kill enemies to get, right? Like, he doesn't have to do anything.
It's like he can sustain crazy toughness. He can replenish 100% of his toughness bar in like about, I don't know, 2 seconds. And then it's not even considering his ultimate ability, so he can just press and instantly fill his toughness as well. So like the guy is like, the second you think you've got him, Castigator stance 10 seconds where he's fully toughness, and he's not gonna be able to get hurt. Like,
I want to kill. So we'll get. Let's just talk about this now. Speaking of,
I don't think that would hurt the class at all. So
killing Malacator would be like my dream, because with Malacator and his Psychonetics aura, you can get. Someone did the math in my comments. You can get a 22-second cooldown on Castigators. So you could just be in Castigators for a third of the game.
Yeah, yeah, that's crazy.
Ranger Harv, I think that. I don't know on Castigators. I think my first goal would be to kill CDR. And then if CDR gets brought down, a CDR cooldown reduction gets taken away, Malacator gets nerfed.
It'd be interesting to see if the class was a little bit like more balanced. I think that if that's, I think they should reverse the cooldowns of Nuncio and Castigator if they change the cooldown thing.
Yeah,
that's interesting. I don't think Nuncio is anywhere near as impactful as Castigator is.
I think it'd be nice if Castigators had a longer cooldown as well. But so I think that'd be a lot. Like, the question of whether or not we need to pull the DR down is on the table. I want to make that super clear, right? Another option, by the way, that's been posed to me by other people is instead of taking this Castigator stance Cybermassive damage node, which nobody in their right mind would ever take the toughness replenishment out of Castigator stance. So when you hit the button, you don't get toughness immediately. And then you put that on that node of where Bloodlust is.
Yeah, that could be good. Yeah,
and then you have to pay for the toughness, right? Like, it's still really strong, but...
Yeah, like 9 times out of 10, you don't even need it because you can just regenerate toughness so fast. But hey, if you're a person who wants that extra boost, it's insane as it is. It replenishes, you to that level. Like, just, it's absurd. They'll never fucking hurt you with your regen. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, so I mean, there's an interest in a strong interest in addressing the Castigator's stance problem. That's capitals. We don't have to have a solution here every day. Like I don't think we have time to negotiate with our chat and each other the perfect solution, but we can say this is a problem. We agree this is a problem, right? Do you agree with me that that Malacator is a problem, or do you want to keep the CDR?
That's loud. Someone talking at the game. They're so loud. It's so loud. Hold on.
I know that Malacator is broken, JT, but but I have played with it not broken, and it's crazy how much it gives. You can't balance the game around active bugs.
I don't think I would pull the damage resistance of Castigators down. That's what gives it its fantasy, right? You just walk into shit. It feels awesome, right? But I think it would feel more awesome if it was a thing you actually had to like think about when you use, rather than having it up like literally like 1/3 of the time. Like, it's crazy how often you'll see like I was playing with First True Guardsman, if any of you know who that is, and he was trapped in a corner in an elevator against like 2 bosses and a whole horde, and he looked like he was having the fucking clutch of his life. And the other guys were like, "Oh my god, like look at this fucking guy go." He's like, "Dude, I don't want to tell them, but I was literally just in Castigators for like half of that. Like, I literally couldn't even take damage. I was getting hit left and right. It just didn't look like I was." Like, you just turn your brain off for like that period of time. I wish there was more. I wish that like there was more. I don't know, like a ramping effect. Like like I know there is that ramping effect of like the damage when you kill elites or something, but maybe like I don't know. Maybe you should like move faster over time and start like really, really slow or something, because it doesn't even hurt your movement speed like at all. Like Castigators makes you move at sprinting speed when you're out of stamina. You still move at like the exact same speed as you do when you're out of stamina.
I noticed recently that I hit Castigators in that video I posted, and I just walked away from the Chaos Spawn, and I was fine. He couldn't even hit me. I was like, oh, there's a problem here.
0.06 units per second slower than sprinting with no stamina, and that's without any like movement buffs. Like if your dog pounces on something or any of those movement buffs you can get, you can be stupid, or like range, the range shooting thing. I don't think you should be any slower, but like I don't know. Just like I think that it's pretty obvious that Castigators is like
just too much. It's just too much.
It's just kind of brain dead, like too much. And like it's sad because like the charge ability is crazy and it's super good and you will pump damage with that thing, but you can also just be invincible and never have to worry about anything if you play the Castigator stance.
Yeah, I think it's a serious problem, and it obviously, like, whatever we do, like if we like just hypothetically, like the lightest touch I can think of is just making sure that it takes the full cooldown to get back so that you have exposure to dying during the game, right? Just something, right? Like it's too easy to be invulnerable. It's the invulnerability button. And so it needs, like, it shouldn't be, but it is, right? So I don't, there's a lot of ways to fix it. I think I'm going to, like, I've heard 60 seconds cooldown. I actually agree with that one personally, but like there's a lot of ways. Let's just say there's a strong interest in addressing the Castigator stance problem. Mallocator, do you agree that like we should look at getting rid of Mallocator? I had this idea, by the way, speaking of Mallocator. Let me just pitch this to you. Mallocators in lore are Arbites who track enemies using technology. Yeah. Now, one of the things about execution order is it lets you see through walls with the highlight. So what if that specific function of seeing through walls with the highlight was just moved onto Mallocator? And then that was like, it's going to, like,
sure,
we'll take it. But
I think that the cooldown reduction should be moved to like a different keystone. Personally, I think that execution order is crazy, stupid, powerful, even without that.
I think that the problem is my view is like, okay, so I don't know if you look at Break the Line, but it has targeted brutality. The cooldown is built into the node, but if you don't have, like, it's built into the ultimate, right? If you have a cooldown reduction, wherever that lands is going to end up being the thing I take, because it's just that good. It's just that good to have.
Yeah. That's what I was looking for when I picked up the class. I went down the list of like the talents when I first got into it, and I was like, is there a cooldown reduction here? Oh, here it is. And then I looked at what else was around it, and I was like, oh yeah, this is the good one. Like, this is the good keystone. There was no decision. The day one, I was like, oh my god, this is the keystone. Like, this is crazy. And then I figured out like how fast and persistent the highlighting is on it.
It's so common.
And I was like, oh my god, I have fucking wall hacks knowledge. I have 10% extra crit. I have cooldown. I have toughness. It makes the dog go fucking berserk and murder guys in like 2 seconds, which synergizes with a million other things. It's super stacked. And by comparison, Terminus Warrant sucks. Which reminds me, I was fucking uploading a video and I forgot to actually upload the video.
Yeah, Terminus Warrant's in a weird spot. I could maybe do some testing on it, but I've not been impressed ever. I've just been like, oh, I noticed I had it now, and then like it goes away really fast, and like, oh no, I gotta go switch weapons, or like what?
Yeah. Not to spoil my video that my viewers will see uploaded in like an hour or so. But yeah, that's the issue with it, is that the melee stacks are consumed next to instantly, and there's no weapons that can reliably get you those stacks back. And then of course, getting those stacks back costs resources, costs ammo, and costs time. So yeah, it's just not
shoot a good place. Something with the executioner shotgun, and all of your stacks go bye bye.
Yeah. It's like with only the Executioner Shotgun Mark III can you reliably get them back. But if you're playing around using that weapon and using the stacks effectively, it's terrible at using the range stacks effectively. It'll get you your melee stacks back, but it doesn't fill the fantasy of like swapping back and forth well and like getting a good benefit out of the range and the melee. It's like you can do one or the other, but only with a very, very small handful of weapons does it actually have any like way to like reliably work. Otherwise, and I tried to make it work with a melee build, and it's like hopeless.
Yeah, it's just in a weird spot, and I don't know what to do with it. And I'll play it more and try to get an opinion, but I don't have a strong opinion right now, so what can I say? Okay, so mixed opinions on Mallocator is what I'm hearing. Not sure if we want to get rid of it.
I like the cooldown reduction. I just don't want it under the keystone that's already stupid powerful.
Because I want to put it anywhere, it's going to become the best keystone. Like that's just what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's probably true. Maybe it should just be a node somewhere else in the tree. Then that something, if you do something, you get some cooldown. I mean, Zealot has fucking like triple like cooldown reduction, and his abilities are stupid. Thanks, James.
My dream would be that you get rid of all of those as well, but I mean,
maybe. But I mean, yeah, good luck.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's built into Vermintide. I mean, I'm not, again, this is just, once again, like, I'm clearly not in charge of the game, but I can dream.
Someone said in my chat, and this is where I'll, like, you know, be a little more casual. I think having more ultimates is more fun, but I do think that there should be difficulties in the game where ultimates are disabled or, like, so this is a thing. We'll probably talk about Havoc at some, maybe not today, but like at a future date. But like when they were talking about Havoc and they hadn't yet showed it to anybody, well, I guess maybe you probably had played with it, but like when I didn't have any idea what was going to be in it and Tanner didn't have any idea what was going to be in it, we were discussing and I was like, for certain they'll have like a huge cooldown nerf, right? Like there won't be a way to just constantly spam abilities like Chain Chorus, Chain Shroud Field, shit like that. You won't be able to just shout your way through the level. And that didn't come to fruition. And it's always boggled me because like ult stacking is like one of the ways that the like difficulty is just trivialized. Is like just chain ult.
Yep.
And if that was just like a Havoc thing, like a Havoc modifier, like an Emperor's Fading Light, where you lose 50% or like double the cooldown for your ultimate, and you had to like be more tactical about when you use them, I think that would make a really big difference in that difficulty. And then like players lower down could still just have fun with their crazy ass ult spam, like playing on Auric Maelstrom, like as the game is intended. And if you really want to like crush your balls with a rock, you can go play Havoc 50 and have like, you know, 2-minute cooldowns in your ults.
You know what? I'm going to propose that I think that's actually kind of a based idea. Maybe we just need to have some additional modifiers that just turn off CDR more for Havoc.
Yeah, I think for Havoc specifically, that was my. I mean, you saw the video because you responded to it, but like that was my overall arching take. Is like, yeah, we have a cohort of players who wants there to be more difficulty, who doesn't mind stupid difficulty things, challenge for the sake of challenge, make them suffer terribly. That's what they want, right?
True.
And then everybody else can have Overwatch 2 or whatever, you know. Like everybody else can have like, because I kind of want to play both, right? I like playing the, you know, Oryx and just cruising through with the bros, but also like sometimes I want to feel like, oh my god, like I have my ultimate to make the play. It's the time versus like I'm literally running chorus and I have an ultimate every 15 seconds. I'm ulting 75% of the mission. It's crazy.
I will say that one of the problems with having CDR though is it. I mean, if you have too much of it in base difficulty, even in Auric, right? Because we're talking about still balancing in Auric. Like, as much as you can balance Havoc, like, do you really want to have a button that turns off the game for Auric games? Like, just available? Because it's kind of the same problem with Rumbler, right? So, it's like, I'm fine if Havoc difficulty gets a modifier that says CDR is less useful. All right, sure. You know, my dream has consistently been that I think CDR makes it hard to balance abilities to be both strong and fun and fair for the game difficulty, because the game has to have time to kill you.
Yeah, if you're always golded up, there's like 0 chance you'll actually fucking die.
Yeah, exactly. And I think those kinds of things are worse in lower difficulties than higher difficulties. The enemies can punish me a lot harder in a high difficulty game. Yes, I'm better, but it's the case that like you can face tank more in lower difficulty. So if I have gold toughness every 15 seconds in low difficulty, then who's going to kill me? You know, who's going to ever risk running my game or ruining my game? So I don't know how to deal with that problem, but I think it's worth calling out. So, but the goal of this is to try and create some level of consensus, not necessarily say this is my opinions. Obviously, I have mine, and I would rather there not be CDR in the game because I think it's actually a problem. But I understand the logic of it's fun, so fair enough. But I will say that, you know, I play other video games as well. Like, hey, I play Marvel Rivals, and in Marvel Rivals, there's no CDR. You get your ult when you get your ult, and it's based entirely on your skill expression and capacity to deal damage and so forth. So. And that one of the ways you dial in the balance, and I know it's a PvP game and not a PvE game, but the game is supposed, like, in my mind, this game is supposed to be hard. That's what keeps me coming back to it instead of playing PvP games, because that's where the difficulty is in PvP.
Wasn't, oh man, you probably don't know, but maybe someone in chat can confirm. Wasn't like ultimate regenerated based on like damage dealt and stuff in Vermintide. Like I feel like that was the way it was. Is like the more hits you got on enemies, the faster you charged your ultimate bar, and like it encouraged actually playing. Versus like currently, like veterans can shoot like 2 specials and have an ultimate back. Yeah, yeah, okay, that's how it was. Yeah, and damage taken. Yeah, so like if you got pushed into a bad situation, you you get a free ultimate because you get your health mollywopped, but also if you're doing good DPS, you'll get ult back. And the ults were also on like a way longer cooldowns in that game, are way less effective. I mean, we're playing a fundamentally different game. This game is very much more MMO than Vermintide is. There's arguments as to which one is more difficult. This game is definitely more crazy and like scaled up in terms of like the threats that it throws at you. But I think each has its merits.
Okay. Well,
this game is arcadey.
Let's put it down for now because we don't have a consensus on Malachite. We're probably not going to arrive at one. So fine. I don't, unless you think I'm wrong, I don't think there's any buffs needed on the Arbites tree.
I'm all right.
All right, good. All right, sick.
Well, let me think one more time. Terminus Warrant. Terminus Warrant needs buffs.
Terminus Warrant. All right. Do something. Yeah. Do something to make Terminus Warrant.
Just say watch Mystery's video on Terminus Warrant. There you go.
Do something about Terminus Warrant. That's what I'm gonna say.
Yeah, but make sure that Fatshark has to watch my video. I need those like 3 views.
I don't even know if they watch my videos, to be honest.
They don't watch any of our shit.
I know, it's really, we're just out here.
Surprised. They were like, "Who are you?" When Catfish reached out to me, I was like, I don't think I have any idea who we are until like a month ago. Maybe you, because you're in the tester program. But me, they were like, huh, really? You have 15,000 subs and you cover Darktide? Really?
You cover Darktide? Oh.
Yeah, I think they were legitimately surprised. I don't think they had any idea.
Terminus Warrant. All right, Warrant. Suppression Force. I think that's the only middle node nobody takes. Okay. Middle node suppression force. I mean, suppression's amazing. I don't think people understand how good suppression is.
Oh, the suppression. Yeah, this is the 25% extra suppression on the node there. Suppression is amazing, but I think suppression is just like jank for this fucking game. It's like it doesn't apply consistently, and it's like poorly explained, and it's just a bizarre thing.
How get a single slave rat? Free impact, leave damage. Lone Wolf. Yeah, we didn't talk about Lone Wolf. Do you want to talk about Lone Wolf? I mean, I'm just gonna put this on the table. I'll just put this on the table real quick. I think Lone Wolf may need to be addressed. However, I think the bigger issue with Lone Wolf isn't Lone Wolf itself. It is like, I think maybe you could make the replenishment longer. Maybe make it buy grenades so you don't get to be able to spam grenades quite as fast or whatever, right?
Yep.
But it currently has.
I think it's just replenishment time.
I would target the replenishment time. I would maybe make it 75 seconds instead. I will say, though, it's exactly matched with Vet, and he also doesn't have Vet's grenade capacity, and Vet's grenades are really strong and powerful, but also, like, the big thing with Arbites grenades is there are, like, 4 nodes on this tree that give 15% damage reduction, or, I'm sorry, 15% damage to his grenades. Yeah. And so, but yeah, Agatha's right. We didn't touch on that at all. So, we should probably talk about just, like, can I just write it like this? Please nerf his endless 50. I'll clean this up. Endless 50% damage nodes for all damage sources. Can we say that? Like,
it is kind of nuts. Yeah, it is kind of nuts. It's probably just completely overkill, honestly. Like, I don't think I'd feel the difference if they were all 10% nodes instead. I think most of my builds take at least like 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah, I mean, there's some other things too. Like, I think drive them back should be brought down to 50%. 5-0.
What's that?
From 7.5. It's 75% cleave for 5 seconds, affecting ranged and melee.
Oh yeah, that one's a really crazy node.
Right.
People don't even, because like players that aren't playing at a high skill level don't understand the effects of cleave generally.
They don't.
So
they probably won't even notice.
Change and they wouldn't notice. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it would be safe. And if we get rid of, like, for example, weight of the Lex,
you won't even notice it.
Weight of the Lex is 15% damage for 5 seconds on heavy melee attack. You do something you do every freaking second, and then your grenade does 15% more damage, and that's just like ludicrous. So
Yeah, I think that's I think the grenade regeneration thing being as fast as it is, plus all the other buffs, it just completely eats. I love saying eats Vet's lunch, but yeah, it just completely eats Vet's lunch. I mean, like he has like 4 different nodes in order to get what that gives. It gives +1 quantity, 1 regenerated every second. Like it gives so much stuff that's on the Vet tree for 1 node, and all you lose is the. I mean, the dog is still good, but like. It's crazy. And he gets a cap of 5 on these Arbites nades that are just so good. Like, it's crazy. And shock mines aren't half bad either. 3 shock mines. Just win the game. Easy.
Yeah, I mean, shock mines are crazy.
I think lowering the cooldown would probably be a great, just a great simple place to start. And you just lower it, just knock it to 75 seconds. That won't make a huge difference, but it might just like curb some of the endless spam.
Let's make it 75% on Lone Wolf. I can agree to that, and it's a sensible nerf that most people will not even be bothered by. I think that's good. How about, there's one other node that just somebody called out in chat, which they're right about, True Grit. It's the health damage taken for 50. I feel like that should be 75.
Sure. I don't know if that necessarily matters a huge amount. You know, yeah, it'll stop you from getting overheaded or whatever, but like, so that only matters for like high skill players, because that's the only way that you will fuck up, and like that's the only way you die when you're like a really like a 1%er, like a less than 1%er, is you take an accidental like bullshit hit, like some mauler skated through the terrain and clipped you by like 1 inch. That's the only way you're dying on those difficulties, or with that level of skill. And for everybody else, like True Grit, it doesn't effectively really do anything, because like a Reaper will still kill you instantly if it breaks your toughness, because those are all 50 damage hits. Like you're just dead. So and most of the time you're not only taking those critical, you know, 50 damage blocked hits. Like yes, ostensibly, like theoretically, if you only take Crusher overheads as the only way of taking damage, you could tank 3 of them, which is a lot, and this would lower it to 2. But for most players, like the vast majority of players, you're taking other chip and stuff. And so, like, I mean, shit, True Grit saved me sometimes, but a lot of other times I just get fucking destroyed by gunners and fire.
Gunners and shooters like blow you up anyway. I think True Grit is, but here's the thing: if you have, if you health max on the class, you can take like 5 or 6 overheads without dying, which is probably not good. I like not even Ogryn can take that many, and if you just make it 75 instead, it's still an insanely strong node. But it's just like, okay, at least it's not like that's a significant difference in the number of overheads you can take without dying.
Yeah, but that's specifically like overheads, right? Like one shot abilities like that. Yeah, he can't be like hit by one shot, but he can be hit by everything else, like small hits and stuff like that. Still, like what's it like? Effectively, that only does anything against Crusher and Mauler overheads, and snipers and bursters, right? Does bursters count? Bursters count.
Bursters count. Yeah, absolutely.
And that's it. And boss overheads, and that would be it. So I don't know. I think it's a niche use case that really only comes into effect when like that's the last possible thing that you need armor against, because you've got like everything else handled. But for like the vast majority of players, I guess they wouldn't care about the 75 cap, but it really wouldn't be useful for them at all then. With 75. I guess in the same vein, it's probably also not being played by any like players below a certain level, because there's almost nothing that does 50 damage.
Yeah, that's an interesting point too. There's very little that does 50 damage at lower levels.
Yeah, like when you're playing anything outside of Havoc, I can't think about any enemies that are doing more than 50 health damage through your toughness, or even with your toughness fully broken. Havoc is the only time where that starts to really scale. So I don't know. I just say leave that one at where it is. I don't really think it's causing an issue. That seems like a very niche thing, and you know, I'd rather just leave it be than start fucking with something.
doesn't have to. Like I said, our goal is to try and arrive at things that we agree in consensus.
Yeah.
I disagree with you. I think that needs to be
hard disagree. I quit. But, all right, let's go on to the next one.
Yeah, let's go on to the next one. All right, so I wanted to talk to you about Chorus. You are a true Chorus connoisseur. You are a user of Chorus.
I Chorus head.
Run away from Chorus pretty much, and so
stay in coherency, please.
Oh, I just got blown up by a burster on screen. Nice. So what? I don't think that the CDR interaction with Chorus is healthy for the game. Let's assume though. Yeah. So, but let's leave that off the table for a second because I want to talk about what you would do with Chorus. The thing I actually think the problem is with Chorus is you press button and you do nothing for what is it, 7 seconds?
You don't get to do anything. Yeah, it sucks. That is the problem inherently with it. It is a dreadfully boring ability to use. It just sucks, and it also happens to be ridiculously effective. It is completely putting the game on pause. The problem is, as I said, it puts your game on pause too. So yeah, I could take a sip of my drink and stuff like that. But it'd be great if it had like you could do some stuff while that was going on, and it just had a lessened effect. Or I don't know how they would like lessen the effect of it. I really like the effect, and it's a quality one that I enjoy having around. I think that the obvious problem with it is the absurd cooldown reduction that the class can have. I mean, you've probably seen some of my like gameplay with it, where it's like, okay, the chorus literally just ended. Okay, I'm chorusing again. It's like, okay, that's definitely not what it's designed around, because it's a far too big of a safety blanket at that point. It's like borderline shout levels. But okay. Yeah,
I think the one that's the most obvious outlier here is Invocation of Death, right? Like that's the one that that makes that happen.
Yeah, so part of it, yeah.
Probably, let's just say, let's pull that down. I don't know to what, 100% instead of 200% regeneration. Is it? How does it work?
It's 200%. It's triple.
Yeah. How does it work on? It was already nerfed once before, wasn't it? Like
no, it was changed from being shit, I can't even remember what it was back in the day. But in the beta branch for like when they were like showcasing what it was going to be, it actually got buffed from there to having it was plus 150%, then it went to 200%. But yeah, it starts a second timer. It starts a second cooldown timer that removes 2 seconds every second. So sometimes you'll see it like count backwards and do all sorts of weird shit because of the way that it calculates that. But yeah, it's pretty good, I'll say. That would be a really big nerf to the class. But I mean, obviously this would be done alongside other buffs to the class that would make him powerful in other regards, allowing his skill tree to be more diverse. But yeah, if you nerfed Invocation of Death, you would really, really hurt the class's, damage throughput on things like Fury of the Faithful and stuff. So I would be, I don't know. I'm not saying it's a bad idea, because it is pretty excessive how often and how impactful those ultimates are. But yeah, it would really hurt like just about every spec of Zealot quite a bit.
I will say that I find that, so I agree. I use it a lot with FOTF, and it does impact him. So I do think that you can nerf it without destroying the character. And I think the problem is that the cooldown reduction on Chorus is so crazy. Like you just have it all the time, and it's an ability that turns off the game. And I don't think that's healthy. So I don't know. Like, do you agree that Invocation of Death should be nerfed, or we should not nerf it? I guess let's start there.
I think that perhaps maybe it should be if it was a thing that existed underneath Fury of the Faithful, it could only be gotten when you were choosing Fury of the Faithful, I think it would be fine. Because it also has a really toxic interaction with Shroudfield, obviously. Shroudfield, you can chain Shroudfield all day as well with it too.
Yeah, that's true.
So like, and we have to assume we can't assume anything about like what abilities will remain, or I'm assuming that they'll keep the general spirit of them in any rework that would potentially come, but we don't know. But I think that if there's going to be an ability like that just does 6.6 seconds or whatever it is of just nothing gets to do anything and everybody gets their toughness back, full reset, suppresses every enemy in the field, it's probably not healthy that it has a 15-second cooldown. But I don't want to hurt Fury of the Faithful, because Fury of the Faithful feels good and is good when you have lots of charges to throw out. That's just the essence of the class. And Shroud feels like a bunch of cheesy bullshit, because you can literally just like not even play the game. Well, I mean, you are playing the game, but you are playing it from like the nth dimension, where you're just backstabbing everything, chain backstabbing, and getting full resets every 2 seconds, and just dumping aggro constantly. It's kind of nuts. I don't know how much of that is the fault of Pious Cutthroat, the 20% cooldown instantly on backstab kill.
Yeah,
that's like the icing on the cake. Like, you know, because you can start off every chorus, like every time you come out of a chorus, just position yourself behind an enemy, get a free 12 seconds knocked off your cooldown. Kind of nuts.
Okay. Yeah. So something should be done. Not exactly clear. It could stick it under FOTF. Maybe nerf its values. Just something is okay. Let's just say. Does that sound fair?
Someone had an interesting idea that like the longer you hold chorus for, the more like holy power it builds up, and so like you get a longer chorus if you haven't used it in a while. That's kind of an interesting idea. I like the idea of an ability like that that has like it'd be cool to see them experiment with ideas that are outside of like just press button and it does it right now. It's like, okay, if you hold it down, you use up some of your juice, your holy chorus juice, and you get a certain amount per like this time period, and you can choose to use a lot or a little for like various effects. That's really cool. I don't know if that's exactly what that person meant, but that's where I made my brain go.
Okay, so I wanted to talk about that specifically on this chorus thing. We got distracted by Invocation of Death just because you mentioned it, and it is a problem. I don't know how to fix it necessarily either, but you know, I have a more strident stance on cooldown than some people, and that's fine. Yeah, I got blown up, Moo Machine. It's actually really funny. Okay, so chorus. Somebody proposed a rework options could do like a time since use results in more power. Is there an interest you have in? Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I'm trying to think, because I don't know a whole lot about Marvel Isles, but is there any? They all just have regular ultimates, right? Does anybody have an ultimate that you can use at like a lower percentage, and like it's like, man, I'm trying to think of like an equivalent in another game.
I can't think of anything where you can like use a weaker version of it the sooner you use it.
I'm thinking of like having a resource bar that like drains, like you have an energy, like a battery that like is your holy book battery, and the longer you hold up the book, the more battery you drain. But you can hold it up for like just one pulse and it drains like a little bit of battery, and then you can hold it up for like a full 8 seconds if you hold it all the way to full, and then like your gameplay can charge the battery. Yeah, like a stamina sort of thing.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting idea.
Cool. And then you can just stop it at any time, and you could flex in like one pulse every now and then. It would be really, really cool to be able to do that, because right now it feels like, I mean, I press course, I might as well just commit to the whole thing because everything's paused anyway. Yeah, certain MOBAs have that mechanic.
Is there? I mean, I think the big problem with it is it turns off a lot of the video game, and it's very strong, and it isn't fun to use. So, is there anything else you would do to try and make it fun?
I would make it so they just recently changed it to be so you can mantle and stuff with it going. I love that about it. I love that you can use it to reposition and just kind of like make your way around the arena. It does. You are a little bit way too safe while you're doing it, but it would be cool if you could do some like one-handed actions, such as like interacting with stuff and like potentially even like attacking or like shooting a one-handed weapon while it's going on. I don't know. Like maybe that would be too crazy, but you'd have to bring down its power level in terms of like the safety blanket that it's providing if you were going to do that. If you were going to make it like a combat and ability thing, but I think that would be like the way that would be much more fun to play around, is if like, yeah, you can do these actions while you're doing it, like rescuing and stuff. Then you could be more useful than just standing there and waiting for it to end.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. I don't know. It's so boring. I don't know how to fix it either. Like reworks would be as long as you're up for it, because you're kind of like, I'm using you as the poster child for Chorus, right? And if you're like, I don't think it's fun to have to stand there and just hold the Funko Pop, then okay, cool. You know, I realize there's going to be, I listen, chat, someone in here is going to be like, no, I like doing that. Totally fine. I get it. I understand that there's a target market for this, which is why my recommendation for the thing has always been to deal with the cooldown so that, you know, other players can play the game too, and you could just keep your thing, right? That's the easiest, simplest solution I could think of. It impacts the least number of people. It just makes it weaker by making it less frequent, and it's still just incredibly strong when you pull it out, okay? But I think that the ability could be more fun than it is. Like, I've heard people suggest, like, what if there was like a DDR mechanic where you have to like tap in time to the tune of your pulses or whatever.
Jesus.
Could be fun. I don't know. Not really my cup of tea. Not my type of game.
A DBD mechanic where if you don't spam the key fast enough, it cancels the chorus.
Yes.
just.
And so I just there could be other ways to do it. I don't know what the best way is. I'm just saying, is there a way?
Don't write that idea down. That whatever that idea is.
Not in there. It's not in there.
Mechanic, do not put that down.
It's not in there. I'm not going to turn the chorus into DDR. You would, Ordo says I would hate that. Other people say they would hate it.
My God.
The Bard of Darktide, yeah. Just pulls out a flute and starts playing.
Oh, yeah, it's a fucking Wardhouse bard.
All I'm saying is that creative ideas have been proposed. I
think by far the best one I really like is that channeling idea that someone
channeling idea.
Had,
okay,
like,
cool.
Yeah, just
I mean,
like you
that's
have
fine.
a certain amount to use, and you can just stop at any time.
No one likes this idea. Well, good. At least there's a consensus on this one. It's not my idea. Really idea. I disavow any ownership of the idea. I am forwarding it from the community. All right, this is a community post. You guys get to tell me you don't like it, and that's cool because I don't have a stake. All right, so listen, the big thing I wanted to know is, hey,
can you have a mic and you have to sing into the mic in order to get to activate? That sounds good.
Chorus nerf. Zelda player actually has to scream for the Emperor in their mic.
Yeah, you have to scream however long you can scream. It's how long the chorus goes.
So there you go. Alzheimer's combos for chorus. All right, cool. I'm glad we're all in agreement then. That doesn't sound like fun gameplay, but at least I pitched it. All right. Somebody got their idea out there. I don't even remember who it was, but it's been pitched.
That's a good idea too. One last idea is like giving it a damage over time effect. If you can get enemies into the aura, damaging them, so it would encourage you to like position in such a way like you could use it offensively to like kill enemies and maybe like reduce its defensive capabilities at the same time. Like to not make it a completely defensive. Like, hey, I just stand around doing nothing. Like actually have this thing like erase a horde or something like that. Because right now it literally just presses pause, which is boring. It'd be cool if it was like a little bit of a nuke too.
It would be interesting if it had something. Although if it was a nuke as well, like I don't know, I worry about that because then it's a button that just blows up
dots or something.
That would be cool.
I don't think it would just do it. Yeah,
I don't know.
Like
I had an idea that you could like take it and you could it could do like a ray cast, like a little holy beam of light, and all it would do is knock the things over that you looked at the tent. How am I chatting and playing at the side? Well, I don't know if you know this, Bless, but I can actually play the video game while I talk to people. However, in this case, this is just recorded footage from the other night. I was playing Havoc 40s. Yeah, I was just playing Havoc 40s. I'm not playing right now.
I was wondering what you think. I was like, no way.
No. I'm not quite so capable. I have some recorded footage I was going to use for B-roll, and I was running an Eviscerator in Havoc 40 and having a fun time. And combat shotgun. It was great. Had some wins, losses, whatever.
Capable of playing Bully Club Ogryn on Auric difficulty and talking at the same time. So that's what the brain power I'm working with.
Okay, let's talk enemies. I think we're making okay time because I had about 4 hours scheduled for this, unless we need to run. But we can make it shorter than that. I promise. You don't have to be here the whole time.
We'll finish when we finish.
Yeah, dots. Listen, I'm not going to address dots in this chat. Dots are a problem. I don't have a solution for that, but it's a core mechanics problem. It needs to be dealt with somehow. I don't know what to do about dots. Okay, dots and rending are like the two evils of the game, but I'm not here to make the case that we must rebalance the entire game. I want to talk about specific things that we can look to improve the game balance, like enemies. So, okay, spawns. I mentioned spawns. We talked about this a little bit in both our videos. How do you feel about the notion of reducing enemy elite spam so we can tune things down without ruining the game? Hey, Vinny, how you doing?
Yeah, so like that has to come alongside a general increase in like enemy threat level. Like I am fully behind, and this is a preview for everybody. This is a video that I'm working on. It's like, okay, every enemy in this game is super brain dead simple. There are almost no enemies with complex movesets at all outside of the twins. And so the only way the game has of scaling the difficulty, other than throwing 1 quadrillion specials at you, is throwing 1 quadrillion crushers at you. And like, okay, so the difficulty of crushers isn't that they have this like tricky moveset that you have to learn how to outplay. It's just, do we do enough DPS to kill the horde before it gets to us? So that like, we could tune down the number of spawns if individually spawns were more of a threat in like different ways. So that's like a more complicated, discussion. Yeah. But yeah, in general, like, I definitely am in favor of just reducing the crazy amount of spam. Like, it's absurd. Like, it doesn't even really look like you can't. Like, unless you have on a Havoc 40 and certain seeds especially like have this issue, unless you have players on your team who are capable of widespread destruction, which is Rumbler and Flamestaff and like Ogryn, like just bullying everything in front of him, unless you have that stuff, you just can't like feasibly cut through everything. It removes the back in the day it was like, all right, here's a pack of 5 crushers. I need to dodge around them and like stab this one, stab that one, do a slide here, hit this one in the back, block this attack, dodge that attack. There was some thought put into it. Now it's like, okay, there's 3 bulwarks, 8 crushers, and behind them there's 6 gunners. I just need to kind of throw my fucking nuclear bomb at this shit and just erase it. Like you're not fighting it with like a conventional melee weapon anymore. You're just pulling out the flamer and annihilating it because like I can't be fucking arsed to deal with that shit. There's just too much stuff. It unravels. Like, we both talked about the combat puzzle. There's a certain point where there's too many pieces. Like, there's really no feasible way to do it with conventional weaponry. You can't just like have execution chance and shoot all the enemies in the head because there's just too many fucking enemies. So I would love if they reduced the numbers to levels where you can actually freaking like compete with normal stuff.
Interact with it and the way it was meant to be interacted with, instead of throwing your nuclear bombs.
Because I'm not interacting with anything anymore. Like, if I'm playing Arbites, everything is staggered to the ground and I'm beating it to death while it's on the ground. If I'm playing Ogryn, it's more the same, or it's Rumbler, or I'm pulling it towards me and I'm Rumbler exploding it. If I'm playing Zealot, I'm chorusing and I'm sneaking around behind it and stabbing it in the back 3 times, and then I'm chorusing again. And like, at no point am I really like ever engaging very many enemies in melee that's not completely lopsided. Like, I'm not just like completely clobbering this enemy to death in the first hit. And like, you don't, it's been a long time since I've really had to worry about how to dodge like this. And the only enemies that I ever really feel myself flexing those skills on anymore is bosses, because they're the only ones that last long enough to even do it, and they're the only ones that have like a good variety of movesets that are impactful. And it feels cool when you're like, all right, I can perfectly like perfect this boss. I dodged all of its overheads, I dodged all of its side swipes, I kited it out while it was doing its rolling attack.
I mean, that's exactly it. I feel like we agree exactly on this. It's like, I no longer have the one-on-one or not even one-on-one, but like 1-on-5 interaction, the gameplay capable interaction where I get to walk in and I get to like demonstrate my competence against enemies that actually are like, I'm going to engage in them, and I don't have to worry about 3 overheads coming from behind the 3 guys I'm already fighting. It's like, I'm just fighting these guys, and we're gonna do it. We're gonna duke it out. It's a duel. I don't know if you know this. Just real quick. Oh, I'm sorry. Real quick, Vinny, thank you for the memberships. I really appreciate it. I do, and just much appreciated. Mr. Casey, thank you also for the memberships. It's awesome. Thank you so much. And your membership.
Where's my memberships, Vinny? What the hell?
I don't know. Someone's got to throw some down. But I just want to say this. Like, I don't know if you know this, but Crushers have like 6 attacks.
Yeah. But I almost never see any of them.
I just discovered one yesterday. They elbowed me in the face, and I was like,
they added one. They added that. They had to have added that. I've never seen it before. It happened to me 2 days ago, and I was like, what the fuck was that?
I just got elbowed. And I've played this game so many hours. Like,
I swear there was one that I saw that. I also had a Crusher that totally pulled a glitch on me. He did 2 side swipes on me, like with the horizontal sweep the other day. Mm-hmm. They have. Were you talking about the one where he hits you with the butt of the maul?
I think that's what it is. I think that's what it is, because it looked like an elbow, but
That one existed. Yeah, he does kind of put his elbow up. That one existed before.
Yeah.
It's very rare though.
It's very rare. And there's a punch and there's a kick and there's a bunch.
It's a range thing, right? They'll like channel certain attacks based on where you are. If you crowd them too much, they'll throw out those kicks and those punches.
Yes, it is.
And I feel like there's a lot of undervalued mechanics and complexity that could be had from enemies if they just were allowed to have some breathing room of actually existing for more than 1 millisecond in the game. Yeah. And that could be done by raising their HP. But then you'd have to lower
for
the
a long
numbers,
time
that
we should
be better.
I think we should like Giga buff crushers. It was actually so I'm just gonna bring this up. I was talking to Tanner at one point, not that I've never had a similar idea, but he was like, just give crushers like a bazillion HP and then just like reduce their spawn rates a lot.
Yeah, give them 100,000 HP. There you go.
Yeah.
Just like literally like what do they have now, 5,000 or something, 6,000?
Yeah, like he was like, I don't know, like you could give them like 10,000 HP, you could have their spawn rate and you could double their speed or like their foot speed maybe, or like maybe 1.5 it, whatever, and just like let them be like basically a mini boss spawn, and that would be sick.
Yeah,
I feel like that would be so cool.
I think that could be applicable to a lot of enemies in the game. It lowers the impact of these elites when they're every elite. And they're also like the tools that we have just completely foil them. They just fall over dead in like 1 second. So yeah, I would love if like they were actually like a challenging fight. Because I mean, go play Vermintide 2. All my homies in chat, go play Vermintide 2 and pull a Chaos Patrol. Okay, your game is fucking over, right? That shit is scary as fuck. Like, especially if you're on Cataclysm, there's like 20 Chaos Warriors in there. Those guys are beefy as fuck. You have to hit them like, no joke, like 10 times in the head with a billhook to put one of them down. That's without them being buffed by anything. Like, those guys are crazy. We're killing these guys in like 3 like light attacks with an Ogryn puts one of these guys down.
Yeah, no, it's ludicrous. And the only time they're even like, another point is like people are talking about stagger resistance. It's like they need some stagger resistance, man. Like they should be almost never staggerable, and certainly not by guns. Except for I'll give space to the plasma gun and the bolter, and that's it. Like maybe, probably not, because then someone would just only take those, right? Like just make them crazy, and then make them rare. Like make them crazy and rare, and it's fine. And now I have something to interact with when the game gets scary. God, I flubbed that so hard on screen just now. But yeah, they need to be more like Chaos Warriors and less like what they are now, which is big poxwalkers with scary overheads.
That's my complaint, and that's so my video, which I haven't recorded anything for yet. I've just like scripted it out. But my video is about like because I play a lot of like roguelikes, and so Risk of Rain 2 is a thing, right? And Risk of Rain 2 has all these different enemies that you start out with really simple enemies that have very obvious attack patterns, and then you scale up into enemies that have kind of scary attack patterns, and then you scale up into these boss enemies that are just genuinely fucking terrifying to be in the same space as. And that game, even though you're getting crazy overpowered, it always has the potential to kill you because these enemies are just so scary and have so many different attacks and can surprise you in like all these different ways. And every enemy in this game has like, even Poxwalkers have the same amount of attacks as Crushers. They have 4 different attacks, or like 3 or 4 different attacks, right? It's just they hit less and they have less health. Like that's the only fundamental difference. So there needs to be something special that larger health and larger enemies can do that makes them like an actual threat at all stages of the game. Removing the ability to stagger them would be huge, because then they actually get to do what they're intended to do. But at the same time, you'd have to definitely lower their numbers if you did that, because I mean, if you have the Chaos Spawn Patrols in Vermintide 2, or as someone said, it's a rolling chain of overheads, just one after another. That's exactly what would end up happening here. But yeah, it would like encourage like actual counterplay where you're like blocking and shit.
Yep. I just think, yeah, I think we're kind of on the same page here, so that's cool. Okay, let me just say, buff Crusher's health, HP, and movement. Maybe attack speed. Oh, and stagger resistance. HP, and stagger resistance.
Yeah,
and
movement. I'm kind of fine with their attack speed. Like, I don't think they need to throw their attacks out any faster. I think they actually did add an attack. I think the punch is new.
Okay.
I don't remember seeing that left hand punch like that.
I think it's been around for a while, but it's definitely rare. But because it comes from the Chaos Warrior, right? Chaos Warriors have had it. Buff Crushers, HP, stagger resistance, and movement. Speed, reduce spawn numbers to account for this. All right, there we go. Why only Crushers? Maulers are interesting because they're more interactive, but and I'm not saying they should not receive some sort of buff, but the fact that they can be interacted with other melee attacks is nice. Like, you can stagger them more easily. That's fine. I mean, they're dangerous in their own right when there's lots of them around, but they usually can be handled in melee. Crushers,
like if they had something to really differentiate them from Crushers, though. They effectively
they
have the same. They have the same moveset, and they still overhead you and kill you in one hit. It'd be cool if they had some sort of role that, like, I would really like, because there's like one enemy type that actually has a role that when it shows up in melee, it's scary. It's the fucking Rager, right? When you get surrounded, when the game spawns a million Ragers, you're like, oh shit, I need to fucking wake up, because these guys will surround you and they'll beat you to death in 1 second. Everything else is just like, okay, well, I'll just stagger it and I'll evade it. So those guys, honestly, I'm pretty fine with where Rages are at. It's just like, yeah, all these other guys have like no moves that are going to hit you, and if they do hit you, they're going to kill you instantly. So yeah, Maulers. I don't know what it would be, but Maulers should have some sort of like pseudo special ability. I don't want to put elites on the level of specials, but I do want to make certain elites are all scarier in their own way. So when you're like, oh shit, there's a couple like bulwarks, right? But bulwarks are boring as fuck. So we'll get to bulwarks hopefully.
Yeah, we're gonna get to bulwarks right now.
Okay. Well, bulwarks, I've always had an idea for it, and this is an idea that was given. I'm stealing it from a person who used to play test for the game, who told me, he's like, listen, imagine this. Bulwarks right now are just a walking fucking annoyance where they just block all damage from one side. They are super uninteractive. They drag the game to a fucking crawl whenever they exist. What if bulwarks at long ranges would intentionally position themselves so that you couldn't shoot through them for like towards enemy ranged units who are covering behind them, and then if you put enough damage into them or into their shields or approach them, they enter into an aggro mode where they come forward and they start like actually shoving you and like pushing you back and like disrupting your position, but at the same time they're raising their shield and they're making themselves vulnerable. Like, there needs to be something done about bulwarks where they're just not just like shoving their fucking shield in your face and just ignoring all your attacks, because it's boring as fuck, and I hate waiting around like for 9 hours to wait for one of them to lower their shield. And so by necessity, I just bring the things that just kill them around the shield, flame staff, rumbler, all that shit. Bulwark shield should have HP as well. That would maybe if like you could just destroy the rumbler, the bulwark shield after a while, then they could enter into the rage mode. I definitely love that rage mode idea where they just become a berserker and they just start like hurling uppercuts and shoving you back, like the way that when Rinda, like the twins, hit you, she like pushes you around. That would be super cool.
What do you think of making shield breakable, chat? Because I am open to that one.
Rinda lens attack.
I hate bulwarks. I'll do anything is ethical against bulwarks. I don't care. So we can do anything to them. It doesn't matter. I hate them so much. They are so unfun. They are the absolute destruction of gameplay team. They roll in and they ruin my ability to interact with the game, and then I just get to see at my screen while I hope that I brought something with AoE damage to knock them over.
Yep.
I mean, you know what? I can literally put a vote, start a QA, start a poll. No, start a poll. Start a poll. Bulwark shields breakable. Option yes or no.
I mean,
there you go. Here's my poll.
Better than when they started the game and they had a 75, like they had a 270 degree block radius, and you literally couldn't hit them at all. It was crazy.
I know. Oh my god, the literal magic force field shield.
You literally had to get another teammate to come around behind them and stab them in the back because you couldn't hit them. There was no angle you could get on them. There was like one frame you could hit them when they were swinging, and that was it. It's crazy. Yeah, I think there's a lot of potential in like having enemies with staged aggression where like they have a slow mode where they're like behaving a certain way, but once they enter a certain threshold, I think that's sort of a missed potential with the red buff that exists in Havoc, where like yeah, woohoo, they're like stagger immune or whatever. But if they just had a fundamentally different set of things they did once they entered rage mode, that would be quite scary. And I think that ultimately is where I would love to see the difficulty curve for Darktide taken, is like, okay, you know, normal difficulties, stay where they're at, leave the enemies as they are. But Havoc, new enemy attacks, new enemy threats, like just surprise us. Make up some shit that is like just genuinely not fair for the enemies to do. You know, someone said make the Maulers have the Rinda Karnak's lunging attack, where she charges towards you at a million miles an hour,
rush you down. We mean literally destroy the shield. Yeah, we mean literally destroy the shield.
Yeah, just shatter the shield. Yeah.
There is a poll I posted 1 minute ago. It has 57 votes.
Maybe like break a corner off of it or something. Like it like takes damage and like it loses pieces of it, so that you can actually hit the guy in the face.
Something to make them more interactive. I like the Berserker concept. I think that would require some thought, but I think it's cool. I think I've long argued that we have a problem with the elites, with the Ogryn elites, which is we have bulwarks, which are horrible, and I hope they all go away. And we have crushers, which are cool, but are too easy to kill right now. And then we have reapers, which are just like pretty scary actually, but you know, they're and spawn in too large of numbers, honestly. But I think that what we really need is like an Ogryn Berserker, like somebody who's just unyielding, and they come in small packs, and they're basically just ragers but big, and they ruin my life, and that would be good. Like, they don't have to have as much health as like a crusher, but they could just ruin my life in melee. That'd be cool. That'd be fine.
Yeah, just someone that actually gets like a full, like, proper aggressive. Because right now I feel like so many of the enemies like just have this very if I can get to him, I'll kill him. Like no one's fast. Like the only Rinda is fast. Everything else can just be outrun and outpositioned, and that allows you to just kite backwards and stagger forever. So yeah, if there was like actually enemies, like even Ragers are fucking slow as hell. Like if there's actually enemies that would like just completely gap you in a leg race and close that distance and punish you for trying to like run away or something like that.
I agree.
Yeah, having to like stand your ground and deal with those threats.
Can run you down is a good idea.
Because that's like, you know, that's mutants, but they're just annoying.
True. And if you know how to position, they just don't matter anymore.
Yeah.
Except for rarely. I mean, occasionally they ruin your game, but like it's usually it's a soft kind of thing, and it's good. It's good. This is like that for the most part. But okay, cool. I think we're good on enemies, unless you have something else you want to add. There is one thing I want to add about enemies, which is more about events.
I don't know, just generally, I mean, this is my prediction for the end of the year, probably the last update of the year, is that there will be new enemy types of some sort added. I don't know, so that's what I'm really hoping. I think that would be a lifeblood for this game. Like, that's probably what the second biggest thing people are excited for after classes. And it would change a lot. If, like, the complexity of enemies goes up a lot, that would fundamentally turn the game on its head if there was, like, you know, I'm not saying add Beastmen, because Beastmen were fucking obnoxious, but we do kind of honestly need like Beastman level obnoxious added at some point. Like charging enemies like that, stuff that throws you out of position, stuff that like honestly surprises you. Because right now it's like every enemy approaches at the same walking speed, they have the same 4 attacks that we've seen a million times, and half the time they don't even get to get the attacks off. So yeah, womp womp.
So we will probably, so my feeling is, I've said this a long time, is like we would like, if, what am I trying to say? I think that new enemies, it would be huge for the game. And I've said this for the last 2 years. The 2 things that Fatshark can do to make the game better, faster, aside from like making it balanced and fair and fun, is adding new classes and adding new enemies. And the reason for that is new enemies change the combat puzzle, and it's exponential. You add 1 new enemy, and it interacts with all the other enemies in the game to make the combat puzzle harder, right? So you add 2, and it's like that. It's that times itself again, right? And that's huge. Oh man, I think I screwed this up. Oh no, I lived. Amazing. And then new classes, of course, is a completely new set of ways to interact with the enemies and each other, right? And so
it's new classes, new enemies are the multiplying factors.
People will often say they want new maps, and like I totally understand why. It's really cool to have a new map, but new maps do not actually change the game very much. Like,
you'll get bored of the new map. It's like literally, I mean, what? There's 23, 24 maps in the game, so you'll get what? 4% extra maps in the pool if you get a new map.
Like, look at it
and
this way.
We get Arbites. That's 25% extra like game.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, like, look, at some point, you're gonna like it's just gonna be another corridor. It's gonna be another metal corridor, man. How many different kinds of metal corridors can I fight through?
I'm hoping that they're moving away from that because their last couple maps have been pretty fucking peak. Like they're definitely getting way better at making maps and classes and stuff. So I'll give them that.
Yeah, look, the map design has always been good in this game. That's not it. It's just like you're gonna have choke points, and you're gonna have open spaces, and like, what are you gonna do? Like, it's gonna be, you can only interact with that so many ways. But if you have new classes and enemies, you get a lot of value for your buck. So
yeah, $12.
Okay. One last thing, and I'm sure Agatha will appreciate me mentioning this. It comes up to me often, and it is often on my radar. I don't know if you noticed, but event spawns are broken. They basically spawn nothing but Grunners and Poxwalkers and the occasional Rager. Like, there's just nothing. Maybe some Gunners.
What do you mean event spawns?
Okay,
like,
so
like
midpoints. Hordes. Hordes
okay.
during midpoints. Horde during endpoints. So, like, think of Smelter Complex. You get to the middle of the game, and there's that middle area we have to wait for the horizontal or the diagonal elevator, and it just takes like a decade.
Oh, okay, yeah. Those things are super boring. Yeah,
super
I think
boring.
There's a lot of events like that just need to have a full redo. I mean, the Coliseum fight on HL 7004 at the end, where you just stand around for 8 years after like there's like a you light the flares, there's a kind of a hard fight, and then nothing happens for about 7 minutes. You're just standing there. Yeah, those events, they need bosses, they need a good saturation of elites and specials. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is with that.
Yeah, I wanted to call it out. I'm glad you have also noticed that they're just kind of like having a nap over here for some unknowable reason. And it's just, they need to stop that so I can have interest in my video game. I just died so good in that clip there. That was just nasty. Okay, so let's take 3 minutes and then come back and we'll talk weapons. I have the entire list of weapons, chat. Look at this. I came ready. I don't know if we'll be able to go through it. We'll try to go through it by classes, and then we'll come back to, and then we can go through, like, if there's a specific weapon that needs a call out, like this particular pattern sucks, but like we can come back to that. Sound good?
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, we'll be back. That's the wrong one. There we go.
Yeah.
Back. You don't need a break because I'm going to kick off.
Still here.
All right. Fantastic. All right. Let's, if it's okay with you, I thought we would just go through the weapons and see if there's any like specific call outs that need to be done on this. I know so there's going to be a group of people who aren't in love with all the decisions we've made, but they're consensus level, right? It's like, hey, this stuff is too much, this stuff is too little, and chat did not cry too much about any of them, so I think we're probably on target for what the audience looks like. So that's good. If anybody still argues with me, I will give you some time to comment by giving you some, you can go take a look at the back and just be like, I don't like this, or I don't like that, or I really need this. Okay, all good. But let's talk weapons. So let's start with the combat axes. Let's start with the axes.
Okay.
As far as I know, all the axes, combat axes, tactical axes, and pickaxes are all in a really good spot right now. They're all strong. They're all
fine.
Even some of them are insane.
I think the axe is the only one that stands out to me as needing it just needs a new move set assigned to it. It's just a jank ass move set that sucks and has no reason to exist alongside the Rashad and the Antax.
That's a good point. It needs a new move set. All right, that's a good call out.
So,
Antax and Rashad are too similar. I mean, that's fair, but like, what are you going to do?
Those are inverse of each other. Rashad is just a heavy attack only. Antax is a light attack only. That's those things.
Yeah.
Like, those are dumb, simple weapons. I think they can stay that way. I don't think I have any problem with there being, like, basic. Like, those are weapons for very beginner players, and they scale very nicely as well. So you can play them all the way up to Oric and beyond.
When I say events are bugged, do you mean events are bugged every time? I mean events are bugged every time. They literally no longer spawn enemies properly, and they haven't for like a year.
Certain ones. Like there are certain events like the Hookaden shit in
that one works pretty well.
That one works. It spawns ragers, spawns trappers and stuff.
So occasional crushers, but they're just it's for the most part
not spawning
it's just not spawning anything. Sometimes you get and sometimes it's so bad like it literally just spawns boxwalkers and like that's all you see and that's the end. Like the mission is won now. So it's pretty nasty. Like there should be like think about how you get waves of crushers and maulers and ragers and whatever in any other part of the map, and then you go into like power matrix midpoint and you get a couple gunners and some boxwalkers and maybe a burster and a dog and a trapper. And like that's it. That was your mid event. It used to be that the events had insane spawns and the rest of the map had lower spawns.
It's interminable.
Yeah.
Yeah, the events were supposed to be the thing. You were supposed to get ready because you got the health kit and you're like, oh shit, here it comes, guys. We need to get a good position, wait around. Now everyone just like runs around the arena for 4 minutes and you're just like, okay. Yeah. Like I can't remember the last time I've died in an actual event on Havoc or anything. It's always somewhere else.
Yeah, same. I can't. Nothing happens. Nothing ever happens in events. Okay, so we're solid on axes. We'll just mark that as solid. Solid. Good status. That's a good stats. Auto guns. I think this is a place where we're going to have to talk.
Which ones?
Well, we can do the infantry auto guns first. So, what do you think about the infantry auto guns?
Man, it's a risky because like you make them much more powerful what they do. They're already really high DPS weapons. They do very well on Oric difficulty.
Very.
They have no relevancy into armor, but not every weapon should be good into armor. I think that like if they reduce the overwhelming saturation of Crusher spam and Bulwark spam, they have new life in their wings. So I'm fine with infantry auto guns. What is it? Well, obviously the Vrax is king. The Columnus is that one's pretty okay too. I don't have any problem with those.
Yeah, I think the infantry auto guns are probably in a solid place without being like too bad or too good.
Yeah, they need like a tiny little buff, like ammo capacity or something like that.
Yeah, you could go after them for that, but
I don't think I would give them more damage, but maybe ammo just because they're kind of spam weapons.
Yeah, so Tac Axe is really good, by the way. If you don't, I'm sorry, I'm talking to chat, but just Tac Axe is fine. Like it's crazy. It turned out I was just bad at the game. It wasn't actually the Tac Axis bad. It was me. So my opinion has shifted dramatically on the Tac Axis. They're crazy good. They're just not. They're not the best possible weapons in the game, but they're really, really good. So anyway,
they'll definitely be in the top rung of competitors if the dueling sword gets taken down.
Absolutely.
Just the problem is that they have a lot of overlap with the dueling sword in terms of the blessings and use cases right now.
Last part of the map, every map is the first 15-ish minutes. They need to take a look at peaking difficulty. Mr. KC is saying that we need to talk about difficulty padding. I think that's an interesting conversation, but it's not something I can schedule in for the conversation we're having today. I think you're right that it's important to talk about the curve of difficulty across the mission. So maybe we could talk about that another time, or maybe we can have a more like concise conversation.
That's true. Yeah, I do get wiped in the first like 2 seconds of a mission, or it gets rolled over.
Yeah,
I think that's generally more of a discussion about the map seeding and how crazy variant difficulty can be in this game right now. Like, you get a lucky seed, you walk through a Havoc 40 like nothing fucking happened. You're like I played a game yesterday on I mean, it's Archive and Sycorax, but like players are like, is Havoc 40? How come you're just like, there's no enemies? I'm like, I don't fucking know.
That's literally it, right? Like, sometimes the game just doesn't spawn anything, and I don't know why that happens.
I don't know what that is, if it's something that players are doing, or if it's just like a seed problem.
Yep.
I think a lot of it is a seed issue, because then you'll get a purple mission, and it's just like, okay, the first hallway has 17 Reapers in it. And you're like, okay, jump off its ledge and retry.
Yeah, the Plague Ogre got shoved off the map. It was great. It was intentional, too. We did it on purpose. I dragged him over there. Okay, so vigilant auto guns. I think
where they are. Yeah.
I think they're fine. They're not bad at all. No, they're horrible. These things are awful and have been awful for like 2 years.
It's so funny because the vigilant auto gun is a weapon that I talked to the same guy that I talked to before, who was a tester. He was heavily involved in the testing and tweaking for the vigilant auto guns, and he asked me repeatedly what I thought about the vigilant auto gun. They were created at a time where the game was going to be a more tactical shooting based thing, where you're like, looking about how enemies used to act, right? They hid behind cover, they peek out, and you're supposed to like analyze your thing, and you'd only really pull out your melee like occasionally, and now it's such a more of like a horde saturation. You have to be running
a very different gunning.
So they were created for that space, and they have all of the like complex firing mechanics of like realistic guns, where they have like there's no stability on them. They're like shooting in like these little burst patterns and stuff, but they have zero efficacy in the current state of the game, and they have also negative Riz. In terms of, if guns can have Riz, they would have negative Riz, because they have zero power fantasy. They sound like shit, they look like shit, and they are horrible. I hate those things with a blinding passion. I was just playing to record for another video. I was just playing with a vigilant auto gun like 3 games ago with an Arbites, and I was trying to shoot a sniper down the hallway of the train level, and I missed maybe 25 shots because it would not hold still on the target, and you can't fucking see. Great.
Why do we need 3 different variations of assault rifle guns that each have their own 3 variations? Because you can claim you have more guns in your game if you make them all slightly different from each other, but they're all the same gun.
Big true.
That's the actual reason. But listen, the vigilant auto guns could have been cool as sort of DMRs, but they have no optics. Their iron sights are ass. And I should put that on there. Real optics irons. I guess their iron sights are the worst irons in the game, but they're like the Lucius Last gun exists. But they have no maniac damage, so they should probably buff that, and they should probably give them some body shot damage a little bit, because like you could shoot a body for no damage, and you could shoot a head, kill like 1 shooter, and you're like, wow, that's a lot of work for minimal value. Okay, do you agree with those changes at least? I mean, like I think I'm not trying to fix everything, right? I'm not trying to be comprehensive.
I'm not a fine-tuned guy. I just look at a weapon, and from a bird's eye view, I look at this thing, and I'm like, that's a piece of shit. That thing sucks at all possible aspects of existence. I mean, it looks like a sniper rifle, but everyone knows the sniper rifle is the revolver. So what is your purpose of existing? It could be a DMR, but it has 0 impact. So like, it's not staggering enemies. It's not accurate. It doesn't. I don't know what the fantasy is. If you deleted the vigilant autoguns from the game, it wouldn't hurt the game. No one's using them, so whatever.
Sorry about that, chat. You're gonna get deafened slightly for in 1 second. There is a video, I think, that's in here. I don't know why. It's like some stupid Marvel video that popped into my thing, so I had to get it out of there.
Wait, hold on. Let me disconnect and reconnect your audio.
Yep. No problem.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know why. For some reason, Discord after a while like twins up your audio, but it happens to everybody for me. Who knows?
Is that working? Good. I think we're functional with no issues. So yeah, I think the weapons, the gun is forgettable. Yeah, and we can talk about trappers another time, my guys. I'm sorry I missed trappers, but the ability to shoot through objects bothers me, but we'll get there.
I don't know.
They're in a spot where they're an enemy in the game, and they are one of the most dangerous. But they're also like you deal with them all game long at this point, and you just get used to it. So I think it's fine.
Yeah. Get over it. No.
The vigilant autoguns is the maddest you've ever been at hit ghost hits. Yeah, dude, they're horrible. Although if you've ever used like the normal las guns, they ghost hit all the time too. It's heinous. But yeah, ghost hits are disgusting. Okay, so last one on the list then is the auto pistol. Now, I'm gonna lead this one off because I think it's better than people give it credit for, but it's still the worst gun in the game. It is remarkably good into maniacs. Like Dreg Ragers, if you hold right click, I believe is this, no, if you don't hold right click, it has more stagger. If you hold right click, it has more suppression, which is fucking weird. But you can knock over groups of Dreg Ragers and kill many of them with the damage that you can get out of the gun. But then you like shoot anything with flak, and nothing dies.
Yeah, I think that they're like kind of close to being a thing. Like the buff that they threw at them a little while ago, where they buffed their damage by like 25%, their ammo by 25%. It's a good start, but every weapon needs something to give it a niche, and they just don't have that because, as you said, like you can't specialize in only killing one enemy type, and because they don't have that inherent accuracy that the infantry autoguns do, and they have the same ammo capacity and generally the same like blessings and firing patterns and stuff like that, you just go with infantry autogun because you can actually aim and shoot headshots. And the sprinting thing doesn't effectively do anything either, because that was the other buff they made it to, is you can sprint and shoot at the same time, but you can just slide and shoot, which is how you should be doing it anyway, because you can't get shot while you're sliding.
Yeah.
So yeah, that effectively is a nothing buff. It would be really cool if there was some sort of effect that, you know, sprinting and shooting gave passively, but that might be getting a little bit too complex. But they just need some maybe like it's called a shredder pistol. Why can't it not, like, I don't know, brittleness or like inbuilt brittleness or something? It doesn't have to be like crazy good, but I'd love if it like even got through like the lightest of enemies. Yeah,
should have like 1 million ammo. Yeah, that's an option. I
There's
think
a lot of ammo. Yeah,
it has like no ammo economy, and it like I'm gonna put this on the table. I think that rather than trying to make it super good as an actual gun, you make it more, you know what the Zerona revolver is for? Like in Oryx, you're playing a different game, right? In Oryx,
yeah,
the Zerona revolver is one of the best guns in the game because you whip it out and you can kill every specialist on the map, and then you can reload it once, one bullet, and then you can kill another specialist, and then you can go back to melee, right? It's like God's gift, the God Emperor's gift to Zealot, right? For that reason. And the Shredder auto pistol has instant quick draw and is actually pretty decent at that same job of killing trappers. If they're within
trappers out of their animation, but
exactly,
you'll miss them if they're more than like a foot away.
Yeah, exactly. It has no range. So I've kind of been thinking that the best way to deal with it is, what if you just gave them enough range to actually shoot things that are farther away?
Yeah, range would be nice, and I think just ammo pool. I think for a lot of weapons, especially like the lower performing weapons, just ammo pool would be a big thing that I would change, because, like, you know, there's inbuilt waste with using the Shredder pistol. You are going to miss bullets, and your bullets aren't going to hit in weak spots, so you're not getting effective use out of the ammo that you're firing. If the pool was bigger, I would feel better about using it, because, like, yeah, per bullet, I would not be having such a huge like loss. Not that ammo is a huge consideration in many difficulties outside of Havoc, but hey, like, at least you're not gonna run around stealing everyone's ammo.
I've managed to run out of ammo multiple times with it on the work, so I mean, it's LOL. Cleave.
I mean, that weapon definitely will run out of ammo, but like, for a lot of weapons, like, that's not a realistic thing. It's not like a big thing.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
Cleave.
Like, you wouldn't run ammo on any of the new shotguns with 100 shots in them, because you'd actually hit a target with one shot and they'd probably die. This gun, you're going to fire a full mag and it's going to kill like 1.5 enemies. And
that's literally right. It kills like 1.5 enemies. It's so I cleared a Havoc 40 with it, and it was the worst thing I have ever used.
The amount of times you'll need to spray down an enemy, you'll spray down one enemy, you'll spray the second enemy, you'll be two shotgunners, like a gunner and a shotgunner, and you'll spray the gunner down and you'll kill him, and then you'll turn to the shotgunner and he'll be at like 25% HP and you'll have to reload, and you're like, oh, fucking piece of shit.
Yeah. Okay. So I think we could do more ammo, more range. We could even look at maybe cleave, but I don't know if it needs
third weapon. Someone said that everyone should just have a holdout weapon that's as shitty as
the auto pistol. Honestly, I genuinely think that
if you run out of weapons or like just everything else, you have that like as an infinite ammo, like a backup. Like on.
I really think that I've been proposing this for years, and it's never going to happen. This is how much influence I have, by the way. I've been saying that Vet should get a pistol option in his slots. He should get a melee weapon, a pistol slot, and a main weapon slot. That way, he can just select pistol.
Nice.
It'd be sick.
Yeah.
It will never happen.
Sick. You don't know.
Also, where's my dual wielding in my 40k game? I'm crying here.
I think it's just too heroic. Every time people bring this up, I think it's counter the fantasy that they're going for, which is we are scrappy fighters. Like we cannot dual wield anything because it makes us heroes. Only heroes dual wield, and we are.
I see. We're not heroes. We're scrubs.
Yeah. I think that was. I forget who explained that to me, but that was sort of the. And then that makes sense to me, right? Like you know, a zealot who's like fighting for their life is using like one sword and like blocking with it like normal, not dual wielding and fucking like running in there, like.
Fine with the range being the trade-off. I mean, that's fair. So yeah, okay. So let's talk bolt guns.
Okay.
Is there anything about the bolt gun or bolt pistol that needs to be changed? Because personally, I'm just going to throw this on the table. I think they're exactly fine. They're some of the most powerful weapons in the game. They also run out of ammo, and they like you can't. They have some accuracy issues. I wish they could fix the recoil issue they have, but like leaving that aside, like they're fine. I think they're fine.
Yeah, I honestly really like where they're at, because like the bolter is a very powerful weapon, but it's like ammo constrained. It's definitely like one of the weapons that is powerful, and the ammo is like the downside, versus the plasma gun, which is powerful and has infinite ammo. Right? So,
yeah, exactly.
I'm kind of like, I haven't played with the bolt pistol the most in the world, but I kind of really like where it's at. I used to kind of hate on it, but low key. But yeah, it's pretty solid, honestly. And yeah, I don't have any problem with the bolter, because again, it can be powerful, but you only get, let's see, it's 15 rounds in the mag, and you get 100 in the backup. So that's like what, like 9 mags total, and it's pretty easy to go through it. But it's nice to have in a pinch, and it's got a lot of use cases too, which is always nice. It's either you can not use it and only use it for bossing, or you can have it be like your primary sniping weapon if you really want.
Yeah, I just think it's in such a good place. I don't really need to do anything with it personally, I think. And you know,
I think that's I would say the bolter is like the relic blade of ranged for me. It's like, it's a weapon that feels good, it fits the fantasy, and it's in a good power ranking where it can deal with big threats, but it doesn't fucking blow them away, and it comes at a cost.
Yep, it does. All right, make dumping a bolter into a horde is a 10/10 Darktide. Yeah, it is. It's one of the best things in the game. Like,
yeah, it's don't touch the bolter. You're fucking you're pissing people off enough with the plasma gun.
Yep.
But
oh, I think I have plasma gun on here for some reason. We should talk about that at some point. I guess we don't even have to, because it's like we know what we want to do with the plasma gun, which is kind of
just let them do their thing.
Yeah, I think they're doing fine on the plasma gun.
Like, do my stuff.
I think they're fine. Okay, let's. I think we missed two of the braced autoguns. What do we think of the braced? Is there anything you want to call on the braced?
I want the braced autoguns to have more accuracy, like a lot more accuracy, and have more movement speed when they're braced. I don't think it makes any sense to have these things lower you to 10% of your movement speed for as little accuracy as well. Yeah, there's one of them that gives a pretty decent amount of accuracy, but the other two are like all over the fucking place, and they also don't have any like headshot modifiers. So like they're pretty okay outside of that. But yeah, I think that the brace penalty is like it's too much for how little benefit it really gives. Half the time I just end up walking around and left clicking, and not even.
Yeah. Okay. I will say that my favorite one is the Graya because it gives you more fire speed when you brace it, and that's hilarious to me.
Graya is my second favorite one. I like the Brax the most for some reason. I don't know why.
So you could just like a bad gun sometimes, and it just works. They're just not,
They're all kind of bad.
Fine.
Yeah.
They're fine. Just make them all. I don't think so either, Hat Stealer. I think that the goal would be to improve it somewhat. Currently, even if you tap fire them, they just don't go any, like, you can barely hit anything from, like, more than 20 meters, and I just don't know that that works. Like, you don't need 2 melee weapons, and they're basically a second melee weapon, in part. Except for the Agrippina, which has enough range to, like, do its job. But, like, no bracing. Yeah. Where's my pistol brace on my autogun, huh? I need to strap this to my arm. Okay, so, fixes... more ammo. My chat has had only a few minutes to vote, so chat, vote, vote, vote. There's a few minutes to change my mind, but we've got more ammo as the, or I'm sorry, not more accuracy. More accuracy as the suggested on brace, right? On brace was your contention?
Yeah, that's...
Yeah, okay.
I mean, generally, like, I think they're fine, like, because it's supposed to be like a low, kind of.
Oh, do they
low,
have bad
range
mobility?
spray and pray.
They maybe fix their mobility too. They do have bad
It'd be
mobility.
nice if they had like good mobility stats for like running around.
I
Because
think
they are supposed to be like a spray and pray, and the infantry auto guns fucking gap them. Infantry auto guns, you get the ninja move set with like 0.74 move speed. It's crazy, sprinting around.
Yeah, I think it's a real problem. I think it's a real problem that a lot of the guns, we're gonna get to this infantry auto guns, but a lot of the guns that are like infantry for like just dudes running around have just horrendous like stamina and sprint speed.
It seems to be a thing that they're looking into changing though, with the way that they changed the shotguns. They have crazy low stamina consumption now, so it'd be cool if like more run and gun play styles were emphasized like that, with making, because they have like those ones have 0.5 of the same stamina consumption as dueling sword does now, which is very nice.
Yeah, I think they're assault weapons now is what they got, which is like, of course they are, they should be. It's the word itself is the correct thing for them. It's like designed for it. So yeah, it's good. I think it's nice. Well, I want Brace to be LMG fantasy. No, they need to give us actual heavy stubbers on veteran, especially.
Yeah, real fucking actual LMGs.
Give me LMGs. These are just AKs. These are space AKs.
AK, but let's get space like saws in here.
Yeah, they make that heavy stubber, handheld heavy stubber is a thing. We can fix it. We can save gaming. We can save gaming.
Yeah. Because, like, right now there's this big gap between, like, infantry weapons and then the bolter in terms of, like, heavy weapons. So, clearly we can wield the bolter. Where's the fucking, like, Daka for everybody that's not Ogryn? And also make the Ogryn's weapon not suck. Thanks.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, chain weapons. I am going to do a whole big video about this. And it, just so you know, like this is my specialty. I know the chain weapons better than probably anybody. I've made the 1 hour videos on space chain weapons. So here's what I'm gonna do this real quick, and we're gonna move on because I will, unless you have some specific thing you want to address, and you're welcome to, you're invited. But
no.
Aside from the fact that eviscerators are too small, they don't do enough damage or stagger on the shreds, and they also now have bugs with their shred latches. They don't hit the right things, so that should be fixed. I don't think they quite do enough damage, and I'd rather they swing slower and do more damage than swing as fast as they do. Actually, I think they're going the wrong way.
I think that in just a little that I play with them, I think that the trade-off for the activated weapon special is just too high. Like, make the base damage better, or like make the activated ability like not as jank as it is. I don't know if that's possible for them. But
yeah, I think there might be limitations on the mechanics.
Just kind of relic blades are just kind of gapping eviscerators. Like relic blades are what eviscerator wants to be. And
yeah, eviscerator.
So it needs to have its own use case. Maybe eviscerator is the single target DPS foil to the relic blade, where like, yeah, it does okay against hordes, but it really, like, you sink that thing into a boss. I would love if they redid the way that the chain mechanic worked, and it was like, just hold it, and the longer you can hold it on the boss, like, you'll actually do good DPS, but you need to be like aware, like, you are latched, like you need to a second to pull away.
Yeah, I agree with that. Actually, so I had an idea once upon a time for like an actual eviscerator that was the correct length and girth, and that was the mechanic. It's like you rev the overhead and you hit the boss, and like it just keeps going. You could just keep sawing. You don't have to stop until you're done.
That makes sense to me. Like that, I think that's honestly how like all of them should work, because it really sucks playing with like the chain, like the little dinky chain sword. You latch into a crusher, and then you had to hit him like 3 more times with the latch attack to get him to die. You're like, what's the fucking point? I'll just pull out my gun and blow him away.
Yeah, exactly. It's just, I mean, I have no problem running Rev sequentially, but it's like, I don't know if you just saw that, but I just killed the Crusher on screen, and yeah, I did an FOTF charge Rev attack, and it didn't die on a Crusher, and I'm like, okay, well, we have a problem, because it used to, and maybe that's just Havoc breakpoints, but I don't think something that like causes me to sit on a target and use my ability should not be able to kill one Crusher, right? Like, it has to be better than that. Yeah. And I love the weapon. I know the ins and outs of these attacks, but that's just not good.
These the problem, and I've always said this about the Darktide design and like the 1.0 version of the game, is that they really overestimated the power that these activated weapon things would have, except in the case of the power sword. And so like every weapon that has a special activated ability just sucks dick, because they nerf their base stats to like Kingdom Come, and then they just, but they don't realize, like, you have to choose. Do you use the weapon special, or do you use your regular attacks? Like, you can't use both at the same time. So it doesn't inherently improve the power of the weapon. They should both be powerful.
Yeah, I think that's true, and I think there's ways to make them good, and there is some jank that I'm willing to tolerate and always have been, because the cinema of using it is correct, and there's a skill curve around it which you can learn, and that's actually fun for me as well. I think it's fun that they're high skill weapons. They have high skill ceilings, but they should have better performance on the skill floor. Right now, the skill floor performance is like so abysmal, because they're like normal attacks are bad. Often they sound horrible. And so on. So there's like all sorts of ways that you could make these better, and I'm going to make a whole video about how to do it, because I probably need to again. It's about time somebody touched on these. The only ones that are good right now, the eviscerators aren't bad. They're usable. They're usable even into Havoc. But I think the Mark IV chain axe is probably one of the best. In Oryx, it is amazing, but it does fall off into Havocs, which is fine with me. Even though it's my favorite weapon, I still use it. It's fine. But the chain swords are horrible. The base chain swords, they just need a lot. So.
Yeah, they have like piddly fuck for damage. They have no impact. About the only thing they got is they got a good attack speed, but that doesn't matter for anything when you can't stagger enemies or hurt them.
Yeah, exactly. So okay, we can go into that maybe another day after I get my video out. Let's talk combat blades. I haven't played with the Catachin sword since it got buffed. So anybody know if the Catachin sword is good?
Or the dagger?
The Catachin sword. The Devil Claw sword.
Devil Claw. Those are okay. I tried some out on a couple of Oryx just when I was making the melee tier lists, and like one of them, the Mark 1, is like only suitable for like you literally can't kill a Crusher at all with it. Like it'll take you like all day. But it's okay. The weapons like that exist in the game. I don't know. They have. Again, it's another one of those things where, like, I think for my personal taste, and I might just be a power creep, fanatic, but I think for my personal taste, there's probably a little bit too much power that's being taken out of the actual like weapon itself in order to give it to the parry thing. And so, like, most players who are going to be using this are probably not parrying with all that much like skill. So I think they could use like a little bit more power in the base weapon, but. I am by no means an authority on these things.
Okay. I'm getting successful. I'm getting they're fine from my chat. They're fine to good to my chat, but a little hard to use.
7 and 4 are fine. 1 is like the one that I was really
easy.
struggling to use with any effect. But yeah, they're like fine. If we're balancing around Auric Maelstrom, they're fine.
Yeah. Okay. How about the knives? The combat knives.
Definitely fine. I don't think that they're nerf worthy or anything.
I would just leave them alone as well at this point.
Yeah, leave them alone.
I think
They're
they got
fine.
power crept. They used to be crazy, too good, but now they're just fine.
Yeah, like they're single target. You can do some damage against hordes with like bleeds and stuff. But I think they've got a nice little niche in being nice mobility weapons. I like that they've got that 20% move speed. Sliding around and stuff is always fun. So.
Yeah, I mean, if you take out the speedrunning component of their kit, I don't think they're crazy anymore. I think they're probably
fine. I wouldn't take out the speedrunning thing. I think that's like part of the fantasy is like giving that knife like thrust and then a little slide and get up underneath the enemy, stab them a couple times.
I agree. I don't think you can kill. I don't think the way to solve for speedrunning is to kill the game's mobility feel, and I don't think speedrunning is that big of an issue.
I don't think speedrunning is an issue at all. I literally don't think.
It used to be a thing where people would ruin other people's games with it, but I don't see that much anymore. People don't complain about it that much online anymore. It's pretty much because people just go solo now, and the solo mod exists, and so it's not a problem. Not a huge one,
players
right?
That stopped playing a long time ago, or they play solo. Yeah.
Yep.
It's like.
I'm going to speak authoritatively here, chat. The Tortolsky heavy swords are good. They don't need anything.
Probably not. I would like if they had like at least one move that's like actually counter armor. Because they're that, but that's might just be me being like hopeful because they're that close to being like a actually kind of like pretty meta weapon, especially a 7 and 6.
They are. Here's the thing: they suffer into armor a little bit, but they don't have they're not absolutely abysmal. You can use them.
Their damage isn't low, that's for sure. I mean, especially if you're running their zealot specialist, like specialized weapons.
They're amazing on that. You should try it sometime. Just run it into that and see how much it frees up your action economy for dealing with the game. Like you
just cleave so much.
Yeah, you could just cut through an entire horde. You can cut through rager. You can finally fight ragers on vet pretty effectively from safety and like kill a bunch of them. Not like all the time. They have good mobility. They just feel really strong. Like they're so good. And then the only thing you can't do with them is really like kill large groups of crushers and maulers. Though you can kill them. You can kill a couple of them. And so you just need to have a weapon that can deal with that problem in your kit. It doesn't have to deal with or a teammate, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so they're good. They're very good. Give the heavy shots a one-shotting a mutant out of 10. Yeah, they also have insane maniac damage, so they're really nice.
Yeah, their maniac is kind of nuts. And they have like what 25 cleave on the heavy sweep or something like that. It's kind of nuts.
They're nutty, and they are. And then you can get death blow on them, which is basically brutal momentum. So, yeah, it's good. Just joining now, I discussed the effect of running inheritance on balance. I have not discussed that subject. I think it exceeds our capacity. Excuse me, it exceeds
I run death blow and thrust on Link.
Oh, you should try Head Taker Death Blow. That's the way.
Wait, Head Taker is the strength one, right?
Yeah, you get plus strength. So you get plus cleave, plus damage, and plus stagger. And then you run Death Blow, and you get a couple Head Taker stacks, and just about everything starts dying in one hit on headshot. Yeah. And then from that point on, you're cleaving everything.
I guess that checks out. Yeah. They're probably about the same impact rather than front loading your damage. You just get more consistent.
Yeah. Well, you have to think about as well, like you don't have to hold. You can just like swing into a couple of grunters, like with some lights or whatever, quick and build it. Like you can build all stacks into a horde instantly with one kill, and so it goes crazy. And I think it's fine that they're not the best into armor because there are other options.
I mean, not every weapon has to be good into armor. Because like teammates exist. I think that's the thing that's oft overlooked in balance discussions is like it should not be a one man Swiss Army knife who just like kills all sorts of enemies with every kit. Like you can have a weakness.
Okay, I agree. And yeah, I agree with that fundamentally. So I think we're on the same page. Let's talk dueling swords, the obvious outlier. I know there's one of them that's not as strong, but
5, yeah.
Yeah, it's the 5. Is that the one? I don't remember. I haven't used them all that much. I use the dueling sword 4 from time to time because it's the best one, and I just go, okay, I'm doing the dueling sword today, and then I go, that wasn't that fun, and I put it away.
4 and 2 are more or less identical. 2 has the it goes thrust and then sweep from like just horizontal sweep, and that's it for the heavy attacks. And then 5 has weird like flourishing overheads as the heavy attacks, so it kind of loses out on the potential that you get from those direct delivered pointy stabs. But they're all in need of power tuned down. 5 less so, which if we're judging by their little design documents, they definitely are aware of. But like 4 and 2, too much front loaded power on the thrust, and obviously Uncanny is doing insane bad things here. It's just invalidating armor entirely, and it negates having to play the game. So yeah, I'm totally fine with seeing them getting taken down. I really liked what I saw in the quote unquote leak documents or whatever that was, because I don't know if you saw that, but like they are making the weapon special instead of being a like extra high stagger, high impact like mini thrust. It is a riposte ability, and they're taking some power away from the initial thrust, so you can't just like one shot everything right off the bat anymore with no interactivity, and they're making the riposte attack the equivalent power of one of those pre-nerf thrusts.
I think that sounds awesome. I think that would be I think that's a good idea. Like dual Pokey sticks, get out of here, Casey. Yeah, I think it's a good way to do it. I think obviously we have to look at Uncanny, and so maybe I'll just make a special note on that, which is like fixes rework proposal is well liked, nerf Uncanny Strike, and that'll do it. How about, yeah?
Probably, yeah. I think that's about the only thing that's really crazy on the weapon. Yeah, if you take away Uncanny, like their overwhelming damage doesn't become that big a deal, because yeah, it's the fact that they can just poke everything, including crushers. It's just
they have one of the fastest DTKs into crushers in the game, and it's just like it literally turns them into.
And the crusher has 0 counterplay against it as well, because he's staggered after the weapon special. So
yeah, you poke him in the face. You can even poke charging meteors in the face, which is just disturbing to me.
So fun.
I mean, it feels cool when you do it, but it also is just like, why does this enemy exist if I can turn it off with this button?
Turn everything off.
There's not much to say about the cleavers. Probably the cleavers are fine. We just got to deal with Confident Strike, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm fine with leaving cleavers. Honestly, most Ogryn weapons are probably okay as is, except for the the Mark III Bullet Club is too high. But I think that might be an operation of Skull Crusher more than the weapons base stuff, although it is kind of an outlier in terms of its weapon family as well. But cleavers are fine.
Armal's on here, don't you worry.
Oh.
Skill-based interactions in melee combat. Yeah, I agree. More skill-based interactions in melee combat would be nice. There just needs to be a little bit more, and there needs to be a little less on screen for that to exist. That's why the first thing I said was like in my mouse video was and we've talked about it like 3 times.
There's 20 of them.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? You can't just interact. Was it a high value base? I don't know. If it's still too high, that needs to be addressed. But I have not seen these changes. I don't know what they look like beyond what was in the notes. So if the goal is to not trivialize crushers with this weapon. How's that? There you go. That's what I'll say. Goal is to not trivialize crushers with this weapon. That'll be the feedback, okay? Yeah, you're right. The Mark 6 cleaver needs that. Mark MK6 cleaver needs easier access to the overhead, or it will always be bad.
Is that the serrated one?
No, that's the one that looks like a tiny pirate sword.
Okay, yeah.
It has like the belly shaped blade.
Oh, gotcha. I thought that was the 3. I don't know. Fucking hell.
There you go. I spelled it 3 different ways for you, Casey. Okay, so other than that, I think the cleavers are fine. Do you agree? We good?
Mm-hmm.
Bully Club. I mean, I feel like the answer is nerf Confident Strike, please. Is there anything else that needs to be done?
Is big. Skull Crusher probably is just... Skull Crusher is just too powerful on anything it's on. The 3 is too fast, if we're being honest. Like it has crazy attack speed, crazy simple pattern, and its light attacks have 20 stagger, and the other weapons light attacks only have 10 for some reason. And the Mark II here is terrible. I don't know what the deal is with it. It's like the Atlas of bully clubs. It just doesn't have any. It doesn't have any avenue covered. It's like you go heavy attacks with the Mark 1, you go light attacks with the Mark 3. I don't know what its niche remains to be here.
That's what to do with the Mark II. Let me know. I'll just say it needs something for now. But I think I agree with that assessment. Mark 1 is okay. The Mark 3 is obviously the best. And then why does the Mark II exist? Seems to jump out at me. No nerf on Skull Cluster. Why not? It's 80% damage to target hit by all weapons by anyone else, as long as that target is currently staggered, and there's a ton of staggered.
I suppose you could not nerf it. And then... and then... yeah, just up boss's health by 50%.
Ogryn can use piano weapon. I don't know what that means.
Piano weapon?
I think it should be... I think Skull Crusher and Confident Strike should both be taken down by half, and I am not a 50% nerf man.
Skull Crusher just applying what it reads in the label of just 40% increased damage taken, rather than just being able to stack multiple times. It would still be insane at 40%.
It would still be so strong.
It'd still be really good. Yeah, there you go. Mix Scratch says it would still be an insta-lock. Yeah, you would absolutely still choose it. It's 40% increased damage on a class that's, is going to be able to stagger. You're fine.
Abandoned Life, Skull Crusher has always been strong. The problem was running it on anything on Ogryn before was kind of a pain. So nobody bothered. Yeah, because
those weapons sucked, and it was Ogryn. Then on other classes, it was available on the Shock Maul
and the Crusher, the Indignatus Crusher.
And the Crusher, yeah, and that's it, I think.
Yeah, that was it. And also, those classes couldn't stagger bosses, and so you had to have an Ogryn around to charge the boss in order to set this all up. And so it only happened in really high coordinated teams. But now it's ubiquitous.
Made people, Chorus is crazy synergistic with it, because Chorus can perma stagger bosses for a long time. And now like every team is using it. I mean, that's like the #1 synergy you can run with RBGs.
It's highly accessible, whereas before it was
Dunks.
Yeah, it just wasn't around before. And now that it's highly accessible, it's obvious how much of a problem it actually is when you can trigger it, which is easy. And it's still going to be huge at 40%. Like, we're talking 40% damage.
Sorry, it's also, I knew it was on another weapon. It's on Devil's Claw Swords, too.
Oh, right, it's Devil's Claw Swords.
The only way you're staggering anything is by hitting riposte there, so.
You haven't played RBDs yet? Oh, Concussive allows you to stagger, de facto stagger enemies without staggering them, and then all you have to do is get a source of stagger after you apply, which gives you time to do it. So it's actually a little better on RBDs. Yeah, it's crazy.
Because like it forces the stagger state for the duration.
Oh yeah, Thammer has it, but you're never going to take that. You need thrust and head taker, or else you're throwing. Yeah, Skull Crusher shouldn't buff the range damage. That's a reasonable take, but I think at 40%, it's not going to be that big of a deal, and it's okay if it's a team-based buff.
I mean, think about it. Like for most enemies, like the 99% enemies are just going to fall over in the first couple seconds. So they're not even a problem. It's only on bosses and like crushers. You really even feel the difference in DPS.
Yeah, exactly.
Like high health pool targets, eat it. But that's what it's for. It can be for that.
Yep. All right. So next up, grenade stuff.
Grenade what?
Grenade stuff. There's two. There's Grenadier Gauntlet and the Rumbler.
Rumbler down. Grenade Gauntlet up. Thanks, rookie. Oh, that's a good person to get the buff. Oh god, he's gonna kill me.
Okay, so we're gonna say Rumbler down, nerf Rumbler.
I'm not Dingus. Yeah, Rumbler.
OP.
I don't know exactly what to do about it.
I know
it's
what to
just
do with
like maybe the radius is way too big, and then just damage too big. A lot of issues there, I think.
Oh, I do have a note on the Grenadier Gauntlet real quick. Make a shield and gauntlet version. They need to be. We got the shot pistol and shield. We can have the grenade gauntlet and shield. It's literally a tabletop model. Please send. All right, so I will tell you.
The grenade gauntlet sucks. I don't like it. So
it's okay. It's fine as a weapon. I don't know if it needs buffs or not. If anybody thinks it needs buffs,
I need the tracer line. Can we put that in? Put a fucking tracer to show whether you're actually aiming with the thing. Because the Rumbler gets that for some godforsaken reason, but that thing doesn't. And you can't figure out where you're actually going because that is an arc. Every weapon that shoots an arc should have a tracer. It's not fair to not have it.
I'm fine with that. Yeah, let's do bullets. Fixes. I just said Rumbler.
A little more damage. Thank you again, rookie. Oh, Genghis got it.
It needs more damage. I don't know if it needs more damage. It's way too strong. Otherwise, it's fine. I think it does enough damage. I mean, it's fine.
I guess with certain blessings on there.
Yeah, you gotta have the right blessings, or it doesn't do much. But that's every weapon in this game. So doesn't affect regular elites currently, but in the future with Skull Crusher does combine. So Combine says that Skull Crusher is not affecting regular elites currently. But in the future with higher HP enemies, all of a sudden they live long enough for Skull Crusher. Oh, okay. What he means is it's not relevant.
Oh, right. That makes sense.
They die too fast, so who cares?
Like an elite enemy, like a gunner or something, dies to 2 melee attacks from the Ogryn, so you don't have to worry about it.
It just doesn't.
That's what we were saying earlier. Is like, it's not a big deal because like those enemies aren't being murdered by the Skull Crusher. It's Reapers, it's Bulwarks, it's like, it's extra impactful on the Ogryn because it buffs his bleed damage too. So it makes all those targets bleed out in like 2 seconds.
The singular Crusher.
I use the melee with the grenade gauntlet when my weapon swap input doesn't register. It's a good take. You should get the mod guarantee weapon swap if you are a PC player. That mod is fucking. I have no idea why that was a bug that they patched out of Vermintide 2. Or it's not a bug, it's an intentional feature, and it annoys the shit out of people. And I have no idea why they think that players want it defaulted to prioritize shooting over swapping. Like I didn't accidentally press the swap key, Fatshark. I know what I meant. I was trying to swap weapons. I was trying to use my ultimate. I don't want to cancel it to throw it on attack randomly.
Here's my throwing knife, thanks, if you don't mind. I needed 3 more of these going out. That kills me when that happens. Yep. Okay, so do not buff GG. Okay, so Rumbler. Here's what I want to nerf on Rumbler, and I realize that it might not be enough. But we start here and we work our way backwards because the Rumbler used to be a weapon that people didn't even think was good, and I always knew was pretty good, and now it's disgusting. Okay, so I think the correct plan is to nerf the outer radius stagger until it only stops chaff mobs. Okay, then that means ragers, maulers, gunners, crushers within the exterior radius. This is the 15-meter radius that it currently has. We're not changing the damage, just the radius of just the damage, or just the stagger power. Just the stagger power, not damage, nothing else. That allows everything but hordes to move in on you while you're blasting away with your Rumbler. Then the inner radius can no longer stagger mauls and crushers specifically. So this is a much smaller radius. I think it's like 6 meters. It might even be 5. And that would allow you to stagger most things within very local radius to your weapon. But crushers and maulers would still be able to pursue you with my new adjusted Rumbler concept. And then the last thing is, if you hit a direct hit stagger, explosion, and it explodes on that target, then that singular crusher or mauler or whatever is staggered. Oh, I might be able to move that over. I know you guys can't read it all, but I just read it to you instead. That's what I want. So I got you guys on that. my goal would be to not overdo it. This is a really cool weapon. It's really fun, and people like it, and I'm not trying to take toys away from anybody, but I think that this is sufficient to be a nerf to the thing that's making the game unfun, which is, like, the thing that we can't have in a weapon is that it's not fun to play next to.
Yeah.
Like, for as much as Arbites is like... Yeah, exactly. Like, it just turns off the game. Why are we here? Like, I want to play a video game. I don't want to have someone else play my video game for me. That's a movie. I'm not interested in a movie. I could have watched one. So that's my concept for that. I think it'll work. And if I'm wrong, we'll adjust.
Yeah, I don't really have any problem with like it continuing to do the damage it does. It's the fact that it just, again, it's another one of those things that puts the game on pause in that way. And yeah, so there's just no, like, I don't even have to think about my positioning with it because I just shoot it to my feet and I'm like, okay, well, for the next 3 seconds, nothing is going to be able to attack me because it's all staggered. It would be nice to have to still worry about, like, oh yeah, overheads and stuff and crushers.
10 to 30 suppression AoE at base. Wait, what is? Hold on, I've got Combine telling me numbers. Let me look at this real quick. At base, I'm looking at a right damage profile. Rumbler is 8 to 12 outer, depending on stat rolls. I think it has a 15 meter, but I might be wrong, Combine. I mean, I could be wrong about this. You have the thing in front of you. Close is 1.5 to 3 meters. 10 to 30 suppression AoE. Ooh. Should we nerf the suppression AoE too, gentlemen? That's the thing that makes enemies go, don't shoot me. Or however 40k
ranged enemies.
Let's look at suppression power. There, how's that? Use barrels, true.
Beat that.
Okay, we've got heavy stubbers next. This is Ogryn stuff. The single stubbers are good. Does anybody disagree with me that the single stubbers aren't in a good place? I feel like they're in a good place.
Single stubbers are in a good place, yes.
Yeah. Does anybody want to... Does anybody have any ideas for what we should do with the double stubbers? The twin-linked stubbers?
A higher damage on just that. They have terrible, like, damage per ammo utilized is the problem. Like, you'll end up using... To do the same amount of damage as any other class, you'll use twice the ammo, or at least 1.5 times the ammo. It's pretty bad.
I have said that these are melee weapons with long arms, and make Gunlugger ult good. Yeah, well, we talked about that one already. So PvV is on the needs help. Sound rework, true. Sound improvements. I'll just type that in. I agree with you. I think per shot damage is too low. It's basically like confetti. Some of them do like 12 damage per hit. It's insane. It's like, what are we doing here? This isn't even a weapon. Tighter spread when braced. How about less weapon? How about less fall off? I don't know how their fall off is, but I'm guessing that the fall off is bad. Got it. There's a talent for that. Got it. Combine. Double stubbers need more of a niche with suppression. More suppression. Do they have bad suppression?
They just don't really have much of anything. They also have really poor accuracy, I feel like.
Yeah, we said tighter spread when break.
Yeah, tighter. Brace speed should be higher as well. This is an Ogryn we're talking about as well. I hate these low brace speeds. I hate pigeonholing it into. Clearly, it was designed with point blank barrage in mind. You know, I don't want it to be like, oh, we only can use point blank barrage with it. It would be nice if it was a stable firearm for like using with like getting rid of chaff enemies, and then you'd have your like sniper rifles for the single shot ones.
If it's doing
single enemies.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm sorry, I'm doing two things at once. So okay. Someone said that it needs more ammo. I'm going to propose that since we're buffing the damage per shot, that we don't need more ammo because you will need to spend less to achieve the same thing. Like, yeah.
Yep.
Special shove? Yeah, I don't know. Slam procs on rain rush, I think it's a bug, which means you can keep concentrate up for a long time, which makes them feel better. Interesting. Oh, firing delay. Remove weird firing delay, please.
Which one?
The heavier one, like I think it's the Gorgonum. Has like like you brace it and you go to fire and it doesn't want to for a second.
I just wish all the brace weapons, including the Ripper guns, just had a faster time to brace. I feel like that's such a annoying part of using them. It's like folding up a silly handle thing.
Yeah, okay. Just speed that up. That's fine.
It's like every other class, every other weapon in the game, you just aim down the sides instantly. It's like these ones, they don't even get that much benefit out of it.
The game moves faster than it was designed for in the olden days. And like that's okay, but we have to adapt to like stuff.
A Ubisoft tutorial where you walk in and you're like boom, boom, boom. Like that's what it was designed to look like. But like we want to be able to fold that thing out and just blast, like, and move, keep moving.
Yeah. It's cool that it's there, but I need to be fast enough that I can use this thing, right? Up the damage by 50, clip sizes by 50.
Said on the double stubbers, like where you keep firing and they get tighter in accuracy. That'd be kind of cool. It's like a Hyperion gun from Borderlands 2.
Okay. So I'm. Does anybody disagree with this list? Did I miss anything important? Please advise. Been at this almost for 4 hours, so we need to cruise through some of this stuff.
How much is left? Because I think I might have to go right now, but I trust you to handle the rest of it. I don't think I have too much revolutionary input.
And no problem. I know we took a long time, so I apologize for that.
It was understood that it was going to be a long discussion, given the topic was balance.
Yes, Darktide. I know. I tried to make sure we didn't hit
too
many thorny problems at the same time.
Weapon stuff is your specialty, nitty gritty, like details on weapons. I think we hit all the things I really wanted to cover, which is like the high and low notes of like balancing between classes and weapons and things. That's what I'm mainly concerned with in the game. Is like, yes, we can't have these like huge overperformers that are making that balance equation impossible to solve. Because you can't average when you have outliers in the mix. Like your average will always be completely fucked. So as long as they can like understand, at least as long as they're seeing those things we highlighted as like these things are way too low, these things are way too high, that will make me happy. I think that they have a good number of those like pinned already based on what we've been seeing, but I hope that they're continuing to look, and I hope they're not scared to nerf, because it's long overdue, right? We can't just only have. Like, we can't only have buffs. I know a lot of people will say, like, only buff, but, like, there are things that have gotten too crazy. And, like, a lot of it happened in the distant past at this point. Like, many players couldn't point back at what happened to Dueling Sword, but I can point back at, like, patch, I think, 15, where they just doubled all the stats about it. They doubled the finesse multiplier and the damage at the same time, and, like, that's absurd by today's standards. If you show players that and be like, okay, obviously this is why this needs a nerf, it was literally doubled in every aspect. With that on a whim, like
on a whim. Well, this is too weak. Let's just double everything.
It's like, see if it works.
And then you can't do that because then there's a class of players that never want to see it nerfed ever, right?
Yeah.
And look, I don't think everything. I think we've pretty clear that neither of us want to see everything nerfed.
We've been both, to initialize this conversation, we both settled on having the general power level be just below current plasma gun. So like. That seems pretty damn high to me. Doesn't mean there's not weapons that are going to be below that, but like that would be a good place to shoot for. If every weapon was the Relic Blade, we'd be cooking. Like that's a very solid weapon.
I think I feel like we can land around that area without ruining the game, you know. And maybe I do think weapons need to be weaker than that, but they don't. But we can have Relic Blades in the game, like, and we both agreed. You can have a Relic Blade in the game. It doesn't ruin the game for anybody. It's fine. Everybody likes it.
It has like upsides and downsides, and it's like a choice you would make with certain builds. It's not a thing that would be auto-include in every build, which are the things that I want removed from the game. Because I mean, my first and foremost interest in this game is making builds and stuff like that. And when there's no choice, when there's no question about which weapon it is going to be the include, that's when it gets really boring for me. So, you know, I think that's something that Arbites does really well, which is like, yeah, it's the RBD Shock Maul, but you could also use the Skull Crusher on the Agony Shock Maul. You could also use the Tag Axes. They're very effective, and so are the Combat Axes. Like, there's lots of good weapons for the Chainsword on the RBDs, and it's got a nice, tight little kit with the number of weapons that it has, and it'll be easier for them to keep balance. So, yeah, just, like, They just need to keep an eye on it. But that's all I have to say. But I really appreciate talking to you.
Yeah, I really appreciate having you on. It's been really nice. Thank you for coming
Look at all
by.
the people
Thank you to your
that came
audience.
out to talk about Darktide and watch Darktide be talked about.
Yeah, I know. It's just been
Guys,
wonderful.
they said this game was dead.
Right.
Look at us. There's dozens of us.
There's dozens of us. So I'm gonna finish off the weapons component with you guys. So if anybody wants to come by and visit and talk to me,
stream, you want to go hear Reginald ramble about weapons. He's very knowledgeable. You could actually learn something, and I'll sign off for the night. But
it was a pleasure, and congrats again on hitting 20. I know you worked hard, so good job.
Well, thank you, man.
That's awesome.
Congratulations on almost 30. You're getting there.
I guess I am. I hadn't even been
You're
thinking
almost
about
there. I mean, like, what, it was like 2 weeks ago I saw your video being like, gosh, I'm almost at 25, and now look at, you're like 28 plus.
It's a very strange feeling, to be perfectly honest, because
it's a good time.
I see myself as just some weird guy who likes Darktide a lot and plays other games.
There's not many of us left that have the cojones to get up here on the stage and love Darktide and show our love to the world. You need to stay in the space because I need someone else to talk to, or I'll go fucking insane. All right,
man. Have a great night. Thank you so much.
Bye, guys.
Stack. Let me do this. All right, it's just me and you guys. We're going to talk weaponry, and it was a pleasure having Mr. E on. Obviously, we don't agree on every single detail. That's kind of a given, but that's why I had him on, because there's a lot of different opinions in the community about how things should work, and what I wanted to gun for was consensus. Can we agree that this is too much? Can we agree that this is too little? Can we agree that something needs to be tuned down and something else needs to be tuned up? And there's a lot of things we're able to agree on. Whereas this list is just in a doc on the web right now. So yeah, I don't know. Do I feel the Ripper guns are fine? We're gonna get to the Ripper guns. We're gonna get there. We're on our way to Shotgun Land. I think I alphabetized this, but I might be wrong. I'm bad at alphabetization. So I think something interesting with Twin Links is that Reapers, when shooting friendlies, stagger lock an enemy. I think the Twins should do that too. Stagger locking a specific enemy, Casey. Because remember, stagger's dangerous. Now you can fix the cooldown nerf section to a proper state. We're looking for consensus. Again, I just want to reiterate that the objective was to, like, if me and Mr. E, who don't necessarily see eye to eye on everything, can agree on some of the stuff, then I can send those comfortably to Fatshark and say, as far as I can tell, most of the community agrees with these ideas. And then, obviously, Fatshark will have to decide what they're going to actually do and not do, which hasn't always done. Like, the community's been saying a lot of stuff for a long time, right? So that's what I wanted to do here today. And I wanted to invite somebody to just talk and to sort of see what common ground we can find. So that was my target. And we succeeded. I'm really happy about that. It was also fun to have him on. So he's been working really hard on his channel. And I have to respect that because I know how much work it actually is. So, it's cool. Anyway, let me get back on topic. Specific, yes. They can only lock one enemy at a time. Okay. Stagger could... Locking like Reapers could be cool. One enemy. Let's talk las weapons. Recons. Everybody knows recons are the best. Does anybody think these need nerfs? I think they're a little crazy, but I kind of don't think it's a problem. What do you guys think? Didn't. Hellbore's right here. Shock Trooper needs to be aggressed. I actually disagree. I think Shock Trooper is fine. I think we should give las guns like double the ammo. I think las guns should be able to be shot all the time, except for recon las guns. I think the recon las guns are a problem, but I think if they have infinite ammo, but I think the other las guns are fine. Gotta plug my headphones in. Someone recon. The whole no recoil but high spread thing is annoying. Well, I mean, fair enough. Soggy sandwich. How to go with it, but I think, but without making them weak. Yeah, I mean, they are insane, but they are also not ruining the game for me to play next to. So I kind of, again, like my bar for like we have to nerf this is it unfun to play next to. There's space for the weapon in the game, it seems like to me. So I think these are good. And most people are in the chat seem to be agreeing recons are good. Let's talk infantry las guns. Yeah, the whole thing is they should, and I don't think they, so like las guns. Here's the thing about las guns, okay? Hear me out. Las guns, supposed to have basically infinite ammo. That's their whole shtick. Not the best gun in the game, not the best damage in the game, kind of garbage. That's fine, and that's exactly how they perform. If you can get headshots on them, they're pretty good, but if you can't, they're bad. But I think they run, if you're running them on a class that isn't vet, they run out of ammo. I don't think never having to worry about running out of ammo on las weapons is a very good idea. Okay, I mean, I think that's reasonable. Lower damage into unyielding and with Infernus. Less visual. They are unpleasant to use. If you really want to nerf recon las guns, give them a Bane sound effect. And Borderlands, actually, I think they need to be weaker las up to the strong ones. Actually, instead, you think they could bring weaker las up to the strong ones? I think that the infantry las guns are actually in a good place. If you actually try them, they do good enough damage, and they hit the fantasy of the las gun man. They just don't have enough ammo. But I think what they need to do is they need to have less recoil, and they bounce like crazy. So I would argue for moderate increase to ammo, significant reduction to bounciness in recoil, reduced hipfire spread, improved stamina and dodge profiles. Sprint, stamina, sprint, and dodge profiles. This is what I would do with the infantry las guns. What do you guys think? Fatshark, that's okay. They can be weakened to crushers and maulers and those kinds of targets. That's fine. I think that's okay. Hit reg, yeah. I mean, you're right about the hit reg problem. It's actually horrible. But it might be related to bounce. They have 1.5 cleave. So without some sort of power blessing, they can't penetrate more than like one groaner. Drago, you were the ammo disliker. Tell me your opinions. And I think KC also had an opinion here. Yeah, just bring a Rashad axe, true. Standing in fire regenerates ammo. True. Yeah, with reduced heavy elites, infantry las guns would be better. I agree. I broke my ankles, yeah. Okay, I heard mostly positive response to this. I've only really used a heavy firing las gun. Its damage and ammo econ is fine. It's mainly the gun feel with bouncing, gets constant follow-up shots I dislike. I agree. My question is, do you disagree with a moderate increase to ammo? Like, I know Shock Trooper is on the table for a conversation. Cool. We can't address that today because we're going to have to see. Like, I'm not going to try and tackle every talent. I just want to tackle, like, the core issues, right? It's going to be big enough as it is. It's already taken me 4 hours, right? So, just about. Taking you guys, too. What would you give to las pistols? Las pistols are already... Oh, yeah, I mean, not this. Pistols. Fine. Leave alone. The pistols are fine. Like, they're fine. Sorry. Pistol. Fine. I'm missing a las pistol. The other one. What's the other las pistol? Why am I missing a las pistol? Akatran? Akatran MG MK 2 heavy las pistol. Wait, I'm missing. Where are my las pistols? What's going on? What? Oh, they're right here. They're right here. Never mind. Never mind. Yeah, so these are the infantry las guns. They're fine. Okay. I disagree in ammo. Have you ever run a las gun on a zealot? Like, Casey, have you ever run las gun on zealot and actually tried to shoot a fair bit? You run out of ammo pretty quick in my memory. Maybe I'm crazy. That's not a terrible idea, Andrew. I think las guns could be a candidate for a heat mechanic-based shooting system, but I don't know. That's true about the Infernus stacks on the heavy las pistol. I run las gun on Psyker and run out of ammo so fast I had to be an ammo goblin. Yeah, exactly. That's how I feel about it. Yeah, nobody runs... If you actually go take infantry on Zealot or Psyker, you run out of ammo super fast. So that's why I think you need moderate increase to ammo. You think it's fine on Zealot? I mean, okay. What, Mr. Casey, will it break the game if the las gun has too much ammo? Fluffy Flame says... You can't remember the last time you saw an infantry las gun zealot. Yeah, exactly. Because my take here is even if it had infinite... This is genuinely my take. If the infantry las gun in its current state had infinite ammo, it would not matter. You cannot kill enemies fast enough with it to matter. The only use case it has is kind of being good into elites, especially with XD stance, and only some of them. I think you could legitimately give them infinite ammo and they would be fine. And my basis for that is I have run Shock Trooper Vet and done nothing but shoot all game in Oryx, which is a lower difficulty than we're in, right? Where ammo is plentiful. And I just shoot all game and I am not the top damage and I don't kill everything before anyone can interact with it. I think it would be completely fine. So I'm gonna recommend a moderate ammo increase. Antonio, I have no idea. There's got to be some weird thing to do with like the efficiency blessing or something. I have no idea, man. Oh yeah, I think I eat it in this section of the map. That's fine though. All right. I don't know if you guys know this, but Hatstealer is my number one best Lucius Lasgun user I've ever met. So anyone need a change to the Lucius? And Hatstealer, what do you think? All right, thank you, Mr. Casey. But that isn't the core issue with the weapon and kind of a police. So yeah, I think that's fine then. If it's not going to affect anything, then I think it's fine. You wish bayonet damage was better? All right, fair. Yeah, we all want hotshot volley guns. Sights. I'm on fixes. Send me optics. Sights. Please. Please. Slightly better bayonet damage. All right, I'll put that on there. Oh, you know what you could do with the Lucius Lasguns to make them a little better? Make their hipfire have less spread by default so that you can just quick fire them. Do you guys think that would be a good idea, or is that too much? They've been nerfed and buffed and nerfed and buffed. I think they just need to stop giving them... They just need to have no unyielding damage, and they will be fine. Pull out your melee weapon for unyielding. It's fine. Yeah, they need a 2x sight. Swap speed? They buffed swap speed. I don't know if you know this. You don't have to wait for the whole animation Dia Spike. Just pull it out and right-click as soon as you start pulling it out. Improved hipfire spread. Reduced hipfire spread. Reduced. I don't see why lasguns need to have bad hipfire spread. Yeah, the animation is confusing because you don't have to do the whole thing anymore. They didn't get rid of the animation. You just can quick whip it out and start doing it. I don't know. It's probably one of those like dev things where they're like, let's just do this real quick. Yeah, it's been improved. You can pull them out much faster. So the animation is silly, but yeah. All right. Power weapons. Still he's Zillits. Not having to ADS with it. It's a marksman's gun. ADSing is like the point. It's been a while. Do they fire on a release of M1? Can you just keep holding? I think they eventually discharge automatically. You just want to remove for aesthetic reasons. That's reasonable. All right, gentlemen. Mutator and power swords for our vet. Can these just be relic blades, but like weaker? Or does somebody really like the power sword? I mean, the power swords are incredibly strong weapons with some great clear times, but they're not fun because you have to click the stupid button 64,000 times. The Spectator takes Slaughterer, and they're good. You just need to choose to take Slaughterer instead of Sunder. Okay, Relic Blade, but weaker, is popular. Leave them alone, is popular. K6 PA combo is too strong. Advanos, if you take Slaughterer, it becomes a good weapon without powered mode. But I hear you. I do. So that might be your problem, though. Try taking Slaughterer on it. It's one of the weapons that's weird because people don't take Slaughterer on it, even though Slaughterer is like always one of the best blessings. And the only reason they don't is because I think Sunder is like really good for cleaving multiple things and staggering them. I don't know, man. You don't want them to have a weaker zealot weapon because that bothers you. That's funny. Make it always powered, make said powered states weaker. It's too good. Better unpowered state 2. Alright, so some votes for better unpowered state. Say options. This is contentious, so I'm just going to mark that as contentious, basically. Make power cycle built in to go to not something. Yeah, okay. All right, we're just going to... This is going to take us forever, so we're going to let that go. I see that everybody has an opinion, and I respect that, so let's just not tell Fatshark what to do. But we'll throw down some ideas. Thunder Hammers. Yeah, I saw that. PA combo is too strong. Mark 6. It's a short that's not sharp unless you press the button. That's true. That's how it feels. It's terrible. I think the damage on powered attacks still needs to go up on Thunderhammers. I'm serious. It's the only weapon in the game that should one-shot things, and it doesn't. Not without, like, giga buffs. I think it should go up. It should be easier. Mostly the light powered attacks are bad, but the heavy powered attacks also kind of don't thunder that hard. Iron Helm has bugs, but we cannot address those. You have no issues with them? I kind of feel this way. This is my theory. I'm just going to explain. It's a weapon that has punishment on damage, okay? But increase base stats and make it less boss-oriented. Yeah, I mean, it was nerfed against bosses not that long ago, alongside its other buffs. Yeah, not more unyielding damage for sure. I think you could bring Carapace up on the weapon, and you could probably bring Maniac up on the weapon. Like, it's supposed to be a one-hit weapon, and no matter how much damage you give it, it could do 10 million damage per hit as long as it's not on bosses, and it wouldn't matter because you can only kill one Crusher at a time. It is a linear damage curve. It goes in a line. It can't do any more than a certain speed of attack. It has no cleave on that attack. It kills one guy, one guy, one guy. So I'm going to propose this. This is my thinking. You guys tell me what you think. Again, we're all on the same team here. We're trying to work it out. I'm just going to propose something to you. More Carapace and Maniac damage on special. More 5% less unyielding damage. Unyielding / less monstrosity damage. I'm going to stay precise. I don't know if they can even do that, but that would be preferential. Maniac and Flak. Just in case Fatshark needs help. Base attacks feel underwhelming. Okay. On special, light, heavy, improved. Okay. I just feel like the breakpoints aren't hitting it. Or attack speed, obviously not as much. No, I think it's fine. It needs to be slow to feel right. Also, take Martyrdom and it swings like a lunatic. It's non-powered state needs love. I think that it does have kind of a bad non-powered state, but it's not bad into elites when unempowered. What would you want to do to it? Ordos, if you take the Iron Helm Thunderhammer and swing at a Horde, it actually isn't that bad. Every time you try to go hammer time, you just kill yourself one way or another. That's a skill. You have to learn how to space properly so you can hit targets. I mean, look, man, there's less downtime on the Thunderhammer than there is on the Eviscerator Saw behavior, and I can get multiple saws off in a single fight on, like, Crusher waves. And I can definitely do it with Thunderhammer. It's just all about how you use it. The only thing that's really scary is Ragers, right? Yeah, so it does feel too reliant on Thrust to do what it wants to do. I'm pretty cracked with the Iron Helm. Yeah, I believe it. He pillages with the Iron Helm. Yeah, the Iron Helm can be pillaged with. It should not stagger. It should not stagger elites or stagger bosses. It should have stagger radius for Groaners and Poxwalkers. If you do that, then I'm not opposed. Yeah, the Iron Helm special is decent for Groaners because it can actually do damage to everything that it hits. Or at least up to a cap. It's fine. Guaranteed to stagger Ragers. That's a dangerous position to be in. Is there a first hit stagger profile? Does Combine know? Hang on. I have a stupid notion. Actually, yeah. I mean, we could just see Thrust get nerfed. Nerf Thrust. nerf thrust by 40% and put that by 100%, and no, it's not going to be realistic, by 40%, and put that damage into the weapon itself. How about that? Thrust is hold heavy attack to deliver damage. Here's the thing I want to put on the table. If you don't keep thrust to get breakpoints, then you lose some of the cost of running the weapon, which may not be desirable. But we could do that. All right. Improve first target unempowered stagger values. There you go. I don't see the point of this because it just rejiggers the weapon around. I guess it maybe buffs the light attacks, but we already asked for that, so I'm just going to take this off. Thrust should be deleted from the game, but it doesn't matter. Why don't we have thrust or a version of it is inherently part under the Thunderhammer, like pick hacks heavy? I don't know. I can't fix that one. The Relic Blades are good. Unless anybody thinks they need nerfs, I'm not asking for buffs on the most powerful weapon on Zealot. Thrust should be deleted because the upgrades you got like 100%. Yeah, but you still use it if you know what you're doing, and it's still usable. There is an advantage to having something that requires some setup in this game. I think the Relic Blade is literally as powerful as you can be without being a problem. It's like right on the end. So this is what I was trying to get at with Mr. E, and I know that we don't entirely agree, but I don't think you're allowed to go higher than the Relic Blade. That's the peak, not the anchor point of the center of balance. So, but we're close enough in agreement that it's fine. Like, we got a lot of things that we agree on, and that's good enough. Revenge is veteran, but I want to see some veteran buffs. Calm down. We can all have nice things. Crucius can already punch through one chaff. It already got that. Why do Zealot have Force Swords and Relic Blades? Zealots don't have Force Swords. They just have Relic Blades. Relic Blade is a power weapon. A Force Sword is a psychic weapon. Does that help? Let's talk shock mauls. No, let's talk power. Let's talk mauls. Indignatus Crusher. Does anybody need anything on this? Relic Blade is peak male fantasy. True. Yeah, Thammer is the damage weapon, is kind of the target in my mind, and Crusher is the stagger weapon, and they're both good, and they have different purposes, and I like the way they are. Crusher is good. I think Crusher is good. I agree. Does anybody... Okay, let's talk Power Maul. My vision for Power Maul. Faster handling. Remove... Stupid slow. Oh, wait. Good. Fixes. Remove slowdown on button press. Why does this exist? Okay, Power Maul needs God. Okay. So on button press, bespoke, heavy 1, overhead, on charged button press. Light attacks, light special, no change, heavy special, become Thammer. I need to clarify what I'm talking about here. Maybe we can make the language better. So I think the light special is fine. The way it works, by the way, is you do your little light special, which is an overhead, by the way. But it has a wider radius of stagger, which gives it a lot of advantage as a weapon for control. It does piss all damage. The heavy's slower speed get removed? Yeah, it probably should be. Let's start there, I guess. No. Reduced, slow... Normalize, slow down on heavy attacks. How about that? Yeah, we're talking about Ogryn's Power Maul. Ackless Mark 1 Power Maul. The Crusher, we're just going to get rid of the slowdown and button press. But Power Maul needs a lot. I don't know. I think they're Munitorum weapons in this case, so they don't. But Ogre Maul definitely needs a buff. Yeah, it needs a buff. I will say, so FYI, kids, I did Darktide testing on these weapons, and into nominal targets that aren't Maulers, Crushers, Bulwarks, shit like that, the weapon is actually decent into Horrors with Brutal Momentum, even on Havoc. It's actually fine. And into Elite groups, too. But it is absolute dog shit into anything with a real health bar and the capacity to harm you. Like, it doesn't kill Crushers this lifetime. So my thinking here is, like, heavy attacks should become much stronger, like a Thunderhammer attack, where if you charge it up and use a thrust, it's a single target attack that does a bunch of damage, whereas the light special instead becomes like an AoE stagger. And this matches the lore for Thunderhammers. Or I'm sorry, for Power Mauls, where they have different charge levels. So that's kind of my thinking, is like, it's a stagger machine if you do powered light. And like, I don't love that mechanic, but like, I'm not trying to change the whole weapon at once. I'm just trying to buff it, and then we can maybe it needs to rework. But just taking it for like on stats changes only, no reworks. Just make the powered heavy attack that I just marked the overhead for, like an actual overhead that kills a Crusher per hit and then provides like some sort of self stun or whatever. So it becomes Thammer. What do you think of that? Would Paul and Slab work? Yeah, I want Paul and Slab. But it doesn't exist right now, so I'm not going to ask for something that doesn't exist. This is just a balance stock. Well, don't forget, if you take Heavy Hitter, they get a ton of attack speed, and so they become instantly better. Gob, the Power Maul's moveset is actually pretty based. It just needs an overhead on heavy. Like, it has kind of a bland heavy swing pattern, but theirs are made more like Heavy Sword. I don't think they were moveset changed at all, except the Mark 6. All right, nobody dislikes this, so I'm moving on. I have to wait a little bit sometimes for the sake of chat to catch up, so. I think OG Shock Mauls are good. Does anybody disagree? I think that the Shielded Maul is good, and there is no problem with this weapon. I think that nerf class, not weapon. Wait, somebody suggested... No, hold on. Wait. Wait, Mr. Casey. I remember what you complained about, you and Dorn. Nerf. Help. Bad. Nerf. Okay, hang on. Fix. Damage and stagger on special, not stun, is too free and high. Too high and free. And free. Classic mauls are terrible. Actually, second worst weapons in the game after shovels. What would you do to them then? What do you want to do to them, Hat Stealer? Do they need more cleave? They feel like ass on my vet because they have no fucking cleave. Shield Maul is amazing. I love it. Improve cleave and unyielding. Did they just buff the unyielding? I am going to argue, Steeler, that we should instead just buff the cleave on the base shock maul and let them be a little not great into unyielding. Did my audio just pop off? Oh yeah, hang on. Test now. It looks like it's on now. Okay, I'm gonna propose the following. You didn't hear anything mention attack speed? Okay, yeah, the attack speed is on. It's I put a 2% nerf on it. How's that? I went dark for a second. That does happen. I might have moved away from my monitor too much. I want you to consider the fact that this is the base attack speed of the weapon, so if I nerf it by a lot, it's going to feel quite significant. Or at least I think that's how the math works. I do have some suppression, like sound suppression, so it could be that. And it's back. Yeah, I mean, it could be just the sound suppression that I have. But I've been doing this for a while, so that could also be the problem. Hang on. Let's see if that fixes it. We'll see. And also do this. Doot, 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 doot. All right, hopefully that works. We'll see. Thank God Fatshark will never listen to me. Why? What do you object to in any of the things that I'm suggesting changes to? I didn't step away, but I looked away from my mic, so... Doot, 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 doot. Class Maul has a 40-second charge. Horde time. Yeah, the Class Maul is just too crazy. I don't know what to tell you. It's like, it's insanely good. Like, hang on. I can probably show, like, I can't show you right now, but wait, maybe I can? No, I don't have a way to show you. I do have stats on it, and they're crazy good. Like, the Mauls are competitive with Relic Blades right now. The Shock Maul, the Class Shock Maul is competitive with Relic Blades. Now, a lot of that in my testing is specifically because the class is pumping 15% damage nodes everywhere, which I think I'm going to go clean that up here and just mention that because it's, like, way too much. Oh, yeah. Please nerf his endless 15% damage nodes from all outside sources. It's crazy. Terrible idea for devs to listen to 100% other games. History will tell you that much in original plays Marvel Rivals. True. Don't listen to everybody. That's a bad idea. Don't listen to everybody, and don't listen to just one person. I think he just dropped by to say he's mad and doesn't like my suggestion to nerf a few things. But it's like, oh, well, we can buff things. Like, there's buffs in here. You guys know that, right? Like, we're suggesting buffs to the infantry las guns. We're suggesting buffs to the heavy stubbers. We're suggesting buffs to the power maul. Like, we're suggesting lots of buffs in this list. It's just some nerfs. Nerfs are good. Should never listen to Marvel Rivals players. It's true. Don't listen to me. Okay, so it's cracked. Can stun lock raiders on one special hit. Yeah, that's a problem. Classic multi. The issue isn't that Arbites are too good as a character, it's that the other characters are not equally good. I think that's a crazy take. I'm going to explain why, too. I will give you the explicit precision explanation, okay? If everything was as strong as Arbites, then the game cannot possibly get hard enough for anybody. It's literally, you can't do it. There is a limit to what you can do, and someone's gonna crawl in here and be like, well, just buff the enemies. If you buff all the enemies, then you would immediately return to then all you've done is nerf all the classes. Yeah, I never could get into Path of Exile because of the camera angle and control scheme. I just don't like that kind of thing. I like RTSs that are actually RTSs, not RTSs that are single character controls. I don't know. They were probably just rage baiting. No, that other person at least that dropped in and then left. What's his name? Riva has actually commented on a couple of my videos. So if they're rage baiting, it's weird. It's a flat circle. Yeah, it is. If every class is OP, then all that means is every class is OP. Yeah, exactly. And then if they buff all the enemies, then every class is nerfed. And now we're just back to square one, where we just got balance. I still think Arbites is really fun. I think it's a great, fun class, but it's also crazy strong, and it makes me play the game in a way that doesn't have much interaction sometimes. Like, I kind of play it... I've nerfed my build as much as possible, so I don't know. All right, let's keep going. We got a lot to cover, and I don't need to spend here all day. So I'm just going to propose that the special stagger needs to be toned down, and the attack speed could be nerfed a little. And then the most of the problem here is coming out of the tree, and I know that for a fact, because I've literally... If you take the tree off the equation, the time to kill into crushers is abysmal. It's coming from the tree. It's so much damage pump. It's literally like... It's insane. Okay, combat shotguns. Does anybody think they need anything? I think they're great right now. I understand my argument, but you're ignoring the fact that you can tune the class nodes to be less beneficial without destroying the fact that almost the entire tree is useful. Where did I say I want to destroy the class? Oh, where did I hold on? Where did I do anything other than tune down the nodes? Like, that's all I'm doing. I took 5% off Force of Will and 5% off Walk It Off. And we're fixing a bug on Walk It Off. Like, these are minor nerfs to nodes we're tuning. Alright, back to shotguns. I hear perfect. Need to play with them more, but they feel great. Constantly shoot fire. Yep, it's good. Actram feel good. Slug one probably be better with reduced crusher spam. True. Combat shotguns need nothing. You do think the shotguns need help. Well, tell me, Nicholas. Like a little more damage would make it feel real good. I think you need to probably reduce slowdown and reloading. Okay. Good. But there is two things I need to fix. You are correct, actually. Fix slowdown on reload. There's one other thing. It's actually driving me up a freaking wall right now. Sprint downtime between fire and sprint. If you shoot, you can't sprint immediately. I don't know what's going on. It drives me up a wall. But just fix that. Sound design sucks. I can't fix that. And as much as I agree. You're piss chilling. Yeah, true. Multiple special shells? Yeah, I think that's an interesting idea. I feel like the intent there is that it's the classic shotgun slug drill, where you have buckshot loaded and you reduce one of those and insert another. They have a bum ass delay when pulling them out, do they? I feel like they're snappy when I pull them out, but maybe I'm crazy. Okay, some kind of pull-out delay. Pull-out fire delay is wonky. Give the special ammo rails? Nah, that's going to stay probably unique. That's a tire rework that was going to require. Like, if you just think about that, that requires animations, that requires, like, design work, that requires, like, it requires too much. Yeah, they can do a little fire damage. They don't do a lot, though. They do a little damage. Didn't you add a sound change request to Stubber? I guess I did. Maybe more thick sound effects. All right, there you go, boys. Sound effects. Testing, demonstrating the pull-out if you want to look. Thank you. I will look later. The auto be an auto shotgun. Weakest damage shotgun should be an auto shotgun. I mean, these are technically semi-auto shotguns with pump action, like pump actions. You want to live in your fantasy world? I get it. I don't think the double barrel needs anything. Does anybody think the double barrel needs anything? They have a bunch of cleave. They already got a bunch of cleave. Just put a blessing with strength on it, and they get more cleave for killing the first few guys, and then they just destroy hordes. Not to worry. Good. Arbites. Okay, listen. I'm just going to say mixed. This one fixes. I have changed my opinion on this a lot, and I'm going to tell you what I think. I think it needs less damage and not less minimum pellet count. It reaches kind of far, but like, honestly, most of the time it doesn't reach far enough, and by the time you're shooting at that distance, most of what you're hitting is not a big deal. Like, at about 20 meters or so, you can hit a guy with a couple pellets and do some damage to him, and that's fine, but it's the total damage that's crazy. Double barrel needs to not be so much worse on both barrel blasts. Okay. I don't know if you guys know this, but like, it's one of the highest damage weapons on Vet right now. So just FYI. So I think we just tuned down damage. Yeah. So I'm just going to reiterate this thing. I'm going to say this very carefully. This thing is has about a 5-second to 8-second clear time on most of my targets in the Archivum Sycorass range. And I would say that that's about 3 times more than I was expecting, or 3 times less than I was expecting. I would have anticipated a shotgun like this should be balanced around 15 seconds or 16 seconds or something. But I can get down to about 5. So I love it so much too. That's why I think we can't hit 2 things at once. It needs to be good, but it doesn't need to be this good. It's crazy. Yeah, it just kills everything in front of it. And, like, it's a fan shotgun. Of course it's going to do that a little bit. Like, what are you going to do? You have to make... But, like... Yes, meet me in Archivum Sicko hallway where I blow up all this stuff. But, like, look, man. It's a real hallway with real enemies in it. And if I can kill them the same time over and over again, which I can, by the way, I can get between 8 and 5 seconds every time I shoot the same thing. That tells you how much it's doing. It's too much. It should be closer to 15, which would not be that crazy. It's Darktide's crank on. Yeah, it's just too much. I don't think that... I'm going to put this on the table. You guys can disagree with me. I think the Mark 8 is fine. My data suggests that it's just a really powerful gun. It's basically a bolter. It's a little hard. It doesn't do as much. It doesn't... I don't think it needs more reliability at range. It just needs to be doing less damage. And then don't change its minimum pellet count because it's good enough. Nerfing the class may help balance the shotgun. True. That's actually true. Could be a tree issue. Fluffy Flame is correct. It could be a tree issue. So that could be why. Two box all in a second. Trying to box in gobble. Yeah, okay. And that is the point of combat shotguns. Ravia is correct. Riva is correct. Like, the point of the combat shotguns is to have more range and a little bit more flexibility. Those shotguns are perfect at range with their minimum pellet cut. Yeah, I love the combat shotguns at the way they are right now. They're great. They're wonderful. I don't think Mark 8 needs anything. I think it's fine. Yeah, test it without TTK if you can. Minimum pellet count. Okay, so every shotgun fires a pellet, right? It follows multiple pellets. Like, let's say there's 8 of them. If you hit an enemy past a certain range with a single pellet, it essentially is a rounding function that will count you as hitting them with up to 3 or 4 additional pellets for free. So it's just a made-up number that says you hit somebody at this distance with 1 shot, you hit them with 5 instead. And each pellet does a certain amount of damage. So there's a minimum pellet count for hitting a target at a certain distance. And that changes based on your range. So at close ranges, there is no minimum pellet count. If you shoot someone at point-blank range, it's based on the actual pellets that are fired from the gun. But if you shoot someone at 100 meters, 1 pellet can count as 3. The 8 is the 4-round one with the long range and the crusher killing capacity and the brittleness shells. It's not just stagger. If you go look at the Arbites tree, there, especially in like the Forceful side, but also elsewhere, there's just damage everywhere. So like, for example, final warning, 15% range damage on melee staggering hit. Weight of the Lex, 15% damage for 5 seconds after heavy melee attack. Let's see. Soul Guild Stand, 2% weak spot strength for 8 stacks lasting 10 seconds. Like, these things all affect ranged damage, and they should be more melee oriented or more ranged oriented, not both, so that you have to pick a little bit more, and that would probably tune it down. Yeah, it's an amazing shotgun quality of life. And so if you shoot you can shoot a sniper with the Mark III shotgun from 100 meters away in 3 shots if you don't miss any pellets. And that's pretty useful. It means it's a real gun. Okay, we're going to leave alone the Mark 8 because no one cried and said that we need to nerf the Mark 8, so that's good. I think the subductor shot pistol is in a perfect place. No, wait, there's one thing we need to change. I've heard this a couple times. Fixes. Block is a little too good. Soggy, I agree. This sounds, I mean, we can get reloadable blocking. I want that, but I'm guessing they couldn't do it, or they would have. Funny if there was a shotgun that used Payday's pellet rules where 1 pellet deals the weapon's full damage, that'd be hysterical. But that's essentially what minimum pellet count is, by the way. Who you hear it? How is it too good? Who you hear that from? How is it too good? You can block a lot with the shield. I actually think that might be true with the shock wall and suppression shield as well, by the way. I think the blocks might be a little too strong, but you know what? I'm just going to take that off, and we're just not going to worry about it. Reload with blocking is the only thing we want. Okay. Use the Agri CS the full bore and no respite. Instead, you will not look back. The Agrippina combat shotgun with full bore and no respite is really, really good. And you might even be right that it's better. I don't know if that's exactly true, but it is a really good gun. Riva's free to be here. You can disagree with me in my chat. I don't care. Ogryn, Lorenz kickback. Does this need nerfing or not? Like, where are we at, boys? And then while I'm at it, the faux rend Ripper guns. I'll be right back, gentlemen. All right, I'm back. Sorry about the delay. Let's take a look here. Flamer, kick to the balls, ink. Oh, look, free sniper, creeper. Though I don't care about snipers being killed by the kickback. By the way, I don't. It's fine. You guys had fun while I was gone. Let's see. Kickback has no armor pen, but like deletes almost everything else in the game, so that seems fine. Faster brace on Ripper guns. Rippers. Faster brace. Anything else? Kickback is fine now. All right, cool. Rippers. Okay, so the Mark 6 something for MK2 and MK6. All right, cool. These are good. I know the answer to this question. We're done. You could maybe do something with this one, but it still has its place in the game. Like, tighter spread would be good. I think they do have reload stages, but I don't. But I think it's only like 2. You're not going to get 6 shots because it would require a new cylinder and a new animation. So it's just not happening. Like, unless they want to do it. If they were going to do it, though, they would have done it. No spread. No spread on first. How about no spread on first shot? No spread on first shot. Yeah? They're not good in Havocs, but it doesn't matter. You can still use the revolvers if you like them. There's nothing wrong with them, and that's fine. Why does a revolver have less ammo than a bolter? I don't know. But all of its ammo is super effective and useful, so I don't think it's a problem. Like, I just don't think this is a problem. Like, they're one of the best guns in the game. Ripper Bayonet should still be usable while bracing. Okay. Bayonet usable from brace. Alright, I gotta get out of here soon, boys. We're over. So let's kick this off and get going. Force weapons. Yeah, Havoc health scaling messes with them, but they're perfect in Auric, and I think that's fine. You can still run them in Auric, and I know people, or in Havoc, and I know people who do, so it's good enough. Force weapons, swords. I think these are good. I don't think they need anything, and I think these are fine and don't need anything. The Flamer really needs to not have brittleness on it, but what am I going to do? They're not going to delete a blessing, man. There's just no way. Like, have we ever succeeded at that? They'd have to rework it, right? Can we ask for an Ogryn Flamer? Dude, I want Ogryn Heavy Flamer too, just because it would be cool, even though it would be busted. That Brace Bayonet, definitely something. Weapons, Force Swords are just stupid. Well, they're very powerful. Do they need to be nerfed? I don't think they need to be nerfed, but they're on the class that falls over if he takes a melee hit wrong. I think they're fine. Yeah, I agree. I agree with you on the Demos being too much. And yes, the chain specials need something. Okay, so, but I'll address that in my chain weapon video because it's the same attack. Yeah, you can consistently two-shot drag Ragers in 2 hits, and you can do it from hip fire, so you can just fan instead of brace fire. And you can blast like the whole group of them in like 2 or 3 shots. And don't forget that you can get damage on, like, if you're, depending on what you're running, like Death Spitter can get you more buffs. It's crazy. Seems like both weapon in the tree. Okay. I mean, I'll have to test more, but at the very least, if we pull damage out of the tree, it'll be fine. And then maybe we can pull damage out of the weapon. The weapon is, I'm just going to say this. The Mark III is going to be horrible to balance. It's always going to be shit to balance because either it's terrible or it's really oppressive. And if it's really oppressive, it could feel really good, but then like it's just going to be a mess because if it has too little cleave, it won't do anything. And if it has too much cleave, it's going to do everything. Like, I don't know. But thank you for testing and giving me some additional information and another source of information to gut check from. So I appreciate that. Flamer is fine, needs no changes. The brittleness blessing maybe does. Yeah, I agree, Riva. I mean, the brittleness blessing is a problem. It ultimately, unless we tackle brittleness as a problem in the video game, I think we're kind of stuck with what it is. So maybe we're focused more on elite kills to charge rather than horde kills. Maybe. I don't think I'm in a position to offer a rework on the Greatsword, though. I'm primarily focused on what is like numbers changes. That would be a rework of its core design. You have to leave now. Have a good one, Antonio. For staves, charge attacks on 100% payload should be put in line. You can do them on half and hand. Oh, okay, yeah, okay, fair. Fixes. Charged attacks at 100% are not uniform. Normalize. All right, cool. I think that's all I'm going to say about these weapons lists. You guys really think something else needs to be done. Antonio, thank you. I am glad to have. I'm glad to have you back. Hopefully, we'll get a game in someday. Swing by if I stream again. I don't always have consistent streaming times anymore. I'm mostly focusing on other matters at the moment, but it is nice to be here today. And you, Hal, you have a wonderful night. Hope you enjoy the game. Flamer, it is appropriately powerful for an iconic class exclusive. I agree. I like the Flamer a lot. I think it's not. It does have the infinite cleave problem, but unless we're going to address infinite cleave as a mechanic, we're going to need to allow it. Did I miss the bullshit on GSU typed? I did miss it. Greatsword. Let me scoot up. There's an unknown forgotten attack on the BF Greatsword Mark 6. 3 lights into heavy. It looks like a heavy works like one. It's nowhere on the attack table, and it hits like a wet noodle, less than a light. Which one is it that's broken? You said the Mark 6? Fix some kind of weird fourth heavy after light that does nothing. All right, there you go. I got that one. Play Flamer without the brittleness, it does the same shit. Okay, then it's just an infinite cleave problem, and we have to tackle that somehow. And it's just, that's too big for the scope of this conversation today. Like, I can't make the Flamer not be a Flamer unless infinite cleave is handled. I partially agree with Ryba that it's ammo limited, but it is so insanely strong into hit mass, into increases of enemy mass, that it scales, and that's due to infinite behaviors. If it didn't scale so much, it wouldn't be such a problem, but it scales forever. And it kills everything on the screen, and aside from crushers, basically. So, like, I love the Flamer and always have, and I will always like the Flamer. But the way to deal with it is to deal with infinite cleave, and I don't know how anything can be done there that isn't like a technical solution, and I'm not going to be able to propose one because I'm not a developer. Electro Staff is horrible, but I don't know how to balance it yet. Nobody suggested any suggestions for it, so I don't know. Why is stagger? Does it stagger with its normal attack? Why shouldn't it stagger with its normal attack? I actually mean that. Like, they already nerfed the stagger once. Enemies still run at you through it, including Ragers. I don't think it's in a bad spot there. It's just infinite cleave is your problem. Like, mechanic on Flamer. That's just kicking the can down the road. Leave buff for Electro. Electrostat takes 3 charge shots before it makes you explode. Okay. Make it not bad. Can I just say make it not bad? It's bad. Make it not bad. Yeah, that's true. I'm not going to suggest solutions to infinite cleave here because I don't have any. Maybe I'll make a little... that's going to have to be a conversation that's more in-depth. And I won't be able to provide any useful information here, so... Anybody need anything on the shovels? Because this is our last item for the day. And then I gotta go. It's time. I'm overdue by 40 minutes. Shovels are the worst weapons in the game. They just need more of everything. Just all the impact and no cleave. Just knock everything over. That'd be hilarious, honestly. Thonk! Just that. I'm getting very mixed messages about shovels. Alright, I'm going to propose the following. I'm punting on shovels. On your life. Yeah, well. I'm punting on the shovels. That means I'm just going to leave it a no. What's up, Brisley? No one in my chat seems to think it's good. So if you think it's actually good and we're all just stupid, you have to inform us. Oh, it's bad. Okay, good. We agree that it's bad. It's got RNG damage. Hat Stealer, I am going to punt on the shovels. You can put it on my radar. We can test them and figure out how they fare and what they need, and we'll play video games with them too. We can get the vibe checkers and the data checkers to meet up and compare notes until we decide whether or not they suck. But I'm gonna be honest with you, I couldn't give two fucks about shovels over any other weapon in this game right now. So if I have mixed messages on them, that's like, I consider that like good enough, because I hate fucking shovels in my 40k game, all right? Other people like them. That's fine. I'm not here to tell you what to enjoy, but I fucking don't. So if you guys want to sort it out and tell me what's good and bad, I will support you. Free lightning jump? Yeah, it's just not good. Your shovels. I've used the shovels. I just don't like having them. I have real weapons, not shovels. Give me a spatula next. This is what I'm talking about, dude. I just can't. I can't. Gentlemen, is 10:45. I am going to go and take a break. And then maybe I'm going to be on later to play some video games, but I probably won't stream them. But maybe I will. I don't know. How rude. No, Darius. Shovels are fun, though. Trowels? Where's my two-handed chain shovel, huh? Shovels are weapons, though. I mean, they are entrenching tools, and they are sharp, and they're fine. I just don't... I don't care. I don't... I can have a sword. I can have a chain sword. Everything's good. Warm regards, everybody. Thank you for your time. I will clean this up and send this to Fatshark, and you guys can boost it or whatever if you have Twitter accounts. I don't know. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Oh, yeah. Power Mall's on the list, Brisley. Don't worry. It's in there.